Arden. No way, I muttered, staring at the letter in my trembling hand. It had just arrived in the mail, and I had been waiting for it all week. The gold imprint on the back of the envelope caught my eye, a symbol that confirmed its authenticity. It was a letter from the Elite Order Academy, or simply Elite for short. By the time a werewolf turns 20, they can apply to Elite, a name that speaks for itself. Reserved for the most skilled young werewolves in the entire country, it represents the pinnacle of excellence. For 2 transformative years, they are molded into the leaders of their packs, equipped with skills that ensure a promising future. Ever since childhood, I had dreamed of becoming one of the elites. In fact, it seemed that every young werewolf aspired to gain acceptance. However, the stakes felt higher for me. My parents had graduated from there, so had my 2 older brothers, one of whom was now in his final year. As the youngest in the family and the so-called black sheep, I was met with skepticism at every turn. It was no surprise that my mother had urged me to apply to the local academy, believing that was all I was good for. I could still replay our dinner conversation from last month in my mind. "I want to apply to Elite," I announced, gathering the courage to speak up. The clinking of utensils halted momentarily, but not a single gaze turned my way. "Good luck with that, I guess," my mom, Loralee, remarked, inspecting her nails with disinterest. Lucian, my oldest brother, pursed his lips. "Do you really think you can do it?" "Yes," I replied, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Kieran, my brother just a year older, let out a mocking chuckle. I shot him a glare, but it had little effect. "Oh, sorry," he said, though he didn't sound apologetic in the least. "It's just funny. We all came from Elite. That doesn't mean you should too. It's called Elite for a reason." My dad, Dominic, nodded in silent agreement, his attention glued to his phone. "Just apply to the local academy. I'm sure they'll accept you based on your last name alone." I shook my head, pushing the memory of that bitter conversation away. Then, with trembling hands, I opened the letter that had arrived, my future contained within its folds. Everyone else had received their acceptance or rejection letters last week, except me. My mom had claimed that I performed so poorly on the written exam that they didn't even bother to send a letter. But here it was. I closed my eyes for a moment, fear gripping my chest. When I finally opened one eye, my heart raced as I spotted the word, accepted. I nearly leapt with joy. Instead, I stifled my excitement, covering my mouth with my hand to suppress a grin. Out in our expansive garden, I was alone, but my family was still inside the house. As much as I wanted to share this incredible news with them and prove them wrong, I needed to tell someone else first, the one person who had always supported me, even when my family turned their backs. Jaxon Trevane, my mate and the future alpha of the West. We had known we were mates since we turned 18, and he had been my unwavering ally since that day. Despite the disapproval of his parents regarding our relationship, he consistently made me feel valued and accepted. He never asked for much except for one thing: my virginity. Since the moment we met, he'd been patiently waiting for me to be ready. And now, with this news of acceptance, I felt it was time to give him the reward he had longed for. As I made my way up the grand staircase of their mansion, my heart raced wildly, the letter clutched tightly in my hand. "He's going to be thrilled," I whispered to myself, a smile creeping onto my face. When I reached his door, a wave of dread rolled through my stomach. I brushed it aside, placing my hand on the handle and twisting it open. The smile vanished in an instant. There lay Jaxon, naked, and beneath him lay none other than my best friend for the past decade, Sienna Graves. "Ah, Jaxon, right there." I froze, my feet rooted in their spot. My throat went dry and I felt numb. I was sure that all of the color from my face had also drained. And I unconsciously clenched my fists, my acceptance letter getting crinkled in the process. "That prude won't even let me touch her," Jaxon growled, devouring her neck. "I've been treating her kindly for 2 whole years because of it." I felt my heart break. The one person whom I trusted and loved never loved me after all. I shook my head, the tears threatening to fall. However, I bit my lip, not allowing myself to show some weakness. "And you will never get to touch me," I spat. That was when they finally noticed my presence. Their eyes widened. "Arden," Jaxon muttered. However, there wasn't an ounce of regret on his face. Sienna, on the other hand, turned to the side to suppress her smile. So, you've never loved me after all? Jaxon pursed his lips, then he sighed. How can you expect me to love you when you can't satisfy my needs? Aside from that, I'm going to Elite soon. We won't see each other then. I softly nodded, feeling my knees grow weak. So, you won't even apologize, I muttered. Fine, I said, holding my chin up high. I reject you, Arden Stone, as my mate, Jaxon said, beating me to it. I felt undeniable pain go through my body, my heart feeling like it was getting ripped out of my chest. I took deep breaths, trying to lessen the pain. Then I saw his expression, a small smirk playing on his lips. Sorry, Arden, he said, walking closer to me, still with the same unapologetic look. You and I weren't a match anyway. Arden. I ran out of the house like a fire was chasing me down. I felt the urge to cry, but I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of showing my tears. On my way out, I could hear some of our pack members discussing among themselves. She finally found out. She's stupid for not seeing it. I don't even know why she was born into that family when she's clearly talentless. Of course, Alpha Jaxon is going to choose Sienna. She, too, had been accepted to Elite Order Academy. With their words, I hastened my steps and arrived at our front yard. It was there that I allowed myself to cry. Tears ran down my cheeks as I slumped on the grass. All the kisses, stories, and memories shared were for nothing. Huh? He was fooling me for 2 whole years just because he wanted my body. Like the skies wanted to mock my feelings further, the rain poured aggressively, soaking me in seconds. However, even then, I couldn't feel anything but the ache inside my chest. It was only when the door opened and my mother saw my drenched figure that I snapped out of it. Arden, she exclaimed, what are you doing out there? Hurry inside. If you get sick, no one is going to take care of you. Her words hurt, but I had gotten used to it. I picked myself up and entered our house. My mom grimaced when she saw the wet carpet. Goodness, she muttered. Why are you always causing trouble? Why can't you be like your brothers? I never had a hard time raising them. That was definitely untrue. When my brothers created trouble, she merely brushed it off as boys being boys. However, she was never patient with me. A tear fell from my eyes, making her frown. You're crying? She asked. What happened? Are you being overdramatic again? I pursed my lips and roughly wiped the tears from my eyes. Somehow, someway, I still wanted to pour out my feelings. Usually, I would talk to Sienna. However, I had lost her too. Jaxon cheated on me with Sienna and broke our mate bond, I said shakily. I wasn't expecting her to comfort me, but I was expecting her to be shocked, at least. However, her facial expression remained neutral. Isn't it obvious? She asked. My brows furrowed. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What? I managed to say. His family has never been fond of you. I have told you plenty of times that he is too good for you. You were no match for him at all. All you could have done was satisfy him in bed, but you never did that too. How could a mother say these words to her child? Besides that, she continued, tearing me down before I could even pick myself up. Sienna is going to Elite with him. You better settle on the local academy and find yourself a mateless partner. I closed my eyes and felt another tear fall. So, all this time, you knew, and you never bothered telling your own daughter about it. Oh, come on, Arden, she exclaimed. Everyone practically knew. You're just too blind and delusional to see it. Just then, my father came into the room, glancing at me like I was gum at the bottom of his shoe. At that moment, the wet acceptance letter fell from my hand, and his eyes widened when he saw the emblem of Elite Order Academy on top. I got accepted, I finally revealed, although I doubted they would be happy about it. My mom's brows furrowed, and she gently picked up the paper to read its contents. Oh, this cannot be, she muttered. There must be some kind of mistake. There isn't, I insisted. My dad crossed his arms in front of his chest. Did you fake this acceptance letter, Arden? Is that how desperate you are? I did not, I exclaimed. I passed. Can't you be happy for me just this once? My mom's jaw hardened, and before I knew it, she had torn the acceptance letter into pieces. No. Sorry, honey, she unapologetically said. There truly must be a mistake. Someone like you wouldn't be able to survive in Elite. It's for the strongest, most influential, and smartest young werewolves of the land. That's true, my dad backed her up. And even if they somehow accepted you, Moon Goddess, forbid it, for their standard must be worsening, there is still no way you can attend the school. Why not? I stammered, looking at the torn piece of paper like it was the fragments of my broken heart. We can't afford it, he said. I looked up and glared at the two of them. Liar, I said. You sent Lucian before. Kieran is also studying there right now. Exactly, my mom said. Kieran is staying at the elite mansions because he cannot live in the dorms. That in itself is very expensive. Like I said, we will support you going to the local academy. No, I said before she could finish her statement. The two of them halted, disbelief on their faces. I had always agreed to their wicked plans, always the obedient daughter, hoping they would finally love me equally as my brothers. However, it never happened. I had finally snapped. No? My dad asked. Young lady, are you hearing yourself? I swallowed the lump in my throat. No, I repeated. I'm not going to the local academy. Then, do you want to become a laborer? No. I cut her off again. Then I looked into their eyes. I'm going to elite. Arden, don't push us, my mom said, not a hint of joking in her tone. No matter what you do or say, I am leaving. With that, I turned my back to them, and I could practically feel the rage radiating off their bodies. If you choose to leave, then consider yourself not part of this family. You will not gain our support. May it be financially or emotionally, you will be nothing to us, my mom spat, the words digging into my heart like a blade. I didn't hesitate this time. Then, so be it. Arden. I let out a deep breath as I gazed at the tall gate in front of me. It was impeccably maintained, glinting as if forged from real gold. Given the sky-high tuition at Elite and the prestigious sponsors backing it, the theory didn't seem too far-fetched. I'm really here. I clutched the single duffel bag slung over my shoulder. It was what I managed to pack before my mom shoved me out of the door. She had confiscated my phone, claiming I hadn't paid for it. Thankfully, I had set aside some money for tuition, and despite the 100-mile journey, I had decided to travel with my wolf to reach this place. Just as I was about to step forward, I felt something hard slam into my back, sending me sprawling onto the ground. Fortunately, my bag cushioned my fall. I was ready to glare at the culprit when I caught sight of a tall, imposing man radiating an indescribable aura. My mouth fell open in shock, and I struggled to find the right words. Beside him were two women clinging to his shoulders like leeches. They didn't bother to apologize and continued walking. Frowning, I called after them. Excuse me? They halted, giving me a once-over before scoffing. The man didn't even turn around. I clicked my tongue, feeling irritated. They were clearly in the wrong. Aren't you going to apologize? How dare you? One of the girls exclaimed. You were standing there like an idiot, the other chimed in, her tone scathing. I bit my lip, frustration bubbling up within me. Just then, the man finally turned around, and my breath caught in my throat. Now that I was standing, I could see his features more clearly. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a strong jaw. It was a dangerously attractive combination, but my annoyance at him overshadowed my appreciation for his looks. You want me to apologize? He asked slowly, striding closer. I pursed my lips and took a step back as he approached. You bumped into me? I muttered, my confidence wavering slightly under his intense gaze. A small smirk danced on his lips. What's your name? He asked, brushing aside my statement. I don't think that's relevant to this situation. His eyebrows arched in surprise. Interesting, he replied and then offered his hand. The name's Rowan. And you still need to apologize, I said, crossing my arms defiantly. He laughed, a loud rumbling sound that echoed around us. The girls beside him shot me daggers with their glares. I frowned, unsure of what I had done to provoke such a reaction. Really interesting, he murmured, then turned to leave. Well, see you around, he added with a wink, backing away while his hands found their way to the waists of the two women. Glancing over his shoulder, he planted a kiss on one of them, his tongue making its way into her mouth. Disgusted, I turned my gaze away. Did they really allow such odd people on this campus? I muttered, shaking my head. Let's just hope I never run into that guy again. Once they were out of sight, I approached the guard. Name? He asked, not bothering to look my way. Arden Stone, I replied. Look into the sensor, he instructed, pointing to an iris scanner. I complied, holding my breath as the scanner processed my identity. After a few tense moments, it turned green. I sighed in relief. There was no mistake. I was really admitted. "Go in," he said, finally meeting my gaze. I smiled and stepped inside, the air feeling different compared to the outside. I inhaled deeply, taking in my dream school. The campus was so vast that it would require a car just to navigate. On the far right were the elite mansions, reserved for the creme de la creme, those who could afford the outrageous fees. When I found out how much a single room cost, I nearly fainted. It was even pricier than the tuition. I had heard that's where alphas, betas, and the offspring of wealthy tycoons stayed, and that's where my brother was residing. I shook my head, feeling the familiar pain of unfairness. My parents claimed we couldn't afford it when they easily paid for his accommodation. With determination, I turned my focus to a large map a few steps away. I needed to locate the Hades dorms, the cheapest option, though it had received mixed reviews. "Where is it?" I muttered, scanning the enormous map. "Aha!" A frown creased my forehead as I realized its distance. "It's at the farthest part," I mumbled, estimating it must be around 20 kilometers away. "It's a whole marathon," I chuckled to myself. It was the only housing I could afford, so I had no right to complain. Besides, I was already here. With renewed resolve, I embarked on my journey to my new home for the next 2 years. Unfortunately, in my distraction, I bumped into yet another person. This person was solid, and I found myself losing my balance. But a pair of strong arms quickly wrapped around my waist, steadying me. A shiver ran down my spine, making me bite my lip. "I'm sorry," I began, realizing I was at fault this time. "I was just in a hurry." My words caught in my throat when I looked up into the eyes of the person next to me. "Pretty," I murmured before I could stop myself. His eyes, the shade of stormy skies, gray, neither too dark nor too light, held a depth that seemed to shimmer despite their dullness. His dark hair added to his striking appearance, and for a moment the world around us faded away. "I'm sorry again." Before I could even finish my sentence, however, he had stepped back, not acknowledging my statement. Then he walked toward the elite mansions, leaving me as a silent mess. I had barely stepped foot into the campus, but there was already a question that lingered in my mind. Did this school only accept attractive people? Arden. Finally, I sighed in relief as I reached my dorm. I gazed at the semi-tall building before me. With its 7 floors, it stood out as a bit more worn compared to the rest of the campus infrastructure. But I can't complain. It was the most affordable option available. Stepping through the door, I was met with an interior that was even worse than the exterior. Torn couches and broken tables filled the shared area, remnants of what seemed like multiple fights that had occurred without any effort to repair. The woman behind the counter appeared utterly bored, meticulously doing her nails on her feet. I cleared my throat once, but she held up a hand, silencing me as she focused on her intricate design on her smallest toe. It seemed to be a cherry. How will that fit on such a small nail? After a moment, she sighed in relief and finally looked at me, still with her foot on the table. "What do you need?" she asked. I'm a new tenant," I replied, managing a small smile. Arden Stone. With another sigh, she peered at her laptop and squinted her eyes before nodding. "I see your name. You've paid the initial deposit?" "Yes," I said. She hummed. "Make sure to pay your rent on time. We don't want another fight to break out. Hades does not appreciate those who make late payments." My eyes widened. "What?" She raised an eyebrow. "Will you be a problem?" No, I quickly answered, shaking my head. "Good," she smirked. "My name is Maisie, and I am the dorm leader. If you have any problems, speak with me between 8 and 10 a.m. and p.m. only, strictly. I am also a student." I nodded again. She rummaged through the drawers and handed me a rusty key. "Room 707, she said. "It's a shared room, you know that, right?" "Yes," I confirmed. "Can I take the elevator?" She burst out laughing, leaving me confused. "Oh, honey, our elevator has been broken for 5 years. Take the stairs." I raised an eyebrow. A school like Elite had such living arrangements? Still, it seemed like she was on the verge of a tantrum if I asked another question. So I nodded and made my way, taking the stairs to the top floor. The journey was less than pleasant. Shirtless men and women lounged in the hallways, some even kissing and borderline having sex. Beer bottles littered the ground, and tissues with unknown substances clung to the walls. I shook my head and hastened to my room, sighing in relief when I found that the seventh floor wasn't as chaotic as the others. I inserted the key and twisted it, quickly shutting the door behind me and leaning against the hard surface. "Rough, right?" someone suddenly asked. I jumped in shock, coming face to face with a striking woman with light skin and wavy hair. "Don't scream," she said. "The walls in here are paper thin." I pressed a hand to my heart. "I'm sorry, I just didn't expect anyone to be here." "No worries," she said, rising from the floor where she'd been arranging her belongings and offering her hand. "I'm Tessa, and I think we're roommates." A small smile crept onto my lips. I already had a good feeling about her. "Arden," I said, shaking her hand. "Nice to meet you." She covered her mouth for a moment. "You're so pretty," she declared. My eyes widened, and I shook my head. "That's too much," I shyly replied. "You're definitely prettier." "Trust me," she said, patting my shoulder. "You're the prettiest girl I've ever seen." My cheeks flushed as I looked away. "Anyway, are you also a freshman?" she asked. I nodded, setting my bag on my side of the room. "Same here," she smiled. "Let's hope we have the same schedule. The moon goddess knows I need a friend in this place." I chuckled and nodded. "It's a good thing we don't have classes today, right? We can rest." She tilted her head, looking thoughtful. "We do have to attend the General Assembly, though." "Huh?" I asked, turning to her with furrowed brows. "The General Assembly, they posted it on the Echo, the school's page." "Crap," I muttered. My mom had taken my phone before I could check it. "What time is it?" Just then, sirens wailed across the campus, causing me to freeze. Tessa's eyes widened. "Now!" she exclaimed, grabbing my wrist and pulling me out the door. Wait, I protested. "Do we have to run to the main hall?" She frowned slightly. "Run? Are we going to shift or something?" She giggled, shaking her head. "No, silly. We have a free shuttle for all. Come on, let's go." The hall was already packed when Tessa and I arrived. We settled into the back seats, which suited me just fine. I spotted my brother and Sienna sitting near the front and center, and I wanted to avoid them at all costs. But where was Jaxon? I shook my head, dismissing the thought. I didn't want to give that jerk a single moment of my attention. "Phew," Tessa sighed in relief. "We made it. We can't miss the announcement of the alphas for each faction. We need to choose wisely so we can have a peaceful stay at school." My frown deepened with every word. "Choose. An alpha?" I asked. She looked at me in confusion. "Yes," she replied. "That would be most ideal. You automatically have a clique, and you can build connections." "What are you talking about?" Her brows furrowed. "Don't tell me. You don't know these things." "No," I said. She let out a small chuckle of disbelief. "Were you sheltered all your life?" I pursed my lips. Well, my parents did restrict me much more than they did to my brothers, practically controlling my life like it was theirs. "I'll tell you all the details," she said with an understanding smile. "For now, focus on the front. The alphas are about to be introduced." Arden, a middle-aged, handsome man with hair as white as snow, stood on the podium with a microphone pressed to his lips. "Good morning, everyone. Please settle down." The noise didn't subside. It seemed they didn't care much for this man. Nevertheless, he continued speaking. "My name is Alan Winters, the headmaster of Elite Order Academy. Today marks the start of another semester. To all the seniors, welcome back, and to all the freshmen, welcome. You are the chosen few, and we are honored to have you here. First and foremost, you've been chosen not only for your intelligence, but also for your potential." "This will take a while," Tessa said. Headmaster Winters is known for his long speeches. I turned to her with raised eyebrows. "How much do you know about Elite?" she suddenly asked. I tilted my head to the side. As I thought about it, I realized I didn't know much. My parents and brothers never bothered to share any stories. All I knew was that it was the most prestigious school, and young wolves who graduated from it were placed on a pedestal. For most of my life, I had wanted to prove myself to everyone who had underestimated me. I thought graduating from Elite would be the best way to do it. That it's the best school in the country? I muttered. Tessa clicked her tongue. "So, not much then. Well, you're in for a wild ride. Elite Order Academy isn't what it seems on the surface. For most, It's where you build your strengths, shed your weaknesses, and become some of the most influential people in the werewolf world. However, what they don't tell you is the process involved, she began. I listened intently. As you already know, our country is divided into 4 factions. It's the same here. 4 chosen leaders run the school. Most people stick with their factions. For example, if you're from the South, you choose the Alpha of the South. However, choosing another Alpha has become more common, especially if they are known to be the strongest. Like I said, choosing your Alpha is crucial. They must accept and respect you. You must prove yourself to them. Otherwise, you are as good as trash, and they will treat you like one, she muttered. I frowned. This sounded more complicated than I had expected. Here's the first Alpha, Tessa said, nudging my shoulder. The Alpha of the East, Mr. Winters began. Elias Rue. The hall erupted in cheers as a tall, lean man with black-rimmed glasses matching the color of his hair, with lips pressed in a tight line, came to the front. Even from a distance, I could tell he possessed something extraordinary. Elias Rue, Tessa continued, the youngest son of the current Alpha of the East. Even though he is the youngest in the family, he is expected to become the heir due to his remarkable intelligence. His IQ is out of this world, and his strategies are top-notch. He's here as a freshman and has already dethroned his older brother, who is a senior. The Alpha of the South, Mr. Winters announced, introducing the next Alpha, Rowan Renmore. My brows furrowed as a familiar figure walked onto the stage. This guy, I muttered under my breath. The audience's excitement increased, with squeals that far exceeded those for Elias. A wink from Rowan sent the crowd into a frenzy. Tessa let out a sigh, shaking her head. Rowan's still a playboy? I see. I turned to her. Rowan Renmore, she explained. He's the oldest son of the South, notorious for being a player. He's also in his first year here. It's said that hundreds of girls line up for him in their packs. He doesn't even have to try. Moreover, he comes from immense wealth. His family owns multiple businesses. Right from the start, many people want to get on his good side, hoping for a little spare change, which would easily surpass our rent in the Hades dorm. I observed him, nodding slowly. The way he dressed spoke volumes. Alpha of the West, Jaxon Trevane. My gaze snapped to the stage at the mention of a name I dreaded. My fists clenched unconsciously at my sides as cheers erupted once more. Jaxon waved and smiled, blissfully oblivious to the chaos he had left in his wake. Jaxon Trevane, Tessa began to introduce him, but I raised my hand. I already know about him, I murmured. Oh, are you from the West? I nodded. Well, at least I can share what others think about Jaxon, she continued. He's the only son of the West and is treasured by your faction. Jaxon is known to be reliable, kind, and of course strong. He's said to be formidable in battle, whether in his human or wolf form. He was also a cheater. But of course, everyone had covered that up, or perhaps they simply didn't care. Even though I was the one being cheated on, they still believed I was the seducer. I couldn't deny Tessa's claim that he was strong, though. Next to Elias and Rowan, both already muscular, he appeared even more buff. Before the last Alpha was announced, whispers swept through the crowd. I glanced around, noting the excited expressions on their faces. He's finally here. I saw him a while ago. He's so handsome. I focused intently on the front. And last but not least, Tessa began, her tone filled with anticipation compared to the other introductions. The Alpha of the North, the best bet. I pursed my lips. Since the formation of the factions, the North has always been regarded as the most superior. Their numbers were unmatched, their resources abundant, and their land the most expansive. It hadn't always been this way, but the North's leaders were known for their efficiency, which had propelled them to success. Everyone wants to be on his good side and, of course, in his good graces. If the other alphas possess a notable merit, this alpha has it all. In a survey conducted right after the acceptance letters were sent, it was revealed that he was the most popular choice among alphas. Tessa's words heightened my anticipation for his arrival. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he finally stepped into view. The Alpha of the North, Caden Callahan. A small gasp escaped my lips. Dark brown hair, striking gray eyes. He was the one I had bumped into at the entrance. Arden. Cade took his spot next to Jaxon, completing the 4 alphas from the different factions. Seeing them like this, I could feel the immense aura radiating from their bodies. They didn't glance at each other, but the competition between them was clear as day. These four will determine our stay for the next 2 years, Tessa continued, her eyes fixed on the stage with a determined expression. This year, the stakes are even higher. I finally turned to her. What do you mean? It's a monumental moment, she replied, because all of the true alphas are here. True alphas. How could I forget? Once upon a time, our country, Fenra, didn't have any factions. I was born after the breaking, so I never knew a united Fenra, only stories of the old days when one alpha ruled everything. But the power was too concentrated, and many fell into turmoil. Wolves rose in protest, demanding freedom from absolute rule. After much struggle, the public claimed victory. To quell the chaos, Fenra was split into 4 sovereign factions. Each of Fenra's 4 factions is made up of dozens of packs, but above them is a bloodline everyone bows to, the true family. The Trevanes were the true family in the West. I didn't know much about the other true families, but it seemed they timed their pregnancies close together as all of their sons were now here. But to keep the peace, there's the United Faction, formed by the true families, the most competent workers, and a handful of noteworthy individuals. Together, they form the spine of Fenra's fragile harmony. At the center of it all is the Praetor, an individual elected by the citizens of Fenra. Neither bound to a faction nor loyal to a bloodline, the Praetor serves as the middle ground, the neutral voice, the face of the people. One of the United Faction's most powerful institutions is Elite, an academy built for the brightest and strongest of Fenra's youth. That was as much as I knew about the school, and also why I admired it so much. This year, the future alphas of each faction have joined us, Mr. Winters exclaimed, snapping me out of my thoughts. This only happens once in a blue moon. I can't believe we finally reached a century where this is happening. An excited glint was visible in his eyes through the large screen. Classes will officially start on Monday, he continued, prompting cheers from the student body. In the meantime, I want you to familiarize yourselves with the campus. Oh, and how can I forget? All students who attended the General Assembly will receive 50 points each. Dings echoed across the room, followed by even louder cheers from the crowd. Thank you, everyone, and have an elite day ahead, he concluded, ending his speech. With that, students began to file out of the hall, but I remained rooted in place. Points, I muttered. Tessa glanced at me with pursed lips. It seems you really don't know much about Elite, huh? She held out her hand. Want to grab some food so we can talk about it? Sure, I replied, running my fingers through my hair. I definitely needed food to process everything. We began walking through the halls, and I was about to enter the first cafeteria when Tessa suddenly pulled me away. What are you doing? She asked, wide-eyed. Going to eat? Not there, silly, she said. That's reserved for the elites. But aren't we elites? I tilted my head to the side. Not officially, she replied. The opulence cafeteria is reserved for the wolves with the highest points, or in the freshmen's case, the richest ones. The segregation is insane. Tell me about it, Tessa muttered. But for now, we follow the rules. Come on, the common cafeteria is this way. We entered the cafeteria, and I quickly scanned the room, searching for the person I wanted to avoid. But he was probably in the opulence hall, so I relaxed a bit. Tessa and I browsed the food options, and I couldn't help but gasp softly. The selection was massive, especially for something labeled common. If it was this good here, I couldn't imagine how luxurious the opulence cafeteria must be. I placed some steak and potatoes on my plate and grabbed a strawberry milk. A small smile formed on my lips. It had always been my favorite, even though my mom hated buying it. According to her, it would only make me gain weight. There, Tessa exclaimed, pointing to an empty seat in the corner. We quickly made our way there, but just as I sat down, nature called. As much as I want to learn more about this system, I need to pee, I said. Tessa chuckled, glancing at me with an amused expression. The restroom's to the right, she said. You don't mind if I eat already, right? I'm starving. No, go ahead, I replied. I'll be back in a sec. She smiled as I walked briskly out of the cafeteria toward the restroom. Unfortunately, the women's restroom near the common cafeteria was under construction. I clicked my tongue, tapping my foot impatiently. I really needed to pee. I spotted the restroom sign near the opulence hall just a few meters away. It wouldn't hurt, right? I muttered. Tessa only warned me about going inside the cafeteria, not the restroom next to it. With that thought, I nodded to myself. Yeah, this was public property. I entered the fancy restroom and did my business, amused by the ultra-modern toilets. After washing my hands, I stepped out, only to immediately regret it. The person I wanted to avoid the most was there. Jaxon was leaning against the wall, kissing another woman who wasn't Sienna. His tongue explored her mouth like it was a cave, and he gripped her body hard, leaving imprints on her bare skin where her shirt had ridden up. My heart skipped a beat, but not in a good way. No matter how much I denied it, there was still an ache in my chest, one that wouldn't fade, not after loving him for 2 years. But then they pulled apart, and that ache was replaced by fear. I couldn't let him see me. Not yet. I wasn't ready. Panicking, I bolted to the closest door, which happened to be the men's bathroom. I shut it quietly and locked it, holding my breath. Ah, really, I muttered. I do not want to see that bastard. A few seconds passed. He hadn't seen me. I sighed in relief. But my peace didn't last long. Are you the next person on the wait list? A deep voice asked from behind. I gasped and turned around, eyes widening when I saw another familiar face, with a woman clinging to his side. She was kissing his neck, licking like he was the most delicious thing in the world. He clicked his tongue and gently pushed her head away. Don't leave marks. I already told you that. I bit my lip in confusion. Answer my question, he said, raising an eyebrow. Did you come here for a session? You couldn't wait a couple of minutes before we finished? No, I stammered, frozen like a deer in headlights. You're unsure? I cleared my throat and straightened my posture, forcing myself to meet his eyes. I had no idea what he meant by session, but I was certain I wasn't next on his wait list. No, Alpha Elias, I said firmly. I did not come for a session, whatever that is. Arden, leave, he said, and I quickly turned around, preparing to head back to the common cafeteria when he spoke again. Not you. I paused. You, he clarified, referring to the woman who had been lapping at his neck. What? Elias, we haven't even gotten to the good part yet. I slightly turned around and regretted it immediately. Elias clicked his tongue and pushed her away. I said, leave. She looked annoyed but didn't argue. She shot a glare at me before slamming the door, leaving me alone with Alpha Elias. I scratched the back of my neck. My food is probably cold now. I should go. But before I knew it, he was right in front of me, his face just inches from mine, hand on the door. I reached for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Move, I said. He raised an eyebrow, and I caved. Please? My tone was softer now, and for a moment, a flicker of amusement passed through his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by something more dangerous. He moved even closer, and I stepped back. What are you doing? I stammered. So, he started, you didn't come here for a session? I still don't know what session you're talking about, I sighed. This, he said, bringing his face closer before I could react. I knew our lips were about to touch. I didn't want to kiss a random alpha, so I quickly covered my mouth, surprising even myself with how fast I moved. Instead of my lips, he pressed a kiss to the back of my hand. His eyes opened, but he didn't move away. Then, he released the door and wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me impossibly close. I placed my hand on his chest to keep some distance, but it felt non-existent by then. He tilted his head slightly, tracing my cheek before sliding down my jaw. I could sense the lust in his scent. My eyes widened. With all the strength I had left, I finally managed to push him away. He looked at me strangely while I glared at him. You smell good, he suddenly said, making me cover my neck where my scent gland was. I sighed in disbelief and shook my head. With that, I twisted the knob and walked out without saying anything else. I hurried back to the cafeteria, hands still over my scent gland. That was close. I could smell his scent turning muskier when he got that close, a clear sign he was losing control. Why are all the alphas so weird? I muttered. When I finally returned to our table, Tessa was nearly done with her meal. Where have you been? She asked mid-chew. Your food's cold. I sighed and sat down, shoving the steak into my mouth. Even cold, it still tasted good. I ran into someone. I muttered, someone you knew? she asked, curious. I shrugged. Not really. It was Alpha Elias. What? She shouted, catching the attention of nearby werewolves. My eyes widened. Is it really that shocking? Her cheeks flushed under the stares. Sorry, she muttered. Did you just say Alpha Elias? I hummed, continuing to eat. You met him this early on? She whispered. Most people don't even see the alphas before the ivory solstice. Ivory solstice? She smirked. It's an all-night party where all the students get to know the alphas better. It happens next month. I see, I whispered. You seem to know a lot about elite, don't you? She bit her lip. You could say that. Anyway, going back to your meeting with Alpha Elias, she said, eyes gleaming. What happened? Did you two talk? My mind went back to our encounter. He's strange. Strange, she echoed. How so? I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but he was kissing someone in the bathroom. My thoughts drifted further. Now that I think about it, the other alphas were acting weird too. Jaxon was kissing some random girl, and Rowan had 2 girls hanging off his arms. Are all the alphas playboys? She sighed, crossing her arms. I guess they've already started, huh? And it's only the first day. Then again, it's to be expected. I frowned. Started what? Tessa tilted her head. Her lips curved, but there was no humor in her smile. The game, she said. A breeze rustled the banners hanging from the stone posts. In the distance, the students looked like gods and monsters. There's a system, she continued. Every werewolf plays the game at elite, whether they admit it or not. And there are only 3 ways to earn points: strength, intellect, and sex. I blinked, trying to process it. Sex? Strength, fighting, combat tournaments, physical trials. Intellect, grades, council debates, placement exams. You earn points through all of that. But the fastest way up? It's the last one, she said with a dry laugh. My throat tightened. There's a ranking for that? Echo, she nodded. It's our school's internal network. It updates every midnight, tracks how many fights you've won, how many points you've gained, and who you've slept with. I stared at her, stunned, but she kept going. Sleeping with someone gets a guy 20 points. For girls, it's different. We get half of whatever the guy's worth. So if he's top tier, we get more. Everyone wants the alphas. They're untouchable in strength, unbeatable in intellect, and worth more than anyone else in the system. I wanted to say something, but what could I even say? If a guy sleeps with the same girl more than once, he only gets half of the 20. Do it again, and it's half again, she added. So there's no loyalty in this place. She studied me. Only the top 200 make it to the next semester. Then it's cut to 150, and only 100 wolves graduate. I felt breathless. Nearby, I heard laughter, a girl brushing her hand down a boy's arm, another leaning in too close, but it didn't feel like affection. It felt like competition. You survive, Tessa murmured, or you disappear. There was a pause, a beat too long. Then she leaned in, her voice soft. But there's one prize, she whispered, one that makes everything else look worthless. I looked at her. A virgin, she said with a small smile. A virgin is worth more than sleeping with 100 other girls. Arden. How do they even know about such data? I asked, furrowing my brows, my heart racing as a sense of vulnerability washed over me. How can they know who's a virgin or not? They collected the data during the entrance exam, remember? Tessa replied, and I froze. The memory surged back. One of the questions had been about it. But others could lie, I countered, attempting to brush aside the gnawing fear. But they won't, Tessa insisted. Virgins have a mark on their scent glands that sets them apart. The school can easily verify the truth. Isn't it strange, though? I asked, tugging my hair closer to my scent gland. The notion of hiding the mark for the entirety of the semester hung heavy in the air. It is strange, Tessa sighed, but it's been this way since Mr. Winters took over as headmaster. He said it was an ode to the moon goddess, who symbolizes purity. A leader who can claim someone's purity is deemed worthy. I exhaled a shaky breath. But virgins aren't that rare, are they? They are, Tessa replied, glancing at her own scent gland, now devoid of its marking. Each werewolf's mark represented their purity, unique to the individual. Mine was a swirling symbol of a storm, stark white against my skin. Since elite accepts students over 20, most who arrive here have already met their mates by 18. Those who haven't usually explore their sexuality. You know how it is. Wolves have an insatiable libido. It's in our nature. I fell silent, processing her words. Tessa raised an eyebrow. Arden, are you all right? Oh, yes, I chuckled nervously, though it felt forced. You just seem a bit on edge. I sighed, tucking my jittery hands beneath the table. It's just a lot to take in, I mumbled. I can only imagine, Tessa replied softly. I was even worse when I learned all this from my sister. So that was how she knew about the school. My situation was different. My brothers kept me in the dark. Anyway, who do you choose? Tessa asked, pulling me from my thoughts. We have to choose? Tessa nodded. It's for our safety. Once we're divided into factions, things change. Being claimed gives you a buffer. No one crosses someone under the alpha without consequences. Remember the ivory solstice? That's when we usually choose an alpha to be under. My stomach tightened. I thought of the looming ceremony, where each of us would have to declare allegiance to an alpha. I didn't think we'd be forced to choose so soon, I murmured. Most already know who they're going to, Tessa said, resting her chin on her palm. They choose their own factions, but it's not unusual to choose the strongest alpha. Her voice lowered. But it means pulling away from everything you know, which is why it's thought about really well. Are you considering Alpha Jaxon? He'd be the safest bet, especially since he is your true alpha, she added. No. The disgust in my tone was unmistakable. I was resolute in my decision to steer clear of Jaxon. Tessa blinked in surprise, but thankfully didn't pry further. Then what about Alpha Elias? My initial impression of him wasn't good already. I shook my head, meeting her gaze. What if you don't choose? Disbelief flashed in her eyes, finding the question amusing. What do you mean? That cannot be. What's truly at stake? I murmured. It's not like you'd be forbidden from graduating if you aren't tied to an alpha. She opened her mouth, hesitated, then closed it again. You're right. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. But it won't be easy, she cautioned. Elite is brutal enough to those deemed low. Not belonging means you're practically asking to die. So, you should choose one, Arden. It'll be your best protection. I hadn't slept well for the last couple of nights. Elite was far from what I had expected, and there were plenty of moments when I reconsidered my decision to come here. However, thinking about my parents' smug faces if I retracted my decision pulled me back each time. Are you ready for the first day of class? Tessa asked, jolting me from my thoughts. I turned to her and managed a small smile. Yeah, I muttered. I'm glad we have nearly all the same classes. Me too, Tessa chimed. But wait, don't you have any friends in your faction? I froze at her question. She must have noticed my nerves, as she quickly deflected it. Don't worry, she exclaimed. We're on the same page. The wolves from the south aren't too fond of me either. Weird, I said. You're the most pleasant person I've ever met. Same here, Tessa smiled. Let's stick together until the end. Are you ready to go? Yup, I said, standing from my bed. She wrapped her arm around mine, and together we made our way to our first class, Pack Psychology and Bonding. We boarded the bus, and I gazed out the window, a small smile appearing on my lips. That's right, there was nothing to worry about. For the next 2 years, I was determined to emerge as an elite graduate. It didn't matter if I graduated at the top of my class. I wanted my school life to be as peaceful as possible. Lay low, blend in, gain new knowledge and skills. I had already been robbed of that in high school, always lingering in the shadow of my brothers. When I found out that Jaxon was my mate, I thought it would be easier, but it only became more complicated. I seemed to have a target on my back, and come to think of it, Jaxon hadn't done much to protect me after all. I should have broken up with that bastard sooner. Did you hear? The passenger next to Tessa suddenly said, not even attempting to sound discreet. What? Her friend turned to her with a curious look. I heard from my friend, who has another friend in the school records department, and she said that a virgin is among us this year. I froze, snapping my gaze to them. I had just vowed to have a peaceful life at this school, yet here we were. Has her identity been exposed? I listened to the two of them intently, my heart racing in my chest from pure nervousness. No, the original gossiper replied, making me internally sigh in relief. But I bet they're looking for her already. Since all of the true alphas are here, it's only a matter of time before she is found. Arden. I gripped my hands to stop them from shaking as we arrived in front of the classroom for our first subject. I couldn't help it. On our way here, most of the wolves had been talking about the virgin who enrolled at the academy. "Arden, you coming?" Tessa asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. I nodded and followed after her. The classroom was even better than I had imagined. Or maybe I had just grown accustomed to the worn-out interior of the Hades dorm. It had a new yet antique feel. All the facilities were modern, but the design itself appeared quite classic. I recognized some familiar faces in the room, although it seemed they didn't care about my presence. I was thankful for that. My plan to lay low was still in action. Tessa and I took our seats at the back, both a bundle of nerves. We were about to speak to one another when the door opened and the room fell dead silent. The scent of fresh laundry mixed with sunlight and a teasing hint of musk invaded my senses as soon as he walked in. Alpha Cade Callahan. "Cade is in this class," the others began to whisper. "We're so lucky. We have a true alpha in a subject all about mating. We could do some real mating if he wants." My gaze snapped toward the woman who spoke those words. Dang, werewolves were truly one of the most sexual beings on the planet, huh? Cade searched the room for an empty seat. There were still a couple of vacant spots, and the people next to those seats began making more space, silently inviting the cold alpha to sit beside them. As he walked, my eyes traced his features. What a dangerously handsome being. It appeared that the moon goddess had taken her sweet time in creating him. The harmony of his features looked as if it had been sculpted with devotion, every angle carved for what seemed to be hours. I snapped out of my daze, however, when he stopped right in front of me, his brows furrowing slightly. But before I could fully grasp the situation, he walked past us and took the seat directly behind Tessa. At that moment, I felt like I could finally breathe properly. However, the peace didn't last long as the door opened once more, this time revealing Alpha Rowan Renmore of the South. Gasps filled the room as his potent scent engulfed everyone's senses. While Cade's scent was tame, Rowan's was blatant, an aroma you couldn't escape. It clung to the air, bold and wickedly intoxicating. Even Tessa stilled right beside me. "We have 2 true alphas in our class? Have we maxed out our luck? I don't mind that this class is in the morning, after all." He stopped in our row once again, his eyes lingering where Tessa and I were sitting. For a moment I glanced up, and his gaze held mine. It didn't waver. The moment our eyes met, he gave me a wink, unapologetically bold, before moving behind me to sit next to Cade. I heard Rowan greet him, but the alpha of the north didn't budge. I stayed in my spot, ensuring I covered my mark with my hair. I had concealed it with makeup, making sure it wouldn't show, but I wanted to be 100% sure. "Good morning, class." A middle-aged woman, dressed in colorful frills, entered the classroom. She had a wide smile, her red lipstick accentuating the curve of her lips. Her blush was heavily applied, but it seemed deliberate. It suited her well, too. "I am Miss Lovely Loveson," she greeted, her name appearing on the board behind her. I held in the urge to gasp at the cutting-edge technology. "And I will be your teacher for pack psychology and bonding for the entire year. The subject is divided into 2 parts, psychology and mating. The first is more complicated, and since you're all newbies, we will focus on the latter topic for the first semester." The class cheered, making the eccentric teacher chuckle along with them. "Hold your horses, or in this case, your wolves," she said. "I know you young ones are excited about this topic, and rest assured, I will do my best to teach you in a more practical manner." She winked. The room erupted into excited whispers. I turned to Tessa, who was quieter than usual, and nudged her shoulder. "Do you think that's a good thing?" I asked. She snapped out of her daze before tilting her head. Sure. Yeah, practical teaching is better than plain lectures." I chuckled and focused my attention back to the front, where Miss Loveson continued explaining the course's gist. "With this in mind," she continued, "I will not be having a lecture for the first month of my subject. I want you to discuss the topics instead. You are all grown-ups, so I'm assuming you are not clueless about the mating process." She then brought out a small, colorful box and began shaking its contents. "I will divide you into groups of 4, and a representative will choose a topic for discussion. By the end of next week, I want you to give me and the class a comprehensive presentation. Then, right after, we'll have a quiz on everybody's presentation. As most of the wolves who made it in elite were intellectuals, no complaints arose across the room. Just then, a short-haired woman raised her hand. "Can we choose our groups?" Miss Loveson smiled, a suspicious glint in her eyes. "As much as I value autonomy, I also believe in stepping out of your comfort zone. I will be choosing the groups," she said, her tone not leaving any room for argument. "There are 4 columns with 8 rows each. You will be grouped according to your seats, which will be permanent, by the way." Tessa and I visibly froze when everyone turned toward us, jealousy burning in their eyes. However, at that moment, I was willing to give up my seat for literally anybody else. I slowly turned around, already feeling breathless, despite not having done anything strenuous. The 2 alphas radiated overwhelming auras, and I couldn't even look at them for more than 10 seconds. How much more if we actually started working for this project? "So, we're in a single group, huh?" Rowan said, leaning on his elbow and meeting my gaze. Arden. The chairs scraped against the pristine wooden floor as individuals faced their groups, the wide space alive with small chatter about gossip and future plans. Yet amidst the voices, I could distinctly hear the rapid beating of my own heart. We found ourselves entrapped in an awkward silence. Cade was gazing out of the window, his thoughts drifting far beyond the classroom. Beside me, Rowan's eyes were glued to the side of my face, his intense stare making my cheeks flush. Meanwhile, Tessa acted engrossed by her laptop, completely immersed in whatever was displayed on the screen. As the silence lingered, I pursed my lips, desperately searching for an opening statement that could ease the tension. Fortunately, the moment was shattered when Miss Loveson came to our group, her cheery demeanor breaking through the suffocating surroundings. "Well, well, if this isn't an interesting team. Alpha Cade of the North, Alpha Rowan of the South, and 2 beautiful ladies," she greeted, a warm smile illuminating her face. "Tessa and Arden," I quickly added, feeling the need to assert our presence. She turned to me with raised eyebrows, prompting me to clear my throat and repeat, in a quieter voice, "I'm Arden, and she's Tessa." Miss Loveson's smile broadened, though I noticed she still had a hint of surprise in her expression. "All right, my apologies. I'll remember your names. Anyway," she continued, reverting to her enthusiastic tone, "choose your topic." She handed me a small, colorful box while I turned to the rest of my group mates. Tessa nodded in agreement, and I noticed Rowan's faint smile, while Cade remained fixated on the view outside the window. With nervousness and excitement, I plunged my hand into the box and retrieved a piece of paper. As I read it, my breath caught in my throat. I turned to Miss Loveson with hopeful eyes, but she merely shook her head with an encouraging smile. "Good luck," she exclaimed, moving on to the next group. I placed the piece of paper on the table between us, nodding. My luck seemed to have deserted me. As anticipated, Rowan was rather pleased with the topic. "So, how do we start?" he asked, crossing his arms across his chest expectantly. "Attention," Miss Loveson called, capturing the room's focus once more. "I don't want a half-hearted presentation. All of you are in elite for a reason, so prove it. Each group will ask the presenting team a question, and every wrong answer will be deducted from your score. To spice things up, I'll give a prize to the group with the highest score," she announced, stoking the competitive fire in the room. "You'll be exempt from the quiz, and plus points will be added under your name." Murmurs swept through the classroom as wolves speculated on how best to claim the prize. I glanced at Tessa, hoping she would speak up, but she remained silently focused on her laptop. Clearing my throat, I attempted to start a conversation. "So, what are we going to do first?" Rowan leaned closer, a teasing smile on his lips as he scooted toward me. His thigh brushed against mine, and I instinctively pulled back, the heat of his skin sending a shiver straight up my spine. "You tell us, sweetheart. Do you want us to do a full-blown demonstration of it?" My eyes widened in horror. Before I could respond, Tessa's gaze darted to anything other than us. Just as I prepared to give him a piece of my mind, Cade intervened. "Let's divide the parts," Cade said, his deep voice resonating through the room for the first time. There was authority in his tone, enough to make Rowan sit up a little straighter, arms crossed tightly before him. Choose a number, he said, locking eyes with me. My mouth fell open, momentarily at a loss. Cade clicked his tongue in impatience, muttering, "Incompetent," loud enough for us to hear. "Here are the parts we need," Cade continued, tearing out a page from his notebook where he had been jotting down notes while Miss Loveson discussed our impending rewards. "Choose what you want to do. We'll merge our ideas after 2 days." Rowan chuckled, glancing at Cade. "So the rumors were right. You despise unnecessary rituals, huh?" But Cade remained unfazed. "Fine by me, North Alpha. I'll take the third part," Rowan said, confidence radiating from him. "I'll handle the first part," Tessa quietly volunteered. I scanned the options and realized that only one remained. "I'll do the second one," Cade said. I couldn't help the small frown that spread across my forehead. "So what about me?" Cade shrugged, grabbing his bag and slinging it over his shoulder. At that moment, like clockwork, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. He stood up abruptly, pushing his chair away. Annoyance surged in me as I witnessed his indifference. There was no doubt about his competence. Tessa's assertions that he was smart and strong, embodying the essence of an alpha, were quite obvious. Caden Callahan was undeniably the son of the North. But he couldn't treat me like this. Before he could walk away, I reached out and grasped his wrist, stopping him in his tracks. The warmth of his skin beneath my palm sent a jolt through me, like touching fire and not wanting to let go. Cade focused his gaze on the point of contact between us, his jaw tense. "I can't just do nothing," I insisted. A deep breath escaped him as he forcefully removed my grip, his touch leaving my skin tingling. "Then find a way to contribute," he said before he turned and walked away, oblivious as I struggled with the rush of emotions he left behind. "And let me tell you this," he said, walking closer to me, his fresh yet musky scent invading my senses. It was fresh, masculine, and strangely intoxicating. I found it hard to breathe again as I glanced down at his lips. He leaned down ever so slightly. My gaze wavered for a moment, but I kept the eye contact, not wanting to back down. "Don't touch me. Arden. Who does he think he is?" I muttered as I washed my hands in the sink. I caught my reflection and grimaced at how red my cheeks looked. Did I look like this when I spoke to Cade, too? I shook my head, flicking water off my fingers like I could shake off the frustration with it. Just because he's smart and tall, good-looking, and competent. "That doesn't sound right," I whispered, annoyed with myself. "There's no reason for him to treat me in such a way when I didn't even do anything to him." With a breathless sigh, I grabbed a paper towel to dry my hands, willing my heart to calm down. I looked in the mirror and forced a smile. "Let's just eat," I muttered. "Food will make things better, like it always does." I pushed open the restroom door, only to freeze in place. There was a shadowy nook near the stairwell, dimly lit and often ignored. But now it held something or someone I shouldn't have seen. I had seen werewolves mid-rut on campus before, and no one batted an eye. That wasn't what stunned me. It was him. Cade. He had a girl pinned against the wall. The shadows cloaked most of her, just a glimpse of long blonde hair and hands fisting his shirt, trying to keep him close. But he was all I could see. His lean body towered over hers, not quite aggressive, but commanding. He wasn't holding on to her desperately. No, he was too calm for that. One hand was casually shoved into his pocket. The other was planted on the wall beside her head. His mouth moved over hers with burning intensity. Meanwhile, she kept trying to speed up the kiss, but Cade didn't let her. His lips parted hers slowly. His tongue slipped inside, and the girl moaned softly into him, a sound that made my knees go weak. My breath hitched. His hand slid from her waist to her hip bone, fingers curling in, gripping tight and leaving a mark on her exposed skin. His jaw tensed, that sharp angle flexing beneath flushed skin. His brows furrowed deeper. His shoulders blocked most of her from view, but I could see how her chest was rising and falling too quickly, like she was on the edge of something. And so was I. I shouldn't be watching, but I couldn't look away. There was no mistaking the hunger in the way he devoured her mouth, taking his time to kiss her deeper, hotter. He leaned in more, his body brushing hers, pressing her tighter against the wall. Her legs shifted. Were they trembling? My throat went dry. I tried to swallow, but I was too focused on the way Cade kissed her. I bit down on my lip. It wasn't fair. Kisses weren't supposed to look like that. I thought back to mine. My first kiss with Jaxon had been sweet but clumsy. Our kisses were polite and short-lived. Even when they stretched longer, there had been no heat. I knew it was partially my fault because I was always unprepared for him. I shifted ever so slightly, just to breathe, but the water bottle slipped from my hand, clattering to the floor. The sound echoed in the hallway like a gunshot. Both heads snapped in my direction. Cade's eyes landed on me first. His lips were swollen and slick with saliva. The girl's were too, her head spinning as she turned her face from his chest. It appeared like she had gotten the greatest pleasure of her life, only with a kiss. I bent to grab my bottle, cheeks flaming. I was about to bolt when his voice made me freeze. "Hey, Flub!" I blinked. "Flub?" I turned around, confusion betraying my better judgment. Big mistake. He was already walking toward me. He stopped right in front of me. He was too close. Close enough for me to smell the warm scent of spice on his breath. His expression didn't soften. "Were you observing us?" he asked, tilting his head. Of course not," I stammered, mortified. "I was just leaving the bathroom and you were there. It's not my fault you were making out in such an open area." "You could have looked away," he said flatly. "But you didn't. You watched for quite a while." I opened my mouth, then closed it. My cheeks burned. How did he even notice? His eyes had been shut. "Why?" he asked, stepping closer. His voice dipped an octave lower, rough and suggestive. "Did you want it to be you instead?" I pursed my lips. "No," I blurted, stepping back. It was an appalling sight. I couldn't look away because I was disgusted. His lips twitched like he was holding back a laugh. "Sure, Flub, keep telling yourself that." "Flub? What even is that?" I snapped, trying to shove down the boiling embarrassment. He ignored me, gaze sweeping me slowly. "If I were you," he said, "I'd just walk away. Things like that happen a lot in Elite. Unless," he smirked, "you want to be on the receiving end." I scoffed, folding my arms. "I will never kiss you." "Good," he murmured with a smirk, but it didn't feel like I'd won, not when my body was still betraying me. He walked back to the girl, who immediately clung to his side again. I clenched my fists, not out of anger, but something far more dangerous. Curiosity. The burn from earlier hadn't left me. I exhaled slowly, willing myself to calm down. Then I turned around, ready to head back to class, only to be stopped once more. Fate hated me today. "Arden?" I didn't turn around. "Gosh, it really is you." I thought I was hallucinating for a moment. I knew that voice. Sienna, Arden. At first, her face showed a look of surprise. It seemed she didn't believe it was me. But then, her eyes showed utter disdain the moment she realized it was indeed me standing in front of her. It broke my heart a bit because she had been my best friend. I had trusted her with all of my heart, ranted about my family, gushed about Jaxon, but behind the scenes, she was the one satisfying him with his body. I snapped out of my thoughts when she spoke. "You made it in?" she asked, crossing her arms in front of her chest and looking at me like I was a worthless person. "Yes," I answered. She scoffed, turning to the side. "Their standards must be worsening," she muttered. "If you have anything to say, then say it straight to my face," I said, glaring at her. "Oh, sorry," she chuckled. "I just didn't want to hurt your already fragile feelings. After all, I captured Jaxon's heart when he's your mate. Do you know that he's the one who came on to me? I didn't even force him, but he desperately begged on his knees." Every word felt like a stab to the heart, but I knew she wanted a reaction, so I kept a straight face. "Have you seen him?" she asked, and I could sense the insecurity in her voice, though she tried hard to mask it. "No," I answered. "I don't have any plans to." "Good," she said with a smile. "At least we were on the same page. Don't even think of showing yourself to him. He will not go back to you. The reason why he even engaged in a relationship with you in the first place was because of pity. Same with our friendship," she spat. "Just because you've been accepted into Elite does not mean that you're one of us." "Don't worry," I calmly said, stepping back. "I don't have any plans of associating myself with the likes of you." I could tell that my words had struck a nerve by the way her eye twitched. It was an honest reaction from her body, a habit I've picked up from being friends with her for years. Come to think of it, her eyes always twitched whenever she complimented me. That should have been a red flag, but I held desperately onto our friendship because, quite frankly, it was the only one I had. She smirked. You better keep your word. Don't even think of choosing Jaxon at the ivory solstice. I get it, I muttered, taking another step back. He's all yours, Sienna. From the look on her face, I knew she wasn't convinced. I didn't want to partake in the conversation anymore, and thankfully, Tessa came right on time. Hey, our next class is about to start, she said. Then she turned to Sienna, who still had that cocky look on her face. Would you look at that? Sienna chuckled, looking at the two of us. I guess birds of a feather do flock together. Tessa frowned slightly. Pardon? Sienna sighed and shook her head. Well, losers will always attract losers. I hate that elite aims to be inclusive sometimes, but hey, I admire that they help the less fortunate. Tessa's frown deepened, and she was about to speak, but Tessa beat her to it. Goodbye, Arden. Keep your word, all right? She said in a cheery tone, like she was completely erasing her bad attitude. She waved at the two of us before strutting away, finally making me breathe. Tessa's frown remained, and she looked at me with inquiry. Who was that? Don't even ask, I said, massaging my aching head. Her perfume had left me with a stuffy nose, even though our contact was short. She seems nice, she sarcastically said, making me chuckle. Yeah, she's the greatest, but she's definitely one I want to avoid. Let's hope we don't run into her anymore. You're right about that, Tessa smiled. Anyway, let's go. We still need to get changed for sports and combat. I nodded and followed after her, heading to the gym for our last class. It seemed we had spoken too soon. Tessa and I were just discussing how to avoid Sienna, yet here she was, right in our very own sports and combat class. She was getting dressed in skimpy shorts and a crop top, a clear violation of the academy's dress code. But if there was one thing I knew in this school, it was that the rich and powerful were exempt from such rules. Being the daughter of one of the betas in the West, Sienna was definitely given preferential treatment. She glanced at us with smirks, chatting with a clique of friends who seemed as influential as she was, before heading into the gym. I shook my head and slammed the locker shut, joining the rest of the class. The boys began to arrive. My heart sank when I spotted a familiar face at the back. We had not just one, but two classes together? Talk about bad luck. The girls around me started whispering. Cade is in this class. It's already my favorite. I want to get physical with him in a different way, the others giggled. I glanced over at Sienna and noticed her tucking her hair behind her ear, a look of innocence and seduction flitting across her eyes. Cade scanned the room until his gaze landed on mine. For a moment, his eyes stayed on me, but it was gone in an instant. Tessa nudged my shoulder. Did he just look at you? I'm sensing some romance blooming. I scoffed and shook my head. As if, I muttered, he's so full of himself. He's hot, though, you have to admit it. I glanced at him once, and his side profile appeared as if it had been sculpted by the moon goddess herself. I didn't say anything and focused my gaze to the front, while Tessa continued to tease me. Just then, a very burly man, the human embodiment of a wolf, entered the gym. The room fell silent as he stood before us, his presence commanding attention. Afternoon, he greeted briefly. I'm Isaiah Thompson, and I will be your teacher for sports and combat. I'm not a fan of diddling around. This subject won't focus on theory, but action. We'll head straight to the practical tests, and for your first day, we're going to start with a round of dodgeball. Excited murmurs rang through the gym, and the guys glanced at each other, squaring their shoulders to size up their opponents. However, Mr. Thompson continued, a smirk playing on his lips, this is no ordinary dodgeball. We have an equal number of men and women in this class. This is King Dodgeball, where the men must protect the women. The men will attack. It won't matter if they get hit. The second a woman's body is grazed, you're out. Now, he glanced at the entire class, smirking, I'm sure you have people you're comfortable with around here, but I'll be choosing your partners. I looked around and saw the others' eyes glued on Cade, but I was hoping for someone completely different. Anyone besides Cade would be nice. You, Mr. Thompson said, snapping me out of my thoughts. I pointed at myself, wide-eyed. He smirked and nodded. Yes, you. Then he pointed at the person I dreaded the most. Partner up with Callahan. Arden. I could feel Tessa's teasing gaze as I stood next to Cade. He hadn't spoken to me once while the others were partnering up. Additionally, I could sense Sienna glancing at me from time to time, her gaze sharp enough to cut through glass. "You again," I muttered. A small smirk made its way to his lips. "Shouldn't I be saying that, flub?" I clicked my tongue, crossing my arms in front of my chest as annoyance surged through my veins. "Why do you keep calling me that?" He merely shrugged, not bothering to answer my question. I sighed and focused my gaze on Mr. Thompson, who had just finished partnering everyone up. "As you know," he continued, "I won't let you do these things without merits. The pair who wins will get 10 points each." Murmurs of excitement echoed across the gym. There it was again, the dreaded point system. "But," Mr. Thompson added with a smirk, "you will not be playing on your own." He glanced at his watch. "They must be coming at any moment." "What's happening, sir?" Sienna asked, raising her hand. "I've talked to another teacher in this subject, and we decided to join the 2 classes today for a grand game of King Dodgeball. However, they are not freshmen like you," he concluded. Right on cue, like the heavens were listening to Mr. Thompson's announcement, the gym doors opened, and the scent of experience wafted through the air. Unfamiliar faces arrived, but among them, one person stood out. I froze, my pulse quickening and bounding against my nerves. I began breathing heavily before I could stop myself. "Kieran, over here." "Wait a second," he chuckled as he tied his shoe, jogging over to his group of friends. It was a voice I had heard many times, but hearing it now sent a shiver down my spine, and not the good kind. For the first time, Cade glanced at me, but I was too consumed by fear. Kieran was someone I wanted to avoid at all costs. At times, he was even worse than my parents, making me feel like I didn't have a place in our family. If he knew I was here, I shook my head, not wanting to think about it. "Hey, flub," Cade said, snapping me out of my thoughts. I turned to him, biting my bottom lip. His eyes glazed over my lips once, and I swore his gray eyes darkened, but I could be wrong. He sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. "It's about to start," he said. "Do you even know the rules of the game?" I slowly nodded. Cade shook his head. "Why did I have to get stuck with someone as incompetent as you?" I couldn't even retaliate. "Get behind me." I didn't waste any time. If I wanted to avoid Kieran, then hiding myself from Cade was my best shot. I saw him through my peripheral vision, and it seemed he still hadn't noticed my presence. Good. I wanted to keep it that way. With that, Miss Thompson blew on the whistle. I held onto Cade's shirt as he evaded the attacks effortlessly. It seemed we were their greatest targets. They wanted to get Cade out first, because if that happened, they would have a higher chance of winning. My vision quickly grew blurry with how fast he was moving. "Slow down," I managed to utter after a while, but he merely clicked his tongue. "You can't even keep up with this?" Just then, a very fast spike came toward our way, and it was aimed right at my side. And of course, it was by none other than my brother. I felt my grip loosening from Cade's shirt, so I naturally did what I could have done, wrapped my arms around his torso. A small gasp escaped my lips as I felt his hard and toned body. "Hands," he said through gritted teeth. "Are you enjoying groping my abs?" "And no," I exclaimed softly. "I have no choice. You're moving too fast." Cade placed his hand over my arm, and I gasped once more when I felt how cool he was against my warm skin. However, he had no time to remove my grip as another ball came toward us. A string of curses left his lips, and he began attacking recklessly, eliminating 3 couples out with just one throw. The others began murmuring in amazement, but it still wasn't finished. I kept my arms around his waist, not because I wanted to, but because I had no choice. This was the best way to hide my face, too. I peeked through his shoulders once, but found that my brother was still in the game. I quickly hid my face behind Cade's back once more. "Seriously," he said, "you're really enjoying this, huh?" "I'm not," I weakly said. "Please, let's just make this quick and win." He subtly shook his head. "You don't even have to tell me." With those words, he began moving in lightning speed, and I could barely keep up. However, we had gone too far into the competition to stop now. Besides, there was a nagging voice in my head that made me want to beat my brother at this game. I had never beaten him before, and this could be my chance. Before I knew it, we were down to the last 5 couples, and as expected, Kieran and his partner still remained. Cade clicked his tongue. "Tighten your grip," he said. "What?" I asked, but before I could process anything else, Cade began moving faster. It was surreal. For a werewolf, it was even faster than I had ever imagined. I truly struggled this time. And before I knew it, my grip on him loosened. I felt adrenaline surge through my veins. That was another ground of elimination, being separated from your partner. So even if my arm slid down due to Cade's speed, I still held on to him for dear life, my face pressed against his back, where all I could see was nothing but black. However, just as I braced for his movement, he suddenly stopped, and my vision became clear once more. I turned to the side, where the eliminated players were, and saw them looking at the two of us with wide eyes. It was only then that I realized I had been gripping something untouchable, something very warm, as opposed to his skin. Arden. That definitely didn't feel normal. It was too big. It felt more like a water bottle than a cock. However, it was softer than a bottle, so I knew I had made a mistake. I was about to retreat my hand away, separating the two of us, but he held onto my wrist and brought it right back up to his torso. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Seriously, can you do anything right?" he asked. My cheeks flushed deeper crimson, and instinctively, I buried my face against his back. Laughter rippled through our classmates, some believing I had intentionally done the action. Peeking around his shoulder, I took stock of the situation. Only 3 of us remained: Sienna and her partner, along with my brother and his teammate. It was the worst possible combination. "Can we actually win?" I whispered, still hidden behind him. I'd done my part, dodging their relentless attacks from the very beginning. It had awakened something within me I didn't even know existed. He scoffed softly, his muscles tensing beneath my touch, and I found myself leaning closer to him. "I would have claimed victory minutes ago if it weren't for you." Kieran unleashed a lightning-fast throw towards him, but Cade caught it effortlessly with one hand. Without so much as a pause, he hurled it back, the ball moving so swiftly that I couldn't register the motion with my eyes. The same fate befell my brother. In a blink, the ball bounced off his partner's shoulder, striking Sienna squarely on the forehead. A startled scream escaped her lips as she tumbled to the ground, her partner scrambling to catch her, but ultimately failing. Laughter bubbled within me, but I suppressed it. Just then, the bell rang out, signaling the end of class. Cheers erupted as the others surged forward to congratulate Cade. It was clear most of the wolves thirsted for the opportunity to get close to him, my brother included. In the midst of the crowd of youthful werewolves, I slipped away. I grabbed my bag quickly and dashed out of the gym, only pausing when I spotted a nearby water fountain. I was parched. Winning that game demanded every ounce of effort. "You're just flustered because you touched Alpha Cade," my wolf teased within my mind. "Shut up," I muttered, refilling my bottle and taking generous gulps. "There you are." I nearly choked, my eyes widening as I turned toward the voice. Alpha Cade stood before me, his expression stern, hands tucked into his pockets. Instinctively, the water surged from my lips, drenching his shirt and splattering the underside of his chin. My heart raced, whether from fear or something else, I couldn't tell. We stood frozen for a moment, neither of us speaking. Yet as the shock subsided, I turned away, desperate to escape the intensity of his gaze. But he was quicker. In an instant, he was before me, marching forward until my back met the cold, unyielding wall. A small gasp escaped my lips as he trapped me between his arms. "Let me go," I insisted, pushing against his arms, but they were like iron bars, unmoving. "Strike 3. I frowned, meeting his gaze, but instantly regretted it. My breath caught in my throat at the sight of the darkness swirling within his pupils. He wasn't going to harm me here, was he? The school wouldn't allow it, would they? Oh, who was I kidding? They'd probably turn a blind eye. "First," he began, voice low and dangerous, "you snuck up and watched me make out with someone like a stalker." "I didn't." "Second," he continued, cutting off my protest, "you groped me in the gym and ran away without a word. For someone who claims she doesn't want to take advantage of me, your actions tell a different story." I sighed, shaking my head in frustration. "It was an accident. You were moving too fast." "So it's my fault?" he challenged, eyebrow raised. "That's not what I meant." I retorted, exasperated. "Fine, I apologize. It won't happen again. There, are you happy?" "Third," he pressed on, disregarding my plea. He gestured to his damp shirt. This, 3 strikes, and it's only the first day. Most people don't even make it past strike 1, so tell me, how should I let you off the hook? With every word, he closed the distance between us. But after his final question, he stepped back, studying me intently. I turned away, unable to bear his piercing gaze. He regarded me as if I had committed some unspeakable crime. Before I could muster the words to break the silence, a familiar voice filled the hallway. Alpha Cade? My body froze beneath Cade's hold, and a small frown etched itself between his brows as he glanced aside. I didn't need to look to know who had arrived. It was Kieran. "I've been looking for you," Kieran said, an easy chuckle escaping his lips. "I actually need to speak with you about something important." "Let go," I whispered, pushing gently against his chest in a futile attempt to free myself. Cade turned back to me, his expression resolute. "I'm not letting you go. I'm not finished with you." I bit my lip, casting a quick glance to where my brother stood just a few meters away. In mere seconds, he would discover I was here. "Someone needs to talk to you," I insisted, my heart racing at the urgency of the moment. "We can discuss this another time." "He can wait," Cade replied stubbornly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Fear gripped my heart, causing it to race within my chest. "Please," I implored, locking my gaze with his. I knew I must have looked desperate, a sight I didn't want him to witness. Yet I felt as though I had no choice. An ambiguous expression flickered across his face for a brief moment. "Oh, you're with someone?" Kieran's voice drew nearer, urgency pricking at my thoughts. I had to act now. Cade still hadn't spoken, and in a moment of defiance against my own apprehensions, I pursed my lips and shook my head. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Summoning every ounce of courage within me, I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him close. In an instant, our lips collided. Ardent. I didn't know what I had been expecting from that moment. It wasn't the exhilarating fireworks I felt during my first kiss with Jaxon. My heart didn't race faster, nor did fear consume my body. Instead, it felt safe. He didn't pull away, but he also didn't kiss me back. I closed my eyes tightly, anxiety swirling within me as I braced for his reaction. My palms rested on the sides of his face, drawing him impossibly closer. The thought that Kieran might recognize who I was loomed ominously in my mind. "Oh," I heard my brother say, a chuckle escaping his lips. "I see that you're busy. Anyway, I just came by to let you know that our mansion is throwing a party this weekend. All alphas are invited. We hope to see you there." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me in a state of internal relief. I felt the urge to pull away, but before I could, Cade's arms wrapped around my waist. My eyes widened as he pulled me even closer. Without any warning, he began moving his lips against mine. At first, I didn't know how to respond. His lips were the opposite of soft. They had a rough, full quality that, to my surprise, bore an unexpected pain. Yet it felt like I was under a spell, and I instinctively began to kiss him back. He didn't use any tongue or teeth, but the intensity of the kiss made it feel like he had. My mind slowed to a crawl, struggling to process what I was doing. All I was aware of was that this kiss made me forget the chaotic situation I found myself in. But just as abruptly as it had begun, he pulled away, leaving me a bewildered mess. I looked up at him, my eyes wide with unspoken questions, yet his expression remained unreadable. I noticed a slight pulse in his jaw as he stepped back, shaking his head. Then a small, teasing smirk appeared across his lips. "Your words really do contradict your actions," he murmured. "I didn't want to kiss him. It was because he left me with no choice. I just—" "Save it," he interrupted, cutting me off. "I assume you already got what you wanted." "Nice try, but even then, I won't budge. You're not getting my points." "Desperation is not a good look," he added, and with that, he turned and walked away, leaving me frowning deeply. What on earth was he talking about? Did he really think I was taking advantage of him? "As if," I muttered under my breath, shaking my head in frustration. With a heavy sigh of relief, I leaned back against the wall, grateful that my brother hadn't seen me. That spared me yet another awkward encounter. "There you are." I turned to see Tessa making her way toward me, relief washing over her features. "I was looking for you." "Sorry," I said sheepishly, casting a glance at the fountain. "I was just thirsty." She let out an exasperated sigh and took my arm. "Let's go. I'm drained." Did you know that girl we spoke to before class approached me again? Sienna? I asked, frowning in response. She nodded, her expression one of frustration. Yeah, she warned me about you. I froze under her touch, nervousness coursing through me. Sensing my unease, Tessa quickly shook her head. Don't worry, she said, offering me a small, reassuring smile. I don't believe her at all. She told me you weren't what you seemed and to steer clear before it was too late. She's foolish if she thinks I'm going to take her side. Guilt washed over me, and I pursed my lips. Sorry, I dragged you into this mess. Hey, she nudged my shoulder playfully, her smile brightening my mood. We all have our own stories. We're here for a new beginning. I have my past too, some parts I'm not proud of, but I won't judge you based on what you've done before. I'll judge you by how you treat me now. I smiled back at her, a warm sense of gratitude swelling within me. Tessa and I finally arrived at our dorm, the familiarity of the journey to our room lingering in the air. The atmosphere was charged with energy, particularly because of the wolves in Hades' dorm, each one possessing an insane libido that they were not shy about displaying in the hallways. I don't think I'll ever get used to witnessing scenes like this, I muttered under my breath, shaking my head in disbelief. But then, the image of making out with Cade invaded my mind, causing my cheeks to redden. I buried my face with a pillow to get rid of such thoughts. There was no use thinking about a man like him. Tessa glanced over at me from her bed, amusement in her eyes as she chuckled softly. You'd better get accustomed to it. I clicked my tongue in annoyance, propping myself up on the edge of my bed. I still don't grasp it completely. It's more complicated than it seems, Tessa sighed, now sitting up and leaning against the thin wall that separated our rooms. The point system has been in place since the inception of Elite. Originally, it's centered around academic merit. As you know, graduating from Elite is no easy feat. I nodded in agreement, recalling my father's struggles to graduate, stories I'd heard, well eavesdropped, from my oldest brother, Lucian. Yeah, I said thoughtfully. I heard that the standards have only gotten tougher over the years. That's primarily due to a quota, Tessa explained, a serious look crossing her face. This revelation piqued my interest. The ultimate goal of graduating from Elite is to secure a position among the high-ranking officials in our respective packs. Being recruited into the United Factions, the governing body of our country, Fenra, represents an even higher aspiration. But even then, the available seats are exceedingly limited. Elite aims to recruit only the best and brightest, and so they've established a cap on how many students can graduate. Initially, it was challenging to measure students' merit solely based on academic grades. That's when Mr. Winters became the headmaster and implemented the point system, because in his words, it was more tangible and it didn't cage students within their academic capabilities. This is absolutely insane, I said, feeling overwhelmed by the barrage of information. They never covered this in the General Assembly, did they? Of course not, Tessa replied with a knowing smirk. They don't openly acknowledge it, but you can find all the details in the Echo, the school page I mentioned earlier. There, you'll see the corresponding points laid out. Just check your phone. I bit my lip nervously, turning slightly to the side. I don't actually own a phone. Arden. What? Tessa exclaimed, shock seen in her eyes. She acted like I had just uttered some unspeakable horror. In this day and age, it was downright absurd to think there was a werewolf without a phone. We had fully embraced the human culture, and in this country, we even had to deal with the mischief of tablet pups. Well, I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. Let's just say my mom is a little controlling? Tessa pursed her lips thoughtfully, then began rummaging through her bag. Moments later, she took out a worn-out phone and tossed it to me casually. It's my old phone, she said, but just a heads up, it has a mind of its own. I stared at her, my eyes wide with disbelief. This is way too much, Tessa. Are you sure? Without letting me finish, she waved me off dismissively. You're actually doing me a favor by taking it, she insisted. I've wiped all the previous data, so you can start fresh right away. Trust me, this is a good thing. It's been my phone for so long, and I couldn't bring myself to just throw it away. Handing it to you makes it feel like it's not going to waste, she added softly. Oh, and I've even added the application for our school's page. she added, brightening the atmosphere a bit. A small smile appeared across my lips as I unlocked the phone and navigated straight to the app that required me to register my ID number to create an account. I found myself pressing the screen multiple times for each letter to appear, but I couldn't afford to complain. My finances had been drained dry for first semester tuition and the dorm lease, so I definitely couldn't afford a brand new phone. The ranking is on the homepage, Tessa pointed out. I nodded, spotting it immediately. There was an overall ranking, then one designated for men and another for women. With the school year just beginning, I didn't expect to see any startling statistics, but what I found made my heart sink. At the very top of the overall list was Jaxon. How is this even possible? I muttered under my breath. I felt the bed dip beside me as Tessa leaned in to scrutinize the screen. How does he have 200 points already? I questioned, astonished. It's only the first day of school. Tessa chewed on her lip thoughtfully. Well, I heard he's racking up points early by sleeping with different women. It seems he wants to overtake the list pretty quickly. I pursed my lips. Was I blind for the 2 years I loved him? How did I not notice he was this desperate? And he was with Sienna too, but I doubt she was upset about this. The second name on the list somehow made my heart drop too. Cade was close behind with 190 points. I sighed and shook my head. He's also an alpha, and I saw firsthand how he made out with that woman before. Rowan was third and Elias was fourth. They were already dominating the list. I diverted my attention back to the screen, trying to search for my own name. It took quite a bit of scrolling before I finally realized. My name isn't listed here. Yours isn't either. Tessa sighed deeply. That's because this list only shows the students most likely to rise to the top, only the top 100 among both freshmen and seniors. Don't worry. This list is more for pride's sake. You can check your own ranking at the homepage. I clicked on my name right away and saw the measly 10 points I won with Cade during the dodgeball game. Arden Stone, rank 365. It's so complicated, I groaned. If only I had known it was like this. I caught myself and swallowed the thought. This was my only option. I couldn't stay with the pack any longer. What were you going to say? Tessa asked. Nothing, I muttered, deflecting her question. It's going to be a cutthroat competition, Tessa continued, leaning back against the bedrest, her voice taking on a serious tone. It's only going to get more challenging each day. So the fastest way to climb the rankings is to have sex with the highest-ranking alphas. I didn't respond, continuing to navigate through the school page. My eyes suddenly landed on a small black option at the very top of the homepage, nestled quietly within the navigation bar. Without a second thought, I pressed on it, but immediately regretted my impulsiveness. A video played automatically, and it was of Jaxon and a woman that definitely wasn't Sienna. It didn't seem to be an edited video. It was raw footage, almost as if it was live. Yet as I scrolled further, I found this wasn't the only video. I tried to turn it off, but Tessa's phone wasn't cooperating. So this was what she meant by the phone having a mind of its own. My cheeks flushed crimson as I flung the phone underneath the pillow, prompting Tessa to erupt into a fit of laughter. I wasn't doing anything. I just clicked on one of the buttons, and it led me to that. I swear, I didn't mean to. Her uproarious laughter interrupted my frantic defense. Oh, Arden, you're so adorably naive. You've only stumbled upon the aftersound. Aftersound? I echoed, confusion lining my voice. Exactly. If there's an echo, then there's an aftersound. That's where the students of Elite reveal their proof of sexual points. It'd be all too easy to fabricate a story about sleeping with the alphas or anyone else, which is why this system is in place to ensure authenticity in claiming those points. And no one thinks this is even slightly strange? I exclaimed incredulously. Isn't this beyond weird? It can only be accessed using a valid student ID number. Everyone here is pretty chill about it. It's what we signed up for in Elite. I bit my lip in frustration. Crap. What have I gotten myself into? Arden, come on, there's no time to process everything, Tessa said, offering her hand. What now? I groaned, already wanting to sleep. Now that you have access to Echo, you can become updated with the school events. The different clubs are recruiting this time. This is another thing that doesn't rely on faction loyalty, but it could still lead to us getting points. I quickly stood. That sounded like the elite I dreamed about. Tessa chuckled. Arden, you're adorable that you suddenly came to life. Let's go, I said enthusiastically, leading Tessa out of the door and out of our dorm. She shook her head in amusement as I continued to drag her. Do you even know where to go? She asked. I stopped in my tracks and smiled sheepishly before turning around. It's this way, she said, leading me to the labyrinthine gardens where plenty of clubs had set their booths. Hundreds of freshmen wandered around the garden, looking for the club that best suited them. I looked at the signs one by one. Elite combat, I muttered. That definitely wasn't for me. There were also a lot of sports teams, but then again, I wasn't gifted with that physicality. Just then, I stopped in horror when I saw a booth with a long line. ONS Club? I said, capturing Tessa's attention. It wasn't the name that caught me off guard, but the vulgar photo of two werewolves in their animal form having sex. One Night Stand Club, Tessa introduced. They're meant for having sex within their members in order to increase their points exponentially. I smelled a familiar scent and found Jaxon bypassing through the line to input his name in. The others squealed in excitement as soon as they saw him. Are you interested in? I cut Tessa's question off by dragging her away from their booth. Well, I'm assuming you don't like that club. I shook my head. It's a breeding site for infections, I muttered. She chuckled, throwing her head back in amusement. Do you have anything in mind then? We can join multiple clubs, by the way. I think I'll just stick to one for now, I said, and she nodded in agreement. Just then, her eyes brightened when she saw the Theater Wolves Club. Can you sing or dance? She asked. I quickly shook my head. Not at all. I've never been gifted in those aspects. Do you want to join? She slowly nodded, making me smile. Go then, I said. I'll look around on my own. Tessa tilted her head. Are you sure? I can just sign my name and we can go. I shook my head with a reassuring smile. Get to know the members better, I said. Let's just wait for each other in the dorm. All right, she said after much reluctance. See you later then. I nodded and waved goodbye as I continued to navigate my way through the booths. Just then, I saw the last one at the very corner, with not much werewolves lining to sign up. I read their sign intently. Silver Quill Society. Hey, a lanky tall man with thick-rimmed glasses and equally thick lenses greeted. Are you interested? I grabbed one of the flyers and began reading what their club was supposed to be for. It's an academic club, he began explaining as I read. We focus on increasing our grades and academic standing in elite. We also join competitions within and outside of the academy. Math, English, debate, you name it. We're one of the most prestigious and exclusive clubs in the school. I turned my attention back to him, a small smile on my lips. I was never too good with the extracurriculars, but I was proud of my academic achievements. I believed it was my greatest strength. I never got to show it much when I was in high school because of all the bullying I faced from Jackson's fans and my brother's supporters. My name's Fort, he introduced, holding out his hand. I took it with a small smile. Arden, where do I sign up? I asked right away. A wide smile appeared on his lips. You can write your name here. However, like I said, we're an exclusive club, so there's a screening for everyone. Oh, I muttered. That's okay. What do we have to do? You actually came right on time, he exclaimed. We have one last seat left for the screening before it could start. Huh? I tilted my head to the side. Fort placed his hands on my shoulders and began pushing me toward one of the buildings near the labyrinthine garden. It was one story but wide and had silver intricacies surrounding it. At the very top, the words Silver Quill were engraved in stone. Do your best. With that, Fort opened the door and pushed me inside a room filled with more than 50 freshmen. I froze in my spot as they looked at me like I wasn't meant to be there. I gulped and looked toward the front, where Miss Loveson stood. She smirked as soon as she saw me. Well, it seems we're complete. We can start now. Start what? I muttered. Arden, please take your seat. I gasped softly when she said my name. She remembered it. The others, too, appeared to be on edge when she called my name, eyeing me with intensity. I cleared my throat and looked around for an empty seat, finding one near the very back. I quickly went and sat, letting out a deep breath. Fort didn't explain anything to me just yet. I shook my head, but even then, I couldn't deny the loud beating of my heart. I was pretty excited for this, and with Miss Loveson as the club advisor, I was willing to do my best. "You still smell good?" I heard the person next to me mutter. I quickly turned to the side and saw Elias looking at me with his head slightly tilted, a smirk playing on his lips. "I didn't expect you to be someone who would join this club. You don't look much like an intellectual." My brows instinctively furrowed. Well, maybe there was one person that didn't make this club so great. Arden. Miss Loveson cleared her throat, abruptly robbing me of the chance to retort to what Elias had said. Instead, a deep sigh of frustration escaped my lips. Why were these alphas making everything so unbearably annoying? "Silver Quill is looking for 20 new members from the freshmen," Miss Loveson announced with a smile, her enthusiasm radiating throughout the room. "Yes," she continued, her tone growing more earnest. "There are many eager candidates who wish to join our club, but not everyone will make the cut. Silver Quill is meant for the best and brightest minds among the elite." "It's a prestigious opportunity," she added, her voice filled with pride. "We compete with numerous schools across the globe, rivaling some of the most esteemed institutions. I hope you comprehend the significance of this." I surveyed the room and noticed that most of my peers had a fiery determination ignited in their eyes. They weren't nervous, they were ready for the challenge ahead. In fact, they even appeared excited. My gaze drifted to Elias, who wore a lazy smirk that suggested he believed he belonged to an entirely different league compared to the rest of us. If Tessa's words held any truth, then perhaps he truly was. She'd told me that Elias Rue was one of the most formidable strategists in the East, with a reputation dating back to his youth when he had devoured an entire library's worth of books. "Aside from our limited number of members, we also maintain certain standards that you must uphold," Miss Loveson went on, her demeanor still inviting. "Don't worry, it's nothing too daunting. You simply need to maintain a grade of 88% in all of your classes and achieve an average of 90%. "I imagine that won't be too challenging for an elite student, will it?" she chuckled lightly. "Now, let's dive right in. This will be a swift process since we have another batch waiting. I'm going to present you with a scenario, and you all will convey how you would respond if placed in that situation. Given that we are werewolves, the focus will be on our survival and harmony. Always remember to act as a leader," she concluded, the room falling into an attentive silence as the weight of her words settled in. "All right," she said, her smile returning. "Here's the scenario. You and your pack are under attack. 20 members of your group are cornered. Your mate is valiantly holding back the enemy, allowing those 20 members a chance to flee. You need to buy time. Your mate is the only one who can stall the attackers." Then, with a serious expression, she added, "What will you do? Choose your answer carefully." Immediately, one student raised his hand, earning disappointed glances from those around him who were eager to answer first. "I'll let her stall them," he declared without hesitation. "Your mate comes only once in a lifetime, but your pack, they are your responsibility. You owe it to them to ensure their safety." A few heads nodded in agreement. Miss Loveson offered no reaction, maintaining her neutrality. Then, another werewolf stood up. I couldn't help but frown as I recognized who it was. Sienna was here again. Well, the two of us were best friends for a reason, each drawn to similar interests, and she also ranked among the top students during our high school years. She stole a glance my way, clearly wanting to impress me. "I'd save my mate," she said simply. A proud smile plastered across her face. 20 pack members for a leader isn't a bad trade. In this case, it's not about the quantity of lives, but the quality of the people we choose to protect. I frowned, sensing the implications of her statement. It carried a distinctly classist undertone, suggesting that the life of an alpha held more value than that of 20 others. Yet a few individuals nodded, seemingly in agreement with her perspective. As the conversation unfolded, most followed suit, delivering variations of sacrifice and stoicism, as if spouting lines from a tragic tale where heartbreak was the noble price of power. Words like responsibility, necessity, and duty were tossed around with alarming ease. Then Elias clicked his tongue sharply. The sound sliced through the murmur of conversation, prompting everyone to turn their focus toward him. I, too, found myself intrigued by what he would say. Everyone here is still thinking emotionally, he said. Let's break this down properly. You're outnumbered. You don't have the advantage. Your mate can stall, yes, but not indefinitely. The priority is to protect the 20. That's your responsibility. And that means getting them out, fast and far. Where are they escaping to? Is there terrain you can use, trees to mask their scent, a river to break pursuit? He took a slow, deliberate breath, collecting his thoughts. A leader is not someone who gets to have everything. A leader has to choose and endure the consequences of those choices. The enemy is coming now. You can't gamble with 20 lives to save one, even if that one means the world to you. The cost is simply too high. Then came the final blow. His voice dropped, turning colder. If you're a real leader, you don't have weaknesses. Silence enveloped the room. For just a moment, I wanted to agree, not because I truly believed him, but because he made it sound so, inarguable. But my hand rose before I consciously decided to do so. My heart thudded once, loudly. People turned to look. I sensed their attention weighing upon me. I didn't speak right away. Miss Loveson arched a challenging brow. I swallowed hard, gathering my thoughts. I disagree with that. Quiet gasps rippled across the room. I could feel their shock. Who would dare challenge someone as astute as Elias? Yet, despite the apprehension, I felt it wasn't the best choice to remain silent. I understand the logic, I began, choosing my words with care. I understand the numbers. I recognize that in a battle, you measure risk and you prioritize the many. I stood now, making an effort to maintain my confidence in the face of overwhelming scrutiny. But I think this question isn't as black and white as we are trying to make it. First, what are we fighting? Are we certain that a single person is the only one capable of holding them off? If one person can stall them, then why not 20, including me? What exactly are we running from that we have already decided we cannot face? I let the question hang in the air. If we keep running and leave someone behind, aren't we just delaying the next attack? The threat is still alive. It's still out there. It knows who we are. And next time, maybe it won't even give us the chance to run at all. I turned to Elias, measuring my approach carefully. And one more thing. You said a leader shouldn't have weaknesses. I must disagree once more. Now I could feel the heat crawling up my chest, but I didn't let it drive me into a frenzy. I wanted to be heard clearly. A mate isn't a weakness. The people we care about aren't liabilities. They are the very reason we fight harder. A leader who sacrifices everything to be seen as untouchable may win, sure, but you won't lead a pack that way. You'll lead shadows. I straightened my shoulders, grounding myself in conviction. I believe that a good leader doesn't grow strong by excising their heart. They become truly strong because of it. Arden. The others stared at me as if I had committed all 7 deadly sins while they walked past. I quickly gathered my belongings and made a swift attempt to exit, anxiously trying to avoid being murdered by their piercing gazes. I clicked my tongue in irritation. I was merely offering my perspective on the topic, yet some voices in the room interpreted it as an act of defiance against Elias's words, or, even worse, an audacious attempt to capture his attention. With a heavy sigh, I shook my head and hurried my steps, only to feel a sharp tug at my arm that made me frown. Turning around, I was met with Sienna's ire-filled gaze. "Let go," I demanded. She smirked, tilting her head slightly, and ignored my request. "Didn't you say you were going to lay low?" "I did," I replied. "It doesn't seem that way to me," Sienna said through gritted teeth. "What? Now that Jackson's left you, you're targeting the other alphas? What are you talking about?" I exclaimed, pulling my arm away from her hold. However, her sharp nails grazed my skin in the process, leaving a stinging scratch. Before I could further defend myself, someone interrupted our tense exchange. Sienna froze and spun around, her floral scent intensifying in the air, prompting me to cover my nose. "Alpha Elias," she addressed him, bowing slightly. "What brought you here? Do you want to talk?" "Arden," Elias interjected, raising an eyebrow as he crossed his arms over his chest. "So that's your name?" I pursed my lips in response. "Yes," I muttered under my breath. Sienna shot me an incredulous glare before Elias turned his attention to her. "Can you leave?" Sienna's face flushed a deep crimson, and after a long pause filled with tension, she finally stalked off, though not without shooting me one last contemptuous look. I sighed in relief, grateful to have her gone, but now I faced the task of dealing with Elias. Turning around, I hoped he would let me slip away without dragging me into a conversation, but he placed a hand firmly on my shoulder, dangerously close to my scent gland. I instinctively backed away and removed his hand from that sensitive area. A smirk played on his lips as he locked his gaze onto mine. Sensitive, are we? It makes me wonder what other parts you're sensitive in, he murmured, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I clicked my tongue and crossed my arms defensively. What do you want? You're mistaken. My brows knitted together in confusion. He had gone out of his way just to say that? Weaknesses are precisely what lead to your heart being carved out in the first place. When you're as tough as stone, that won't happen. While I agree that by running away, you're merely stalling the inevitable, it also means you are gaining time. Time to formulate better strategies, rally strong allies, and ultimately save the majority. I didn't fully understand why he was imparting all this wisdom to me, as if he were eager to prove himself further. But I must say, he continued, stepping closer this time, I held my ground and met his gaze head-on, refusing to back away. You made an excellent point. I don't say this lightly, but you seem exceptionally intelligent. He scrutinized my face, cataloging every detail, drinking it in and committing it to memory with his gaze. Intelligence is very attractive, he remarked, a hint of appreciation lacing his words. I really think we should consider a different approach to earn those points, Rowan interjected, tapping his pen rhythmically on the table. My group for pack psychology and bonding was nestled in the library, where Miss Loveson had granted us the freedom to continue our presentations outside the confines of the classroom. I agree, Tessa added timidly. I heard the other groups are planning role plays, while some have even opted to create songs. I pursed my lips, contemplating the suggestions. A song or a role play based on nodding wouldn't garner much interest, would it? In fact, it sounded ridiculous. Rowan shook his head. That won't work for us, he echoed my thoughts. But I agree that we need a fresh idea to elevate our presentation above the rest. Cade nodded thoughtfully. We don't know how many points are in play, but Miss Loveson is known for giving out significant points. We were silent for a few moments before Rowan turned to me with a small smile. Have you slept with any of the alphas yet? My brows furrowed, and I felt Tessa stiffen beside me. Excuse me? If you haven't, then would you like to make a video demonstration of nodding? I think it would be really hot. I couldn't believe my ears. It was appalling how he would come up with a suggestion. He must have noticed the look on my face as he laughed out loud, throwing his head back. Come on. It's not that weird. I'm assuming you've seen those videos in the aftersound. I'm telling you, people won't even bat an eye. In fact, your status is going to be uplifted the moment we share the video. This is an academic project, I deadpanned. Yes, and I'm sure Miss Loveson would appreciate the visual clarity a video demonstration provides. Nodding is done between bonded pairs, or those with ruts and heats. It's to seed the man's essence and increase the chances of pregnancy. That's all true, Rowan smirked, but it's more than just biology. It's primal, raw, intense. I'm telling you, when you're nodded, it's like nothing else exists. You feel everything. The stretch, the pressure, the heat. It's addictive. I turned to the side and found Tessa with very red cheeks, which told me she had done this before. Again, Cade's face remained neutral, but it wasn't too far off that he had done something like it. Why? Rowan suddenly asked, leaning against his elbows. Are you a virgin or something? I felt my heart skip a beat, but I didn't give anything away with my expression. No, I calmly said. Ah, he continued. You must be the old-fashioned type then. That's better. I can show you the wonders and pleasures of nodding. Condoms exist for a reason, and that is to decrease the chances of pregnancy. What do you say, huh? I have my rut coming the next week, so it's perfect. I didn't even know why I was still listening to this. The feeling of fullness is unmatched. It will be an ache that spreads through your whole body until you're gasping. You might even grow addicted to it if you do it with me, he winked. The table was silent, all their gazes on me. Well, except for Cade, who appeared deep in thought. Just then, the bell rang, and I was finally able to breathe properly. Bummer, Rowan said, pulling out his chair. He then grabbed my phone and inputted his number before winking at me. We still have until next week. Call me if you're up for it. Arden. Tessa and I were getting ready for the day, but I could already feel a wave of dread washing over me. For the past few days, Rowan had been pestering me about having sex with him. Are you going to agree to it? Tessa asked, raising an eyebrow. I turned to her at an almost astronomical speed before shaking my head emphatically. It's absolutely preposterous to even consider. I'm not going to have sex with Rowan, much less let him knot me. I don't think we need to go that far to elevate our presentation, I replied firmly. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, she chuckled lightly, her laughter a small comfort. But honestly, I don't think he'll stop anytime soon, so let's brainstorm some alternative ways to enhance our presentation. Oh, and speaking of distractions, do you want to go to that party tonight? Tessa asked, her tone bright and hopeful. I turned to her, furrowing my brows in confusion. Party? I heard it's a welcoming party for all the freshmen, and it'll be held in one of the elite mansions, she explained, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I pursed my lips, my mind racing with reluctance. That was the last place I wanted to be. Is it required? I asked, trying to sound casual. Tessa paused for a moment, studying my expression, before her eyes lit up with an idea, coaxing me into considering it. Tessa, I groaned. I'm really not a party person. Neither am I, Tessa admitted, her tone softening. But can we please just go this once? I've heard there will be opportunities to earn points. I blew air into my cheeks and sank onto the bed, contemplating. Is it sleeping with the alphas and other high-ranking men? Tessa scratched the back of her neck nervously. That's certainly a possibility, but I think some teachers will be there too. They might give out points on a whim. I don't know, I muttered, still unsure. Tessa pursed her lips thoughtfully. Is there any way for me to convince you to go? My silence served as an answer, and I could see her shoulders slump in defeat. With a resigned sigh, she settled down on her bed and began scrolling through her phone. We still had some time before our first class, so there was no rush just yet. Suddenly, Tessa stood with a loud gasp, diverting my attention back to her. Concern crept into my voice as I asked, "Oh my goodness, what's wrong?" You didn't tell me you tried joining Silverquill, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Oh, I muttered, remembering back. Yeah, I was pulled in by some guy, Fort, I think. It's one of the most difficult clubs to get into, she exclaimed. That's why the line isn't too long. Most people know that no matter how smart they are, those who get into Silverquill are practically untouchable. They only accept 20 students per year, she added, nodding with a serious expression. I nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's what we were told during orientation. How did you even find out I tried out, by the way? She walked over to me with a bright smile, showing me her phone, which displayed the announcement page of Echo. As I read through the announcement, my brows furrowed slightly until disbelief washed over me. I turned to her with utter shock. That's my name, I gasped. Yes, Tessa exclaimed, jumping up and pulling me into a hug. You got into Silverquill. I can't believe my roommate is actually a genius. I still struggled to process it. My eyes remained glued to the screen, half expecting it to change, fearing that my eyes were deceiving me. Yet there it was, my name, right after Alpha Elias. Another familiar name caught my eye, Sienna Graves. Though I would have ordinarily felt a tug of resentment at the sight of her name, I was far too happy to allow it to affect me today. For most of my life, my family had made me feel incapable of accomplishing anything. Yet here I stood, accepted into one of the most prestigious clubs in Elite. I'm so proud of you, Tessa said, her voice filled with genuine admiration as she patted my shoulder. Don't you think this calls for a celebration? I glanced at her, a smile now firmly playing on my lips. It felt like I could smile the entire day without tiring. A party, perhaps? She suggested with a playful nudge to my shoulder. With a small sigh that betrayed my growing enthusiasm, I finally nodded. Tessa erupted in excitement, leaping to her feet, clapping her hands in delight. Yay, she exclaimed, her joy infectious. You won't regret it. It's going to be so much fun. I nodded once more. In my happiness, however, I momentarily forgot that the announcement was visible to the entire student body. To my dismay, it was seen by one of the people I most wanted to avoid. I stared at my drawer and sighed. Inside were nothing but old jeans, oversized hoodies, and a handful of plain shirts that had long since seen better days. I had packed in a rush when I left home, or rather, when I was unceremoniously kicked out. Even then, it's not like I owned anything particularly fancy. Tessa noticed my predicament pretty quickly. "Don't worry," she chimed, walking over to my side and draping an arm around my shoulder. "I have the perfect dress for you. It's going to be just right." "Is it really okay?" I asked. She nodded enthusiastically. "Of course it is," she replied. "I packed way too many clothes for myself. What would I do without you?" I sighed. She smiled warmly and gently pushed me toward the bathroom, passing me my towel. "Just take a quick shower so we can get going." I nodded and entered the bathroom and soon turning on the heater. However, the water was cold again. What did I expect? That was just how things operated in Hades' dorm after dark. The heater only worked reliably in the morning, and after that, the water felt like it had come straight from the Arctic. I dried off quickly, hating how the cold clung to my spine even after I wrapped the towel securely around myself. By the time I stepped back into our shared room, Tessa was already waiting, holding the dress with an eager smile. It was stunning, a white dress, silky and completely unlike anything I'd ever worn before. She handed it over with a proud grin. "You would look like an angel in this." I held it up and blinked. There's like 100 strings on this thing." Tessa laughed. "Don't worry, I'll help you once you get it on." Getting it on was a struggle in itself. The fabric slipped over my skin like water, and the side opened up with a dramatic slit I wasn't prepared for at all. I stood in front of the mirror, half-dressed and ensnared in a web of strings. "Tessa," I called out, feeling helpless. "This thing is attacking me." She hurried over, still giggling at my struggle. "Hold still. You're going to look so pretty." Her fingers moved swiftly, pulling the strings across my back and looping them into place. I felt the fabric tighten gently, fitting snugly around my ribs and waist. She paused behind me for a moment. "You really are beautiful, you know," she said. "Thanks," I murmured, not accustomed to receiving compliments. "You look beautiful, too." Suddenly, I felt her hands stutter in their movements. Her fingers lightly grazed just below my right shoulder blade. It was in that moment that the realization hit me like a train. When I turned to face her, I saw her staring intently at the mark I had been desperately trying to keep hidden for the past week. "Arden? You're the virgin?" Arden. I had always felt light when I was with Tessa. Comfort brought people freedom, which was why I let my guard down. I made a mistake. I quickly covered my mark and turned to her with wide, startled eyes. My mouth opened to speak, but shut just as fast. I was at a loss. My determination to hide my virginity was something I'd clung to the moment I graduated. Crap. Was Tessa going to reveal it to the whole school? I mean, there was no reason for her to do it. But, "Please don't tell anyone," I pleaded. "That's so cool." I paused for a while, turning to her with semi-wide eyes. "What?" The smile on her face was genuine as she lifted her hand. "Can I?" she asked, gesturing to the mark. I pursed my lips and nodded. "It's a storm," she muttered. "Yeah," I echoed. "It's very obvious against my skin, right?" "It's pretty," she said, her smile widening. "Have you been hiding it all this time?" I nodded with a dejected sigh. I just don't want to deal with all the trouble. I'm sorry if I hid it from you." "Why would you be?" she asked, lightly nudging my shoulder. "You're not obligated to share these things with other people, and I completely understand where you're coming from." "Don't worry," she continued, looking sincerely into my eyes. "I'm not going to tell anyone unless you want me to." I sighed in relief, pulling her into a hug. "Thank you." "Now come on," she said, quickly shifting the topic. "Let me fix this dress for you." I chuckled with a nod, turning back around as she worked the strings of the complicated dress. After a couple more minutes, we were finally on our way to the party. Most wolves had their own cars, driving past us with luxury and style. "Bus?" she asked. I nodded without any complaint. There were a couple of students inside, and they all turned our way the moment we entered. I froze and placed my hand over my scent gland. As we sat, I turned to Tessa and whispered, "Is my mark covered well?" "Yes," Tessa whispered back. "The one I used is waterproof." "Then why are they staring?" A small smile appeared on her lips, amusement swirling in her eyes. Because of you. I tilted my head in confusion, casting a glance at the other students. What did I say? You look banging in that dress. I nearly laughed at her insinuation. I shook my head. There were way too many beautiful women in this school. They're definitely staring at you, I retorted. Tessa smirked and shook her head. Whatever you say, Arden. We arrived around 10 minutes later, and it seemed the party was already on full blast. The moment we entered the premises of the elite mansions, it felt like I was in a completely different world. It was even bigger than our house back in the West, and that was considering my dad was one of the deltas. Each house was at least 500 square meters, and that wasn't counting the open areas. They had their own playground and fountain. Along with that, it seemed some of the houses had their own resorts. Who's throwing this party again? I whispered to Tessa. The West, she said. I believe their highest-ranking officials live here. Must be nice, I muttered, looking around. This was the type of house my parents could spend a fortune on for my brother. Yet, a penny for me was something they couldn't even spare. I shook my head with a sigh. It's packed, she said. I think everyone is here. Just then, a commotion sounded at the entrance of the house. We all turned our attention and saw Alpha Cade by the door. Even without saying anything, he had captured everyone's attention, with both men and women eager to impress him. He was wearing a very simple outfit, just light-washed jeans and a white polo. Yet somehow, he stood out among those in flashier clothes. He was accompanied by two other men, both equally attractive. Calm down, the one with short hair and tan skin said, smiling at everyone. There's enough of Cade to go around. Cade only nudged his shoulder, but the guy was thrown back a couple of steps. A small gasp escaped my lips. Just how strong was he? There were a couple of attempts to get close to Cade, but the two by his side didn't let anyone pass them. He was about to walk past our section, so I pulled Tessa to the side, walking until we were in a secluded hallway. For some reason, I didn't want him to see me after the kiss. I was still embarrassed by it, and I didn't know how to face him. Tessa turned to me with a small smile. So, you're avoiding him now? I was sure my red cheeks were giving me away. Still, I shook my head. No, I cleared my throat. There were just way too many people in that area. Sure, she said, though it was clear she didn't believe me. Anyway, I continued, who are those people with Cade? Tessa shrugged. His friends, I guess. They're both betas. The one with short hair was Henry, and the other quiet one was Leo. It seems they forced Cade to be here, she chuckled. It sure looks that way, I muttered. Do you want to go back to the party now? She asked. I nodded with a small smile. Everyone should see a beauty like yours. You need to grace them with your presence, she teased, making me roll my eyes. Talk about yourself, I said, glancing at her in her dark blue dress. She looked like royalty with her hair up. There were a lot of people at the party, and it was easy to get lost in the crowd. Slowly, the fear of getting recognized by my brother or Jaxon began to wash away. In the sea of people, there was a very low chance we'd run into each other. However, I swallowed those words quite soon when a chilling voice interrupted our conversation. I thought I was going crazy when I saw your name on Silver Quill, but it turns out you're really here. Tessa was the first to turn around. I couldn't bring myself to. I felt like a whole bucket of water had been thrown on me. No, I felt submerged. The person I cared about most, the one I wanted to avoid at all costs. You're not even going to turn around? He asked with a light chuckle, like he hadn't betrayed me before. My mate, Jaxon, Arden. The sensation was strange, like déjà vu laced with dread. Both familiarity and unfamiliarity crashed over me, rooting me in place. His old, empty promises echoed in my head, and my body refused to move. You're the prettiest woman I've ever laid eyes on, Jaxon said gently, tucking a loose strand of hair behind my ear. I laughed, not out of flattery but disbelief. It was easier to laugh than to accept. He caught my tone. Wrapping his arms around my waist, he pulled me into his chest, his toned biceps forming a wall around me. I'm serious, he murmured into the crook of my neck, his breath ghosting across my skin. I felt his gaze dip to my scent gland, lingering on the mark. Then he kissed it. A shiver ran down my spine, and before I realized it, I leaned into him, surrendering to his warmth. Happy 1 year anniversary, he whispered, slipping out a ring that looked like it could buy all three of my brother's cars. I turned to him, stunned. Jax, I can't accept this. Why not? He asked, brow furrowed. Your family, I said quietly. Do they know about this? Do they have to? He replied just as softly. I bought it with my own money. Just take it, Arden. It would look beautiful on you. My heart slammed against my chest. Was this love? I wasn't sure. I'd never really known it. But if love felt like this, I wanted to hold on. My arms found their way around his neck, his locked around my waist once more. We held each other like that, clinging to the illusion. I love you, I whispered. He tightened his hold before stepping back, carefully sliding the ring onto my index finger. Next time, I'm putting one here, he said, lightly tapping my ring finger. Our eyes met. We laughed, nervous and giddy. Arden, you okay? Tessa's voice sliced through my memory. I blinked, and the illusion vanished. But Jaxon was still standing there. I turned to her. Can you give me a second, please? She must have heard the edge in my voice because she nodded immediately. I'll be in the garden. Call if you need me. I watched her retreat, worry still seen on her face. And then I turned around to face the ghost of my past. Jaxon stood there, a familiar smug smirk curling his lips as he drank me in from head to toe, a glint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. So you're really here, he said, his eyes not once leaving the outline of my figure. Under his gaze, I suddenly felt exposed. I folded my arms across my waist, and something in his expression faltered. Why didn't you tell me you got in? He asked, stepping closer. I scoffed. Maybe I would have if I hadn't caught you screwing Sienna behind my back. Then again, thank goodness I did. Otherwise, I might have stayed blind for another few years. A bitter laugh escaped me. I forgot how feisty you can get, he said, twirling a strand of my hair between his fingers. I slapped his hand away. He didn't flinch. If anything, it only amused him more. I kind of miss it. I don't, I said flatly. I could lie and say my heart didn't still race in his presence. But the love I had for Jaxon, that was long gone, burned to ash the day he threw me away. Now that we know we'll be seeing each other here, I continued, let's agree to stay out of each other's paths. You're obviously doing well with Sienna. I'm here to graduate. Nothing else matters. But how are you planning to do that without me? He asked, voice dipped in something sickeningly sweet and seductive. My brow twitched. What's that supposed to mean? Sooner or later, you'll need my help, he said, flashing a grin. I don't see your name anywhere near the top students list. And with the silver quill, that circle is ruthless. You won't survive without backup. He leaned in. With me by your side, you won't just survive, you'll thrive. You'll graduate with honors. I can even get you a room here in the elite mansions. Make things easy. He tilted his head, studying me. I heard what happened. Kieran told me everything. Why'd you run away like that? Face it, you probably don't even have anything left to go back to. No money, no place to stay, no safety. He smirked. I could fix all that for you. I looked him straight in the eyes, and whatever remnants of warmth I once felt for him dissolved. There was only one thing he wanted. My virginity. He reached up and cupped my cheek, thumb stroking the skin. You're still so soft, he murmured, eyes darkening with lust. Before he could do more, I shoved my palm against his chest. He didn't move much, but it was enough to make my point. Arden, he warned. I don't need your help, I said coldly. You made it clear. You rejected me. Let's leave it at that. His jaw tensed, and he bit his lip in frustration. Why are you making this so difficult? He growled. This right here is exactly why we didn't work out. You're so damn stubborn. I stepped back, nerves prickling at the base of my neck. But he closed the distance faster than I could react. He grabbed a fistful of my hair, and panic surged through me. My fingers clawed at his chest. What the hell are you doing? I yelled. Let me claim you, he hissed. We'll rule this place together. No one would dare touch you. Isn't that what you want, huh? No, I screamed, still struggling against his grip. I'm not a virgin anymore. His eyes flared. Liar, we both know you'd never let anyone touch you. You didn't let me, 2 damn years, Arden, and now I'm supposed to believe you just gave it away? Lies, he spat. I tried to cover my scent gland, twisting in his hold, but he was too strong. In one quick motion, he yanked my hair aside and exposed the skin. He froze. His eyes darkened with something deeper. The mark, he whispered. With every ounce of strength I had left, I shoved him backward. I told you, I said, breathing hard. I don't have it anymore. Arden. The look of disbelief was the first thing I noticed in his eyes. However, it quickly changed to that of betrayal, which brought an unspeakable rage in my heart. There's nothing to talk about anymore, I firmly said, setting the boundary. So if you excuse me. However, I nearly forgot just how persistent Jaxon was. He might have gone easy on me during our 2-year relationship, but there were times his attitude showed. Now he had no intentions of hiding this, making fear run through my veins. He held onto the wrist, caging me in place. His other hand went and scrutinized the mark even more. Thank goodness for Tessa's concealer, because it didn't get rubbed off. "What are you doing, Jaxon?" I exclaimed loudly, hoping someone would hear. However, the party was in full swing, the bass vibrating against the walls. I couldn't even call Tessa because both my hands were preoccupied. As I gazed at the man before me, there wasn't an ounce of love that I felt. "Please," I muttered, and he paused for a while, looking into my eyes. Something glazed over them before they disappeared. "I forgot just how pretty you were," he whispered, leaning in. My eyes widened, and I tried even harder to push him away. However, Jaxon was strong, probably one of the top of his age bracket. I felt helpless as I clawed at his chest. I turned my head to the side to evade his lips, but he went straight to my neck. He began lapping on the skin, biting at every chance he got. I was sure he had left a mark. Just then, he placed his hand over my chin and forced me to face him. He looked into my eyes once more, and I could see the lust in his gaze. Yes, this is exactly what he wanted. Only this. "So fucking pretty," he murmured. "Your body must taste delicious." He leaned in even faster, and all I could do was close my eyes. However, just as I was about to lose hope, someone spoke, and Jaxon stopped. "I don't think she appreciates it." Taking advantage of Jackson's surprise, I abruptly stepped back, my back colliding against the person who had interrupted us, another individual I had no desire to be involved with, Cade. He always seemed to appear at the most unexpected moments. Yet for some reason, I felt a wave of relief wash over me upon seeing him. Cade placed his hand over my waist, steadying my body, and in an instant, Jackson's attention shifted to that point of contact, his eyes darkening. "Cade," Jaxon said, his tone icy and unfriendly. "Jaxon," Cade replied, greeting him with an equal chill. We found ourselves enveloped in an uncomfortable silence for several moments until Jaxon scoffed, stepping back. "I see what's going on," he muttered, glancing between Cade and me with a critical eye. With that, he waddled over to Cade, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, squeezing with enough force that I could see the veins in his neck bulging. However, Cade didn't flinch. He merely stared at Jaxon as if he were an unwelcome parasite. "Better be careful with her, Cade," Jaxon warned, his grip loosening slightly. "Take it from one man to another." He glanced at me one last time before striding away, leaving me only able to breathe freely once he was gone. Turning to Cade, I slightly bowed my head. "Thank you." "You don't need to thank me," he interrupted, cutting me off with a deadpan expression. I lifted my head, confusion knitting my brows together. "I didn't save you," he stated bluntly. "You were just in the way. The restrooms are over there, but you're hogging up the space." My cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and I instinctively stepped away from him. "I mean," he sighed, nonchalantly sticking his hands into his pockets. "I have nothing to do with the drama you and Jaxon have going on. Keep it to yourself, flub." He bent his knees slightly, looking me directly in the eyes. For a fleeting moment, I thought he might lean in closer, but instead, he simply stared at me with an unreadable expression before smirking. "Your face is red," he observed, a teasing lilt to his voice. "Should you be blushing like that when you have something going on with another alpha?" My hands involuntarily moved to touch my warm cheeks, and I shot him a glare. "It's just hot. Don't think you're special." He raised both hands in surrender and walked past me, disappearing into the restroom without another word. I exhaled sharply, feeling a mix of frustration and relief. "What's with him?" I muttered, shaking my head at the entire situation. Even amid my annoyance, I was slightly grateful he had deflected the tension with Jaxon. The upside was that I no longer needed to hide my identity. I just wished he would leave me alone now that he believed I wasn't a virgin anymore. Sighing, I shook my head and made my way back to the party. As I pulled out my phone, I saw the text from Tessa. "I'm near the fountain." I quickly headed over to where she was, inhaling the cool night breeze deeply. It soothed my flushed skin and calmed my racing thoughts. When Tessa spotted me, relief flooded her features. "Are you all right?" she asked immediately. I pursed my lips, nodding. "Yeah, not too bad." It was clear she wanted to ask more, so I sighed, deciding to cut to the chase. She already knew a lot anyway. "Alpha Jackson is my mate." Her eyes widened and she nearly toppled into the fountain. I instinctively pulled her back just in time. "Tessa," I murmured, concerned. "Sorry," she replied, her voice breathless. "That's just unexpected." "I know," I admitted. "Does he know?" she asked, glancing at my mark still hidden beneath my clothing. I shook my head, a small smile creeping onto my lips. "You covered it really well. Why did he talk to you, though? Did he want you back?" I bit my lip, an uncertainty flooding over me. "Honestly, I don't know. Do you want to get back with him?" "Heck no," I spat, the conviction in my voice surprising even myself. "Not after he cheated on me with my best friend." Her eyes widened further. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted nearby, revealing Jaxon and Sienna, the other wolves practically worshipping the ground they walked on. Something clicked in Tessa's mind. "Cheers to Alpha Jackson for hosting this party," someone shouted, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy of celebration, patting Jackson on the back as he basked in the glory. Sienna clung to him like a leech, her presence suffocating. "That girl," Tessa muttered. "No wonder she has such a heavy aura." I nodded, turning away from the spectacle. "Anyway, do you mind if we leave? I know we just arrived, but—" "Not at all," she said, offering me a reassuring smile. "It's actually pretty boring, and I'm not looking to sleep with anyone at this point." "Thanks," I whispered, grateful for her companionship. Just as we were about to leave, a shout pierced the air. "Watch out!" Before I could react, Tessa's pristine white dress was stained a vivid red. "Arden." Everyone turned to me in an instant. I could see how Jackson attempted to walk over, but Sienna held him back. I glanced down at my dress and noticed it was stained with the wine sloshing in Sienna's hand. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed amidst the noise of the party. "I didn't see you there." I pursed my lips, choosing to remain silent as I grabbed Tessa's hand and started to walk away from the scene. Their laughter lingered behind me like a bitter echo, but I tried my very hardest to tune them out. I wasn't a stranger to such antics. When I was in high school, I had experienced even worse bullying. However, it stung even more when it was your past best friend orchestrating this kind of chaos. We made our way out of the sprawling mansion and onto the empty streets. There weren't many signs of life. It seemed all the excitement was contained within the confines of that party. "What a bitch," Tessa muttered under her breath, reaching into her bag for a handkerchief and beginning to wipe the stain off my skin. "Is Jackson really your mate?" she asked. A small smile appeared on my lips as I nodded. "It's hard to believe, isn't it?" "Yeah," she murmured, her expression growing more serious. "He's supposed to protect you. A mate only comes once in a lifetime." "That's what I thought too. But then again," I added, an attempt at humor creeping back into my voice, "I dodged a bullet, don't you think?" Even my joke couldn't completely mask the trauma I was feeling. Tessa's eyes softened with empathy, and she pulled me into a warm hug. "You don't have to pretend that you're okay when you're not. You've endured so much, haven't you?" Her words triggered something deep within me, emotions I had hidden for far too long. A tear escaped my eyes, and before I knew it, I was crying into her shoulder. There," she soothingly murmured, comforting me like a mother would a child. "Those losers are nothing but losers." I couldn't help but chuckle at her bluntness, and after a while, we finally separated. "Well, it seems my concealer isn't waterproof after all," she said with a wry smile, glancing at the smudges on her makeup. "Or at least it isn't tear-proof." I chuckled once more, dabbing the corners of my eyes with the back of my hand. "I'm sorry about the dress," I said. She stepped back. "You still pull it off really well. Anyway, it's not something that bleach couldn't fix. We need to soak it ASAP, though." "Let's go back to the dorms," I suggested, eager to escape the remnants of that painful encounter. She nodded in agreement, wrapping her arm around mine. We began our walk to the bus stop, but again, the streets felt remarkably deserted, like an unsettling ghost town. Tessa glanced down at her watch. Why aren't the buses coming at regular intervals? Could it be because of the party? I ventured, looking at her with curiosity. She sighed. It must be. The intervals are probably longer because they assume nearly all the students are at the elite mansions. I don't mind waiting, I said with a small smile, trying to lighten the mood. Just then, a luxurious car, a striking all-black model with tinted windows, pulled up right in front of us. I turned to Tessa, confusion etched on my face, but she mirrored my bewilderment. I instinctively stepped back, feeling a sense of wariness. The window rolled down, revealing Alpha Rowan, leaning casually against the frame. "Need a ride?" he asked, a playful wink accompanying his words. I pursed my lips, glancing at Tessa, who appeared to be frozen in place. I hadn't fully noticed it before, but there was a certain tension about her, especially every time Rowan was near. But then again, she was from the South, too. It only made sense that she might feel some awkwardness around the true alpha of her faction. "The buses aren't going to come until midnight," he stated matter-of-factly. "They do this during parties. Unless you want to stand around for another hour, I suggest you come with me." "Right?" he added, now turning to Tessa for confirmation. She cleared her throat and nodded. "Yeah, it's getting cold out here." I let out a resigned sigh and nodded in agreement. "All right, but you better not do anything weird." Rowan raised both hands in mock surrender. "You don't have much faith in me, teammate?" he teased, referring to our group project for Miss Loveson's class. I didn't respond, simply following Tessa to the back seat. "Only one person can ride in the back," Rowan remarked casually. "It's filled with my stuff." Tessa glanced at me before biting her lip thoughtfully. "You can take the front seat," she suggested, a hint of hesitation in her voice. I sighed, finally entering the front seat, where Rowan greeted me with a disarming smile that showcased his perfectly white teeth. The moment I settled in, his scent enveloped me. It was intoxicating. But alongside it lingered something more provocative, an overwhelming aroma of desire and lust which prompted me to instinctively cover my nose. He chuckled softly as he began to drive. "Sorry about that," he said, amusement twinkling in his eyes. "Someone wanted a quickie before I left. I can't really turn down someone when they're in the mood, you know?" I laughed hollowly at his comment, a dry sound that only seemed to amuse him further. "Where to?" he asked. "Hades' dorm," I muttered. Rowan let out a low whistle of surprise. "You live in that place?" "Yes," I replied, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Not everyone can afford to live in the elite mansions like you, Alpha." The glint of amusement never left his gaze. "You've really got a sharp tongue, It makes you rather intriguing." "I'm glad you're interested in something other than sex," I retorted, injecting a hint of sarcasm into my voice. "Whoa," he chuckled, feigning shock. "Have I really built that kind of reputation already?" "Yes," I answered bluntly. "A playboy. Who else would suggest a knot for a presentation?" "It was merely a suggestion," he replied, the smile still lingering on his lips. "Besides, it's not my fault that others want me so much. I just can't deny them their quest for real pleasure. It's not like I have a mate I'm tied to either," he murmured, his tone surprisingly softer now. I glanced at him, noting the tension in his jaw. I tilted my head, sensing a vulnerability there that I couldn't quite place. However, just as quickly, that vulnerable expression vanished as he turned to me, his cheeky demeanor resurfacing. "What? Do you find my side profile handsome?" I pursed my lips, suddenly feeling flustered. "We're here," I said, exhaling a sigh of relief. Tessa wasted no time in opening the door, offering a small thanks before hopping out. I attempted to leave the car as well, but Rowan grasped my arm, his touch surprisingly warm against my skin, causing me to gasp in surprise. "No goodbye kiss?" he teased, a smirk dancing on his lips. Tessa stood outside, shifting awkwardly. I nudged him away with a glare. "What's with the attempts when I'm clearly not interested?" "Nothing," he replied, tilting his head like an inquisitive puppy. "It's simply intriguing how you seem completely uninterested in me." I scoffed, shaking my head. "Of course," I snapped back. "Not everyone will like you, Alpha Rowan." "I know," he replied, the smile never faltering, "but that just makes it more fun to change those people's minds." "Arden, are you all right?" Tessa asked, her brows furrowed with concern as we sat together in the library waiting for Cade and Rowan to arrive. I was feeling increasingly under the weather, a sense of heat creeping up on me. She placed her hand lightly over my forehead and hissed, "You're hot." "Thanks," I muttered jokingly, trying to lighten the mood. "Well, you are hot. Literally," she replied, her expression shifting into one of seriousness. "Are you sick?" "It might have been the party yesterday," I suggested with a slight shrug. "Or perhaps it's the cold showers we take in our dorm." She chuckled softly, but her worry didn't entirely dissipate. "Are you really okay? Do you need any medicine?" I shook my head firmly. "We have a presentation in 2 days, and I can't afford to miss it." But despite my determination, I couldn't shake the growing heat from my body. "Do you mind if I splash some water on my face? I think it might cool me down a bit." "Go ahead," she urged. "Do you need my help?" I offered her a reassuring smile as I stood from my seat. "No, it's all right. I'll be back before the bell rings." Even though she still looked concerned, she eventually nodded. With that, I made my way toward the restrooms, compelled by a rising sensation I couldn't ignore. As I stepped into the hallway, I noticed that the first class was about to start, which meant there weren't many students around. However, those who were there shot me curious and perplexed looks as I passed by. My brows furrowed deeper, and with each step I took, I felt the heat within me intensifying. Could it be? I thought, but then I shook my head, trying to dismiss the notion. I wasn't due for another 2 weeks. I had always maintained a regular heat cycle, meticulously managing it since I first met Jaxon at 18. I'd relied on suppressants every time, determined to give Jaxon no more opportunities to desire my body. But then, as my vision began to blur, a wave of dread washed over me. The symptoms I was experiencing were unmistakably indicative of an impending heat. I glanced around the hallways and noticed that they were still populated, although sparsely. A couple of lockers away, 2 men were standing together, their eyes fixed on me. I couldn't detect my own scent, but from the dark gaze they held, it was clear that I was struggling to control my pheromones. Gathering whatever strength I had, I turned to walk away from them. Yet I could hear their footsteps growing nearer. I tried to quicken my pace, but my body had its limits. "I need to reach the nurse's office," I muttered under my breath. Unfortunately, it was located on the first floor, and the thought of using the elevator made my skin crawl. It felt like walking straight into a trap. I hesitated, turning around once, only to immediately regret it. The 2 men had closed the distance between us. "We just want to ask you a question," one of them said, his voice sending a chill down my spine. In the distance, I could see the teacher's lounge. "Nobody's in there, princess. That's just a cramped old quarters filled with paperwork. The new teacher's lounge is in the other building," the second man taunted. Despite their dismissive comments, I kept moving. If I stopped now, I knew it would be over. Just then, contrary to their claims, someone walked out of the teacher's lounge. To my immense relief, it was Cade, the one person I seemingly always found when I was in trouble. I watched as he stiffened upon seeing me. Before I realized it, I had rushed into his arms. It felt like I had been wandering through a desert, and he was my much-needed oasis. His cool skin against my overheated body was a welcome relief, and I closed my eyes, feeling the effects of my condition intensifying. Cade paused, taking a moment to assess the situation before his gaze shifted to the 2 men who had been pursuing me. "What are you doing?" he demanded. With that one question, the 2 men backed away. A soft chuckle escaped one of them as he shrugged. "We were just trying to help, but it seems you can handle it better, Alpha." Cade didn't respond verbally. He simply nodded, and that was enough to make the 2 of them leave. However, I noticed that the warmth in my body didn't subside. In fact, it felt like it was reaching a scalding peak. His scent was fresh and invigorating. I glanced up at his face and saw how dark his eyes had become, but Cade was truly remarkable. He was entirely in control of himself, and perhaps that was why I felt so safe in his presence. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, and a hint of annoyance in his gaze. "Why do you always end up in these kinds of situations?" I don't, I murmured, although I knew that ever since I arrived at Elite, such incidents had seemed to follow me. "It's only because you're always there." He scoffed, shaking his head. "So now it's my fault?" No, I stammered, anxiety creeping into my voice. Can you please just help me? His lips pursed as he stepped closer, steering me to a more secluded area. Where are your suppressants? He asked. We were nearer now, and I became hyper-aware of his presence. My gaze inadvertently shifted to his lips, those very lips I had kissed before I turned my head away, engulfed in embarrassment. The heat radiating from my body was becoming unbearable. I don't have them, I confessed. A flash of annoyance crossed his features. How could you not have them when you're clearly in heat? It wasn't supposed to happen this early, I muttered defensively. He shook his head in exasperation and rubbed the bridge of his nose again. I sensed that his emotions were flaring, and his scent grew more potent. Before I knew it, a small moan slipped from my lips, escaping without my permission. Cade froze, his attention snapping back to me, his eyes darkened by dilated pupils. I could see the veins in his hands standing out, likely a testament to his struggle for control in this charged moment. My knees buckled slightly with the way he looked. His breath hitched before he reached for something in his pocket. Suppressants. Did he always have them lying around? Take this, he said, and I could feel he was on the verge of losing control. However, I was in the same situation. Cold. His skin was so cold, soothing against mine. I wrapped my arms around his, the world blurring around us. Flub, he muttered, get off me right now. You're going to regret it if you don't. However, I couldn't hear anything. All I could feel was how his body felt so compatible with mine. Arden. I felt like that was the first time he had properly called my name, and a small smile appeared on my lips. Then, just as I was about to succumb to the pleasure of it all, losing full control of my body, I felt myself get separated from him. A whine escaped my lips, and I looked up at him with the same glassy eyes. He placed the suppressant into his mouth. Then, before I knew it, for the second time, our lips met. Arden. My throat was parched, but it turned out it wasn't water that I needed. The suppressant entered my lips, and I quickly swallowed. I drank his lips like it was the last drop of water on this planet. I could feel the effects of the suppressant kicking in, but even then, I didn't feel like the beating of my heart was slowing down. More. I needed more. I opened my mouth, and his tongue plunged right in, massaging mine. Another moan escaped my lips, and with that, he pulled away, but not without biting my lips. I gasped before unconsciously leaning for more. However, when I saw his face, one that reverted back to its usual nonchalance, I couldn't help but move away. You're such a handful, he said, shaking his head. I told you, desperation isn't a good look. Despite the remaining heat in my body, I finally stepped away, closing my eyes for a moment out of embarrassment. Why did I do that? I must be out of my mind. It was a good thing it didn't progress to a more sensual deed. With that, I swallowed the annoyance I felt for insinuating I was desperate and let out a small breath. Thank you for your help. Cade shook his head and massaged the bridge of his nose. It was then that I noticed that his cheeks, too, had gone red. And a little lower, I noticed something once again. The tightness in his jeans, they weren't there just a few moments ago, was it? He must have noticed my gaze because he stepped back once more. You still smell too sweet, he muttered. Can't you control your pheromones better? I bit my lip, feeling that familiar sting of embarrassment. Controlling my pheromones has always been a challenge for me. Before I could muster a response, however, he stepped closer and suddenly enveloped me in a hug. For reasons I couldn't quite understand, that simple gesture sent my heart racing even faster than the kiss we had shared. Don't get the wrong idea, he quickly added, prompting me to attempt to shut down the feelings brewing within me. Just protect yourself well, he murmured, stepping back as abruptly as he had come, and without another word, he began to walk away, leaving me reeling in a daze. I stood frozen, unsure of how long I had remained that way, until the sound of the bell ringing jolted me back to reality. The first class was over. I can't read your mind, I muttered to myself as I walked away from the teacher's lounge, the hallways now bustling with other students. One moment, he was kind, and the next, he was vehemently denying any kindness whatsoever. To add to my confusion, it seemed he wanted nothing to do with my existence. With a heavy sigh, I decided it was best to forget what had just happened. I needed to keep my suppressants close at hand, because my heat had become increasingly unpredictable. As I made my way through the crowded hallways toward the library to meet Tessa, I couldn't help but notice the curious glances directed my way. Some students whispered to one another, casting me nasty stares. I frowned in confusion, but resolved to ignore them. There were more pressing matters at hand. Finally, I arrived at the library and spotted Tessa, who was waiting for me with an anxious expression. Relieved to see me, she momentarily paused, tilting her head as she assessed my demeanor. "Is something wrong?" I asked, glancing around. Even in the supposed sanctuary of the library, I felt the other students glaring at me. "Did you meet with Alpha Cade?" she asked suddenly, causing my eyes to widen in surprise. "How did she know?" "You smell just like him," she added, and I felt my cheeks warm up. I decided to arrive early for our combat and sports class, hoping to take a shower in the gym to wash away the lingering scent of Cade. Throughout the day, students had approached me with completely inappropriate questions, asking if I had slept with him, and some even bluntly asserting that I didn't deserve to be with someone like Cade. No matter how earnestly I denied those claims, the attention wouldn't wane. In an attempt to cover his scent, I even drenched myself with my own cologne. Unsurprisingly, it paled in comparison, and Cade's scent still permeated everything, triumphing over my efforts. So here I was, alone in the showers, scrubbing vigorously, desperate to wash away his lingering smell. At least that was the plan until I heard heavy breaths from outside the shower stall. I froze. Those did not sound like female footsteps. Turning off the water, I held my breath and listened intently. "You think you can hide yourself in the women's shower? That's pathetic," a familiar voice spat. My heart sank as I recognized it was my brother Kieran, flanked by two other werewolves. Peeking through the small gap in the door, I felt my breath hitch in my throat. Standing in front of them was a man, smaller, nervously pressing against the wall, wearing glasses that slipped down his nose, his hair hanging over his forehead. I just went into the wrong room," the boy stammered, his voice shaky. Sure, let's leave it at that," Kieran replied with a mocking smirk, stirring feelings of anxiety within me. Flashbacks of how he had treated me in the past rushed back. "Now, where's the money for breaking that vase inside the mansion?" Kieran demanded. "I don't have it yet, but I promise to pay it back," the boy replied. Kieran clicked his tongue in disapproval. "You know that's not the truth. You made a mistake, and now you have to live with the consequences." "The one thing I hate the most is people making excuses, or those who try to live outside their own capacity," he continued, poking the boy's shoulder with a menacing look. "If you couldn't afford it in the first place, then you shouldn't have broken the vase," Kieran said. "If you know you wouldn't fit into the part, you shouldn't have come to the party," he added, his voice dripping with contempt. "And if you do not have what it takes to be an elite, then you shouldn't have enrolled," he spat. Kieran lunged forward, sliding his hand into the poor boy's pocket, withdrawing his wallet and extracting the cash inside before the boy could even react. "See? Liar. You had it with you all along?" Kieran grinned, tossing the cash to one of his goons as they all shared a laugh. "Nice transaction, Owen," Kieran sneered, "but you're going to owe me 10 times more before this debt is settled." With that, the trio sauntered away, leaving Owen to process the humiliation he had just endured. I watched him curse under his breath before hastily exiting the area. As I stood there, trying to wrap my mind around what I had just witnessed, a single thought echoed through my mind. I never thought it was possible to resent my brother even more, but somehow he had just proven me wrong. Arden. Shit, Tessa cursed as soon as we entered our dorms. I was still a bit distracted by what had happened in the showers. I couldn't shake it from my mind, especially the look on his face. "Owen," I wondered if he was all right. "Owen, answer me," Maisie exclaimed, snapping me out of my thoughts. At first, I couldn't believe my eyes. The guy from the showers, Owen, was actually right in front of us, getting scolded by Maisie and two big, burly men who looked ready to strike at any moment. "You're behind by a month now," Maisie reprimanded. "Our funds are already low as it is. I really don't want to kick you out, but we need the money. If you can't pay for it, then we have no choice but to give it to someone else." Owen pursed his lips and scratched the back of his neck. "I thought you had the money?" Maisie pressed on. I did, Owen muttered, almost inaudibly. I lost it. That was when everything clicked into place. The money my brother had taken. I felt guilt wash over me, despite knowing I hadn't done anything wrong. We don't tolerate late payments, Maisie warned, and it seemed those big men were about to coerce him into something I wasn't prepared to witness. I'll give it to you by next week, he promised. I swear. Maisie bit her lip and gave him a piercing look. You better keep your promise. You've already broken the last one. Yeah, I'm sorry, Owen muttered, and once again, my heart felt squeezed by guilt. With that, Owen turned and walked away from the tense scene, heading toward the door. Tessa stepped aside, but I couldn't bring myself to move. In the end, our shoulders bumped against each other. He paused for a moment, looking into my eyes. His were bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept well in ages. But aside from that, it felt like I was staring into a reflection of my own struggles. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, a flash of disdain crossing his features, making my breath hitch. Move, he muttered, giving me a gentle push. Tessa caught my shoulders, steadying my stance. With that, the two of us walked to our room. Isn't it a bit brutal? I murmured, turning to Tessa as she opened the door. What do you mean? She asked, glancing back at me. Maisie, I replied, my voice low. It is pretty harsh, she conceded, closing the door behind us. However, I get where she's coming from. The dorms operate on the fees they collect from residents. This dorm is already the cheapest option among everything here at Elite, but we still have to pay the same dues to the school. That's why our utilities are so subpar. What about those two men? I inquired. They're residents here too, Tessa explained. I don't think they're going to harm anyone. They'll just coldly throw out those who don't pay on time. I sighed and leaned against the wall, feeling utterly drained. My worry for Owen lingered, and I wanted to do something to help. However, I realized that I was in the same predicament as him. I was fortunate to have paid the deposit, so I had until next month to come up with next month's rent. But I needed to save up money now. We can work during our free time, right? I asked, capturing Tessa's attention. She turned to me and nodded. Yeah, I guess so. Do you need a job? Desperately, I muttered. Her expression softened. Don't worry. Although it's rare, it's not impossible. I think the cafe running near the premises is hiring. My ears perked up at her recommendation. Really? Yeah, it's a newly opened place. I heard it from some of my classmates from this one class. I quickly threw on a jacket before grabbing my keys. Wait, where are you going? She asked, her eyebrows raised in surprise. To go and ask if they need more people, I replied innocently. Tessa shook her head in amusement. All right, I'm cheering for you. Fortunately, it seemed that the cafe was in dire need of new employees. It was called Evermore, and it had experienced a soft opening just last week. The demand was far greater than they had anticipated. The manager took one look at me and declared that I was perfect for the role. I wasn't sure whether to take that as a compliment, but I was glad I could begin the next day. I tied the apron around my waist and pushed my hair back, smiling at my reflection in the mirror. Glancing around the staff quarters, my smile widened. With this job, I would be able to cover my dorm fees and start saving up for my tuition for the next semester. As I shut my locker, I was greeted by a surprising sight. Owen, the guy from the showers, walked into the room, making his way to his locker while sipping from a water bottle. He wore an apron, a hairnet, and had flour dusted all over his clothes, so I assumed he must be working in the kitchen. You're working here? I blurted out before I could stop myself, eager to strike up a conversation. Having a friend on the job didn't seem like such a bad idea after all. However, he merely glanced at me, closed his water bottle, and shut his locker before exiting the room. I puffed air into my cheeks and shot a semi-glare at the door as it swung closed. Would it hurt to answer with just one word? I muttered under my breath. Quit trying to make friends with random people, honey. Why would you need to do that when I'm already here? A startled scream escaped my lips as I turned to the side, or rather, to the ground. There, on the bench in front of the window, someone was sleeping with a book covering his face. My heart raced. Since when had he been there? I hadn't sensed his presence at all. He lifted the book from his face, and I instinctively stepped back. What are you doing here? I exclaimed, staring at him in horror. Rowan merely smirked, casually lounging as he leaned his elbows against his lap. He looked me up and down, licking his lips in an appreciative manner. "You look really nice in that apron." "Answer me," I insisted, attempting to brush off his compliment. A loud laugh erupted from his lips. "You never fail to amuse me." My brows knit together in confusion. What was there to find amusing? "Answer me, or else I swear I'm going to report you to the manager," I warned, frustration bubbling inside me. He simply smirked and leaned back against the wall. "Sure, go ahead. I'm sure the manager will only report it back to me, though." "Huh?" I stammered, taken aback. "I'm the owner of this cafe, honey." "Arden. Thank you. Have a nice day," I said with a bright smile as a customer snatched her drink from the counter. She was preoccupied with her phone, reaching out instinctively for the cup. I had to aim it into her hand, ensuring she could grab it without looking away from her screen. With that, she strolled out without any further acknowledgement. Still, I maintained my smile. It beat the countless men trying to shove their numbers at me any day. I glanced out the window and noted the darkening skies. The cafe was nearly empty, with only a few stragglers coming in for takeaway coffee as closing time approached. I sighed in relief and smiled softly to myself. I had survived my first shift. I've never done it in a cafe. Sex, I mean. I've been adventurous in various places, but not here. Wouldn't it be thrilling to fulfill that fantasy? Well, almost. Out of everyone I encountered today, my boss might just be the worst of them all. I ignored him, focusing on wiping the counters clean. My gaze flicked to the clock. Only 10 minutes left. I could endure his relentless flirting until then. At least, that's what I thought. After serving the last customer, I wrapped up some final tidying before heading to the locker room. To my dismay, Rowan was still lingering there. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, leaning nonchalantly against the wall, a smirk plastered across his face. "Does the owner really have to be here all the time?" I asked, trying to sound nonchalant. His smirk widened. "Well, it's the owner's prerogative, don't you think? After all, he does own this place." I removed my apron and stashed it in my bag, reordering my items and gearing up for departure. However, Rowan stepped in front of me, blocking my path. I sighed in frustration, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Don't you have something better to do? Like, I don't know, raising your points or something?" Rowan glanced casually at his watch. "Actually, someone did call me to her dorm tonight, but you could always take her place if you're interested." "No thanks," I replied deadpan. "I'd rather head home." "Want me to give you a ride?" he offered, a hint of playful mischief in his tone. "Nope," I shook my head firmly. "The buses are still running." He laughed, tilting his head back against the lockers. Such blatant rejection. I pursed my lips, trying to maintain my composure. "Can you please move, sir?" "Ooh, I like it when you call me that," he teased, eyes glinting with amusement. I sighed heavily and ran my fingers through my messy hair in exasperation. "Do you really have to turn everything into a sexual innuendo?" "I'm genuinely curious," he said suddenly, redirecting the conversation. "Why are you working here?" "Like I mentioned before, not everyone has the financial means to study here," I muttered, glancing away in irritation. "It's strange, though," he continued unfazed. "Isn't Kieran your brother? From the West?" I froze at the mention of his name, the casualness of his inquiry sending a jolt of unease through me. "How do you know that?" He shrugged nonchalantly. "I heard it from a girl I was fucking from the West." I bit my lip in frustration. "Anyway, I don't think it's any of your business." "I'm leaving," I declared, determined to exit this awkward exchange. On my way out, I bumped into his shoulder. He must have been caught off guard because the next thing we knew, his hand slipped and grazed the edge of a locker. This place was still under renovation, which meant there were a lot of sharp edges everywhere. Blood dripped from his hand, and he hissed in pain. I froze in my spot, suddenly feeling a surge of guilt, even though I knew it wasn't entirely my fault. Still, I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. With that thought, I grabbed his arm, surprising even him. "What are you doing?" he muttered. I fished out some napkins from my bag and applied direct pressure to his wound. "So now you're not hesitating to touch me?" he remarked, a teasing lilt to his tone. "Can you shut your mouth for a moment?" I snapped back. To my relief, he fell silent, allowing me to drag him toward the bathroom where I could properly wash his wound with water. "It's going to heal on its own. Just leave it," he insisted. "You're a werewolf, not a god," I muttered under my breath. "You at least need to cover it." Wounds like this still hurt. I focused intently on his wound, leaning in closer for a better look. I could feel him stiffening under my hold, but I chose to ignore it, determined to take care of him. Using my handkerchief, I wrapped it around his arm. The fabric was pink and adorned with hearts, a sharp contrast to his rugged demeanor. "There," I said, unable to hide the smile creeping up on my lips. He actually looked ridiculous wearing it. Stepping back, I looked up at him, still grinning. "You're going to wear that on your one-night stand, huh?" I teased lightly. Our eyes met, and my smile faltered slightly as I caught the intensity of his gaze. He usually wore a joking expression when we spoke, but in that moment he appeared serious. More serious even than when we had been working on our project for Miss Loveson's class. I puffed air into my cheeks, trying to stifle another smile, and then hoisted my backpack over my shoulders once again. "I'm really going," I muttered. "Just be careful next time." With that, I moved past him, making sure to tread carefully this time. To my surprise, he didn't say anything further. He stood there, completely frozen, as I walked out of the cafe. Once outside, I entered the school through the pupil scanner and headed to the bus stop. It was then that I noticed Owen was also waiting there. I wasn't quite sure what compelled me to speak to him, but somehow I did. As soon as I reached the bus stop, I sat down next to him and launched into conversation. "Hey," I said cheerily, trying to break the ice. He merely glanced at me and adjusted his earphones further into his ears. I pursed my lips, feeling a hint of awkwardness, but pressed on. "I think we're heading to the same dorm. Do you want to go together?" I suggested, hoping to bridge the gap between us. "Do whatever you want," he muttered dismissively. I chuckled awkwardly, turning slightly to the side. "All right, the next bus should be here soon," I continued, trying to fill the silence. "I guess we'll have to see each other more often since we work in the same cafe. My name's Arden, by the way." "You talk too much," he said suddenly, halting my spirited chatter. "Why are you even talking to me?" I paused for a moment, reflecting on the sincerity of my answer. "A friend at work would be nice," I replied. A scoff escaped his lips, and just then, the bus arrived. He stood up, brushing past me without a backward glance. "I don't need such things," he said, his tone final as he stepped away. "Arden." In conclusion, Cade began, looking around the room. He spoke with authority that the others couldn't help but watch and listen. Most of our classmates were dosing off due to the number of presentations. However, the moment our group stood in front, they came alive. It was going really well. We presented without any cue sheets, and Cade, who was in charge of the presentation, created a scientific model that would simulate that of a knotting process. It was a surprise for us too, and I couldn't believe he had done something like it while going through all the classes and leading his faction. Knotting in werewolves can be understood as a biologically adaptive copulatory mechanism, wherein an erectile bulbous glandus at the base of the phallus temporarily swells to ensure prolonged intromission, thereby maximizing reproductive success through sperm retention, an evolutionary trait optimized for species with high competition and instinct-driven pair bonding, he ended. The classroom was silent for a moment before our classmates burst into curt cheers. Just then, Miss Loveson stood up and clapped her hands together. That model in the middle of the presentation, did the group do that? We all turned to Cade since he was the one responsible for it. However, he merely nodded, offering no further explanation. Miss Loveson smiled in satisfaction. "I liked it. Very realistic. You may go back to your seats." We all bowed politely as Cade grabbed his laptop. I couldn't help but glance at him once more as he nonchalantly returned to his seat. The more I watched him, the more I struggled to figure him out. Meanwhile, I inadvertently bumped into Rowan's back. He turned around just in time to catch me before I fell. "Oh, thanks," I said softly, looking up at him. I expected him to make a flirty remark like he always did, but instead, he moved away and muttered something incomprehensible under his breath. I tilted my head in confusion as I sat back down. "Well, anyway, Good job to all of you, my students, Miss Loveson said with a smile. I had high expectations for elite students, and you certainly didn't disappoint. As much as I would like to give each of you extra points, there needs to be a winner. I've given it a lot of thought, and today, I plan to reveal it. I also spoke to Headmaster Winters about it, and he agreed to give each member of the winning team 50 points. The classroom began to buzz with whispers. 50 points was a significant boost, especially since we were still early in the curriculum. I had only accumulated 10 points so far, so this would be a great help. Congratulations to the last team that presented, Miss Loveson announced. My breath hitched, and I turned to Tessa, filled with joy. She wore a wide smile, too, and we clasped hands under the table to suppress our excitement. As promised, Miss Loveson continued with a smile, your points have been updated in real time, and you are exempt from the quiz. You may use this time as a free period. The others turned to us with envy. However, they couldn't refute the decision. Tessa and I grabbed our bags and made our way out of the classroom. I heard Cade's and Rowan's footsteps behind us, but I didn't mind at all. I was too happy about the outcome. The moment we exited the classroom, Tessa and I began to jump up and down in delight. It felt wonderful to celebrate with someone like this. I had never had the opportunity to be this excited with Sienna. I opened my phone to verify the updates, and I was thrilled to confirm that it was indeed real. Are you really that happy? Cade asked, catching my attention for a brief moment. Nothing he said could dampen my mood. Yeah, I replied, a grin spreading across my face. It's great. We worked hard on it. You did a fantastic job on the model, I said, genuinely complimenting him. Cade pursed his lips and looked away. I then turned to Rowan and gave him a thumbs up. You did great with the introduction, too. We wouldn't have captured everyone's attention without you. Once again, instead of responding with a quick, flirty remark, he turned to the side. I noted the way his ears turned red, but I inferred that he was also pleased about the outcome. It's just a presentation, Cade muttered, but I still heard it. Is my happiness that shallow? I asked, tilting my head as I looked at him. He didn't respond, which left me puzzled. Even if that's the case, I think we should celebrate the small victories. The elite program is already as competitive as it is. If we downplay such accomplishments, wouldn't it be even sadder? I know these points may seem insignificant to the two of you, but I still wanted to congratulate our team, I added, glancing between the two of them. Tessa smiled and chimed in. Yeah, we did great. Cade was looking at me with yet another unreadable expression. It seemed he was drinking in my features. I couldn't handle his gaze, so I absent-mindedly wiped my face. Do I have something on my face? I whispered to Tessa. She quietly shook her head. With that, Cade walked away without another word, leaving me feeling confused. Rowan followed quickly after him. See you later at the cafe, he muttered, unable to meet my eyes. Those two are acting so weird, I whispered. With that, Tessa and I decided to head to the cafeteria to grab some coffee while waiting for our next class. Just then, Sienna emerged from the restroom in front of us. I came to a halt for a moment and frowned. Then, she strolled past the two of us, but not without uttering a parting shot. Attention, whore. Arden. Welcome to Silver Quill, Miss Loveson greeted as she stood before us. I noticed Fort standing to the side. As soon as our eyes met, he waved. I returned the gesture with a brief smile before shifting my focus back to Miss Loveson. This is a highly independent group, and as I, too, carry many responsibilities as a teacher, I need someone to act as the representative for the freshmen. Fort over here has the highest grades among all seniors and consequently represents them. Now, who would like to volunteer among the freshmen? Most students turned their attention to Elias, and I found myself glancing at him too. To my surprise, he was looking back at me with a spark of curiosity. Part of me longed for such responsibility. Yet, with the demands of school and my job, I knew I couldn't commit. Elias was undeniably well-suited for it, but it seemed he had other plans. I'm busy with my other clubs, he stated firmly. I don't want to be the representative. The others respected his decision without protest. Just then, a hand shot up. Me, Sienna declared, a small but confident smile adorning her lips. I graduated as the valedictorian in high school and have participated in numerous extracurricular activities. I believe I am the best fit for the role, just after Alpha Elias. Her confidence was infectious, and the others were quickly convinced. No objections? Miss Loveson asked, glancing around the room. All right, she clapped her hands together. Miss Graves will be the freshman's representative then. Sienna beamed with pride, shooting a glance in my direction like she was seeking my approval. Like any other normal club, I expect you all to get to know one another. In fact, the sole purpose of this first meeting is to facilitate that, she continued. I need to step out for a moment for a meeting with Mr. Winters. You may leave once the group session is over. With that, she waved us off before exiting the room. The seniors quickly took the opportunity to enliven the atmosphere. Welcome, welcome. There's a lot of competition here, but outside of that, I hope we can all remain civil, Fort began, casually settling down around us. Let's take turns introducing ourselves, shall we? Sienna took the lead, flashing a sweet smile at the others. Elias, of course, required little introduction, as most already knew who he was. When it came my turn, my heart raced against my chest, but I managed to maintain my composure. Hi, my name is Arden, and I'm from the Westlake Pack. Oh, one of the older girls exclaimed, her eyes widening. You're from the same pack as Sienna. Do you two know each other? Not really, I replied, noticing the smirk of amusement that danced on her lips. Thank you for the warm welcome. I settled back down, while the others continued their introductions. When are the competitions scheduled to begin? Sienna asked eagerly. Fort, appearing relaxed, waved her question off. It's the first meeting. Let's keep academia at bay for today. The moon goddess knows that's going to be our constant topic for the rest of the year. For now, let's discuss more casual matters, he emphasized. A charismatic senior named Cecily shook her head in amusement. You're so carefree. Must be nice to have so many academic points. Fort shrugged lightly. What can I say? Nothing beats the mind. Cecily sighed. You won't surpass Elias and the other alphas, though. Their points seem to be socially distancing themselves from the rest of us. Fort raised both hands in playful surrender. I don't have any plans on catching up with them. I'm loyal to you, aren't I? He asked, nudging Cecily's shoulder, which caused her cheeks to flush a deep shade of red. Oh, get a room, another senior called out, prompting groans from the others. Yet, I couldn't help but smile. So, they were in a relationship? I thought it was rare in this school to witness such loyalty, yet it wasn't completely gone. Yeah, it's hard catching up to your points, a male senior chimed in, leaning closer to Elias. He attempted to throw a casual arm around his shoulder, but the icy aura emanating from Elias made him withdraw it immediately. It's getting harder with all the true alphas around, he continued, frustration seeping into his tone. Nearly all the women on campus exclusively want them. My only chance here is by meeting the virgin and securing a night with her. There it was, the dreaded topic about me. Why were they so obsessed with it in the first place? Before I could stop myself, I opened my mouth to speak. Why does the school have this system? And what's with the obsession surrounding someone's purity? The conversation fell into an uncomfortable silence, and I pursed my lips, suddenly regretting my question. Elias turned to me with a small smirk, while Sienna wore her disdain openly on her face. Well, that's a first in a while, Fort muttered. I guess we've become so accustomed to it that we don't even bother questioning the system. It's what others thrive on. I tightened my lips. Hasn't anyone else found it strange? It is, Cecily murmured. We're defined by our points, and those who don't make the cut are brutally kicked out. However, one of the boys interjected, Mr. Winters claims it's merely a representation of the real world. He's part of the United Factions, so we know he worked hard to earn his position. Most of us treat him like a friend, thanks to his disposition, but deep down, the students have a strong respect for him. My brows knitted together in confusion. None of it made sense to me. Anyway, Fort said, clapping his hands to shift the topic, it's probably better not to dwell on the system. Yeah, Sienna added with a smirk, those who can't handle it should just leave. This has been the way for years. It's not going to change anytime soon. I nestled deeper into my thoughts and glanced away. Was I really the only one who found this unsettling? Did I just need more time to get used to it? My reflections were interrupted once more when Fort broke the silence. but the virgin's identity still hasn't been revealed, right? Yeah, that's strange, the male senior replied, scratching his head. She should have outed herself the moment it started. The true alphas would have their eyes on her, and she'd essentially become a prized possession. I bit my lip to keep from voicing my thoughts. They talked about being treated like an object to be flaunted as if it were something to take pride in. I noticed Cecily biting her lip as well, clearly in disagreement with the male senior's views. Anyway, he persisted, nudging Elias with an elbow, I'm sure you've already got your hunch. So tell me, Alpha, do you know who she is yet? Elias kept his gaze fixed on the table, but a sly smirk flitted across his lips. With that single expression, his next statement sent a chill through my body. I would be lying if I said I didn't have a clue. Arden, does he know? Those words echoed in the back of my mind as I made my way out of the silver building. The others had laughed it off when Elias insinuated he had a clue about who the virgin was. I had to force myself to smile in response, not wanting to raise any suspicions. Elias didn't glance at me even once after that, yet I couldn't help but wonder if he had said it as a passing, irrelevant comment. I glanced back to see Elias swarmed by the other members, who eagerly asked for his number and fawned over him. With that scene in front of me, I hastened my steps, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and their gaze. There was no way he could know. Aside from Tessa, no one else had the slightest clue. Kieran had never shown any interest in me, but I was fairly certain that Jaxon had already informed him of my transformation from the prude he once knew. I checked my phone and noted that I still had about half an hour before my shift began. It seemed like a good time to grab some snacks from the common cafeteria. As I made my way there, I pushed aside the thoughts of what had transpired during the Silver Quill meeting, determined to focus instead on something mundane. However, just as I stepped into the hallways, I was met with yet another unfortunate sight. Jaxon and Sienna, along with my brother and some of the other high-ranked youths from the West, were gathered around Owen. My brother had his arm wrapped around him in an unfriendly manner, dragging him toward the opulence cafeteria with an unsettling grip. I hung back a bit, concealing myself behind a post, and observed their interaction. Have you ever been inside before? Kieran teased, nudging Owen's side. Owen flinched and tried to pull away, but it was futile against my brother's strength. Jaxon and Sienna merely watched the scene unfold, unbothered, as they fiddled with each other's hands. I'm not allowed in there, Owen muttered. Can you please let me go? Ah, look at Owen asking oh so nicely for me to let him go. Kieran chuckled, and the laughter from the others followed. My brows furrowed in disapproval. There was nothing funny about the situation. Did their pride and ego render them incapable of recognizing the absurdity of their cruelty? How about this? I'll let you in there for free. What do you say, huh? I'm sure someone like you would want to see the cafeteria reserved for the likes of us, Kieran continued his taunts. No, thank you, Owen replied firmly. I have somewhere to be. With that, he managed to slip away with surprising speed, but Kieran didn't take kindly to his escape. In an instant, he grasped Owen again, wrapping his arm around Owen's neck and pulling him close. Kieran dragged Owen toward the opulence cafeteria, and my hands clenched tightly at my sides. I found myself in a dilemma, torn between the urge to intervene and the daunting reality of my brother's overpowering presence. Others walked past the scene, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding, some even giggling with amusement. I felt compelled to intervene. How could I criticize these bystanders while I remained a passive observer at this damn post too? Before I fully processed my thoughts, I found myself striding toward the opulence cafeteria, my initial hesitation giving way to a surge of courage. As I entered, the atmosphere of regality enveloped me. However, it was accompanied by a sense of hypocrisy. The tables and chairs, a stark contrast to those in the common cafeteria, resembled pieces plucked straight from million-dollar homes. At the center of it all were Owen and Kieran, the former radiating discomfort. You're already here, so why don't you entertain us? Kieran chuckled. Owen pursed his lips, turning slightly away, trying to withdraw from the moment. You didn't think you'd come here for free, did you? Kieran taunted. Then, he stood and grabbed a piece of steak, shoving it into Owen's mouth, which only drew laughter from the others seated nearby. My heart raced at the vile display of bullying taking place before me. I scanned the room, hoping to find at least one person with a semblance of sanity. While a few were entertained, most cast their eyes downward, appearing afraid of the repercussions of standing against Kieran and his crew. "I even provided you a meal," Kieran chuckled. "Show the hand that feeds you some kindness by performing for us. What are you guys in the mood for? A song? A dance? An act?" he asked, parading around the room, pointing at others as he did. "Monster," I muttered under my breath, my hands shaking from an emotion I couldn't quite identify. Fear? Disdain? "Make him act like a dog," Sienna exclaimed carelessly while reapplying her lip gloss. The others jumped on board, chiming in with suggestions, their enthusiasm frightening. It felt like a betting ground filled with the most depraved college students imaginable. "The crowd has spoken," Kieran announced, his voice rising to command everyone's attention. "Act like a dog for us, Owen." Owen's lips were pursed tightly, and from my vantage point, I could almost see a black cloud gathering over his head. I didn't pity him. I felt a fierce anger rising within me. No one would want to find themselves in such a humiliating predicament, yet escaping it seemed nearly impossible. Owen remained motionless, casting his gaze downward in silence. Kieran, embarrassed by Owen's lack of response, gripped his shoulder, causing Owen to flinch. "Don't embarrass me now, you rascal," he said through gritted teeth. "I brought you here for a show, and you are going to deliver, whether you like it or not." "Please let me go," Owen pleaded desperately, but his words only sparked amusement among the others. "What was that?" Kieran teased, leaning in closer. "Say it louder." "Please just let me go," Owen repeated. Silence fell for a moment, and I could see Kieran's smirk widening maliciously. "No," he replied casually. "Not unless you act like a dog for us first. Do it now, while I'm still asking nicely. I might even consider reducing the amount of your debt if you perform well." My breath hitched as I noticed a flicker of hope in Owen's expression. He lifted his head slightly, and for a moment, I genuinely believed he might comply. No, I was certain he was going to go through with it. But at that moment, I stepped forward, my voice ringing clear above the crowd. "Let him go." "Arden." The others turned to me in an instant. The opulence cafeteria grew silent for a heartbeat, only to erupt shortly afterward with whispers. "Who is that? Is she crazy? Does she realize who she's talking to? I've never seen her before, but how dare she speak to Kieran like that, especially with true alpha Jaxon sitting right behind him?" People were quick to question my audacity and credibility, coming out in defense of my brother and his friends, who had clearly sinister intentions, all due to their status in our social hierarchy. Despite my racing heart, I mustered the courage to walk over to them, swallowing hard as I placed distance between Owen and my brother. A flicker of surprise crossed Kieran's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a look of disgust. He clearly had never seen me like this, standing my ground. Sienna quickly seized the moment to break the tense silence. "Are the likes of you actually allowed in here?" she exclaimed. "I'm sure you're aware that this cafeteria is reserved for the top students and those wealthy enough to afford its fees." I ignored her, focusing instead on Kieran. "You're still the same," I muttered, ensuring only he could hear me. A small, twisted smirk crept across his lips. Meanwhile, I could sense Sienna fuming from my lack of acknowledgement. I took a brief glance at her and noticed how red her cheeks had turned. She quickly turned to Jaxon for reassurance, but his gaze remained fixed on me, brow furrowed and jaw clenched. "What a disgusting bunch you are," I spat, and gasps erupted from the onlookers. "What is this?" Kieran suddenly chuckled, amusement heard in his voice. "We were merely joking with a friend, but you took it so seriously. The fun in this school is slowly evaporating. What a shame." He flashed a smile and turned to his friends, offering them high fives. "Am I right?" he called out. They all joined in laughter, chortling among themselves as they continued eating, completely unfazed. Owen cast his head down in defeat, but I held my chin high. "If this is your definition of fun, then you must truly be a pathetic creature," I declared. His expression shifted, momentarily caught off guard. "You think you're superior to everyone else simply because you can afford to be here. You insulted him, extorted him for money, and made him act like a dog stripped of dignity, I continued. You flaunt your confidence like a diamond, but in reality, you are nothing but rotten on the inside. You possess only your pride, projecting your insecurities onto someone innocent. It's utterly pathetic, I cursed. And of course, you and your friends hype each other up because you share the same 3 brain cells. The cafeteria fell silent once more, in disbelief as they processed my audacity in addressing someone as influential as Kieran. Even Sienna was left speechless, a rare occurrence for someone with such a fluency of insults at the ready. I expected Kieran to erupt in anger, as he often did. He was the middle child, but he acted like the youngest, whining when he didn't get his way, punching walls when frustrated, and breaking more plates than I could count in moments of rage. However, to my astonishment, he replied with calmness. Who cares? Those 2 simple words dripped with a nonchalance that sent my frustration bubbling over. I have the money. I'm capable, and I rank in the top 100 students with the most points. That's why I'm here, he continued, his eyes glinting with self-satisfaction. How about you? He challenged, and the silence was filled with the mocking chuckles from his entourage. And you accuse me of something as grave as bullying? Extortion? Do you have any proof? I froze, glancing at Owen, whose unease had intensified. I wouldn't engage in such things. I'm a model student, he smirked, a condescending smile stretching across his face. If you claim to have proof, then by all means report it to Headmaster Winters. I won't retaliate in the slightest. You see, there have been a lot of accusations about me, but none have ever been proven to be true. However, you are the first person to make a scene and publicly accuse me of such things. I have plenty of witnesses who can attest that you are actively trying to ruin my reputation. And what? I'm acting high and mighty? I have every right to do so, he continued, not giving me an opportunity to retort. I stand by my word. The elite is only for thee. He turned to his friends, who answered in unison, elite. Why else would the school be called such? There are increasingly more students who fail to meet the required grades, standards, and wealth. Despite our efforts to accommodate individuals like you, it's clear that you are ungrateful. I'm giving Owen a chance to be here. Otherwise, he would have never had the opportunity to catch a glimpse of these facilities. He's a poor. Before he could finish that thought, I snatched a banana smoothie from their table and threw it directly in his face, finally rendering him speechless. Some of the smoothie splattered on the students sitting nearby, causing them to stand and gasp in shock, staring at me in disbelief. Kieran stood there, banana smoothie dripping from his perfectly coiffed hair, the shock on his face gradually shifting to fury. His friends didn't dare laugh now. In fact, a heavy silence fell over the table. I wiped my hand on the napkin beside his untouched dessert and locked eyes with him, not backing down. Entitled, I said flatly, my voice echoing throughout the room. That's all you are. He opened his mouth to respond, but I didn't allow him to speak. If this is your notion of what makes someone elite, throwing your weight around, humiliating others, and hiding behind your status and privilege, then I'm grateful to not be part of it. I turned to face the entire room, meeting the stares of the students who sat frozen in their seats, wide-eyed. If this school believes this is the standard, I continued, raising my voice, then perhaps it's the system that truly needs changing. A chair scraped against the floor as Jaxon stood, his true alpha aura commanding attention. But I didn't even glance at him. Instead, I focused on Owen, who was trembling. I took his wrist and began to walk away. By the door, leaning casually like they'd been there the entire time, were the 3 other true alphas. They had been watching from the beginning, choosing not to intervene. But even then, I didn't stop. I held Owen's hand tighter and pulled him out, never once looking back. Arden. I continued dragging Owen away with no final destination in mind, muttering curses under my breath. It was only when he pulled his hand away that I finally came to a halt. I let out a deep breath and turned to him. He didn't say a word, but I could clearly see the relief in his eyes. With that, I ran my fingers through my hair and closed my eyes, attempting to steady my breathing. Are you always this courageous? He asked, breaking the silence that had settled around us. A small smile crept onto my lips. No, I muttered, not really. That's hard to believe, he replied. You really didn't have to do all of that, he added. I told you, I don't need help. Let's just say I didn't do it to help you, I clarified, but because I was genuinely annoyed by Kieran. He sighed, crossing his arms defensively before turning to the side. There's no use arguing with people like him. It's only going to make things worse. I promise he'll come back even stronger than ever. My brows furrowed deeply in frustration. We can report them to the administration. There's something that can be done to seek justice. A scoff escaped his lips as he looked deep into my eyes. It must be nice to have some kind of hope. I'm afraid your mindset is far from reality, he said with a dismissive tone. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't try to help me anymore. I'm already having a hard enough time as it is. I pursed my lips, feeling a sudden sting in my heart. I was just trying to help. You're not helping at all, he snapped, anger suddenly filling his voice. Yet, even in that moment, he didn't leave. Despite the pain swelling in my chest, I made an effort to understand him. Kieran is my brother, I finally revealed. He turned to me with wide eyes, disbelief seen across his face. I wasn't entirely sure why I was sharing this with him. After all, he was practically a stranger, but something compelled me to let him in on this part of my life. He's as terrible here as he is at home. We're only a year apart, yet he has never treated me like a sister. Instead, he has turned me into a tool to make himself feel better, like he is better than me in every single way. I've tried standing up to him before, but it never ended well. My parents were always on his side anyway, so I kept to myself and bottled up all my feelings. This is the first time I've spoken up to him in what feels like a lifetime. Back then, I thought there was no hope. I believed I would be stuck in this situation forever. However, even though my circumstances aren't ultimately better, I finally have the courage to confront him about his wrongdoings. I've never lost hope, even during the most hopeless of times, and I truly hope you won't either. I looked up at him, noticing that his bloodshot eyes were even redder than usual. I could tell he was on the verge of tears, and watching him swallow the lump in his throat only confirmed my suspicion. Did you really break the vase? I finally asked, my curiosity getting the better of me. He swallowed once more, running a hand through his hair in agitation. No, he muttered. I went to the party by myself because they said everyone was invited. I was standing next to it when Kieran and his friends were playing some ball game inside the house. It bounced off my shoulder before shattering into pieces. Technically. So you didn't do it, I concluded, cutting him off. It was their fault. Don't worry, I reassured him. I'll see what I can do, all right? He didn't respond this time, so I finally smiled. I had a feeling that Owen just needed a friend too. I felt even happier than usual during my shift for two reasons. First, I finally stood up to Kieran, and second, Rowan wasn't around to flirt with me. Some students recognized me as the one who had confronted Kieran in the cafeteria, and while some looked at me with disgust, others offered their praise. I made a conscious decision to brush aside the degrading comments. However, the next customers were people I simply couldn't ignore. Welcome. My words caught in my throat when I saw Sienna and Jaxon striding into the cafe, flanked by Sienna's friends. They froze the moment they spotted me, and a smirk crept across Sienna's lips. I tightened my lips and forced myself to remain professional, greeting them with a curt smile. What would you like today? Sienna chose to ignore my question and instead scrutinized me from head to toe, her friends doing the same. I heard there was a classy new cafe near our school. Someone must have gotten the memo wrong, Sienna began with a snarky tone. Now I understand why she made such a scene in the cafeteria. She's clearly envious of what we have because she can't even afford to study without working. I bit my lip and glanced around, aware that I couldn't create a scene in here, especially since I desperately needed this job. With a resigned sigh, I asked, "May I take your order?" Sienna let out a sigh and finally relayed her order. I took it without exchanging any further words. Her friends followed suit, appearing disappointingly dejected. I then turned my attention to Jaxon, but I avoided making eye contact. It wasn't that I couldn't. Rather, I simply didn't want to. And for you, I inquired. Sienna looked as if she wanted to unleash another snide remark, but Jaxon gently restrained her, pushing her to the side. I wanted to laugh at the expression on her face, but I held it back. Jackson remained silent for a while, prompting me to let out a quiet sigh of impatience. The door chimed again, and I absently greeted the next customers, offering a smile to the old couple entering the cafe. "Welcome to Evermore," I said cheerfully, yet my smile quickly faded as I turned my attention back to Jackson. "I would appreciate it if you could share your order, sir." "I wouldn't want a line forming," I muttered, trying to maintain my professionalism. Still, he remained silent. "You already know my order," he finally replied, breaking the quiet. I paused in my writing, letting out a deep breath of realization. A plain black Americano, his sole order at any cafe because he claimed that all the other drinks were too sweet. I had a sweet tooth, but I toned it down when we were together because he didn't like them. "I think you're mistaken, sir," I said, finally looking into his eyes. "I don't recall knowing your order. I've forgotten about you." "Arden, do you know that guy?" I turned to the side, startled to see Owen emerging from the kitchen, a steaming mug of coffee in his hands. He prepared himself a fresh cup while I watched him absent-mindedly. "Are you not going to answer?" he prompted, raising an eyebrow at my silence. I shifted my gaze to the table furthest from the counter and noticed Jackson stealing glances at me intermittently. "I wish I didn't know him," I muttered softly. Owen took a deliberate sip of his freshly brewed coffee before adding, "Well, his girlfriend must feel the same way. It looks like she's ready to murder you with her eyes." I turned my attention back to the group, and in a moment of perfect timing, Sienna shot me a glare, her mouth moving animatedly as she conversed with her friends. "I don't understand," I murmured in frustration. "Why does she feel so threatened by me?" Feeling Owen's gaze piercing into the side of my face, I turned my head and raised my brows in inquiry. He shook his head slightly. "I could take a guess as to why," he muttered cryptically. I tilted my head in confusion, ready to ask him what he meant, but before I could utter a word, the front door swung open and a new customer stepped inside. Owen quickly retreated back to the kitchen, leaving me to don my professional smile. "Welcome to..." But my welcoming words caught in my throat as my eyes met the newcomer. It seemed he, too, was taken aback by my presence. Cade walked in, clad in his soccer uniform, his expression as unreadable as ever. I pursed my lips and gave him a curt nod. "What can I help you with today?" I asked softly, striving to keep my voice steady. Ever since the day of my heat, we hadn't exchanged a single word, so seeing him like this made my cheeks flush. Thankfully, it appeared he had managed to put the awkward incident behind him. Cade remained silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on me, and I tilted my head in confusion. I noticed again that his cheeks bore a slight flush. He had likely just come from training. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he stated his order. "The strawberries and cream frappuccino," he said. I fought to suppress my emotions, but it seemed that my feelings slipped through the cracks. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed me, and I looked up to meet his gaze. "Do you have a problem with it?" he asked. I shook my head, a slight smile gracing my lips. "Not at all. What level of sweetness will that be?" He cleared his throat and turned to the side, his expression suddenly shy. "The sweetest one." He had a sweet tooth, just like me. "All right," I replied cheerily. "For here or to go?" "To go," he muttered, his voice sounding smaller now, almost timid. A soft giggle escaped my lips, prompting him to lean one hand against the counter for support. "You know, I really have a feeling that you're making fun of me," he said. I looked at him, still feeling amused by his reaction. "How did you come to that conclusion?" Cade pursed his lips, and in that moment, he looked the most childlike and innocent I had ever seen him. "There's nothing wrong with it," I added softly, enjoying this light-hearted banter. "I like sweet things too, like strawberries and cream, although I don't think I could handle the level of sweetness you'd prefer." With that, I set about preparing his drink, ensuring I got everything just right. I even placed a few dried strawberries on top before sealing it with the lid. I grabbed a straw and handed it to him. He accepted it with a sulky expression, which only made me laugh harder, my head tilting back in amusement. I felt his gaze on me, and for a fleeting moment, I noticed a small smile begin to form on his face, too. "So, you're laughing at me now?" he asked, his tone breaking through my laughing fit. I'm sorry, I said, wiping away the tears that had accumulated in the corners of my eyes. It's just that I didn't expect this. There's nothing wrong with it. The contrast is just pretty cute. I said those words without thinking too much about them, so when the last word escaped my lips, I froze, realizing the unexpected confession. I turned to him with wide eyes, only to find that he, too, was taken aback by my sudden compliment. I mean, I stammered, searching for the right words, but ultimately falling silent, feeling my cheeks heat up with embarrassment. It wasn't like we were friends. How could I have said that? However, the awkward tension that hung between us was abruptly shattered by the sound of something spilling. Oops, I heard one of Sienna's friends exclaim. I snapped out of my daze and turned to see her frantically attempting to clean up a coffee spill on the floor. I pursed my lips, already suspecting that the spill was no accident. After giving Cade his change, I grabbed the mop from by the lockers. As I stepped outside, I noticed that Cade was being cornered by the very friend who had spilled her drink. I quietly approached the scene, doing my best to be discreet. "Here's my number, Alpha Cade," she said, slipping a piece of paper into the pocket of his uniform. Her hand lingered there a second longer than usual, but I reminded myself that it wasn't any of my business, so I focused on cleaning up the mess. I bit my lip to stifle a curse. It was definitely deliberate. It appeared to have been poured before it actually spilled, increasing the area of the mess. Still, I kept silent and merely sighed as I squeezed out the mop. I could feel Jackson's gaze on me as I worked, but I ignored him, intent on finishing the task. "There's still some over here," Sienna called out. I nodded quietly and walked to where she was stationed. However, the friend who had just given Cade her number pretended to lose her balance and suddenly pushed me toward the ground, feigning innocence. The events unfolded rapidly. The floor was still slippery, and I couldn't manage to regain my balance. I felt myself falling, anticipating the impact. Yet, even as I braced for it, the fall never came. Instead, a pair of strong arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me back from the brink. A small gasp escaped Sienna's lips as I opened my eyes in confusion. To my surprise, the arms didn't belong to just one person. While Cade held me at the waist, Jaxon gripped my hips, creating a bewildering entanglement. My eyes widened as I took in the scene, the two of them tightening their grips around me. Sienna looked equally shocked, perhaps even more so than I was, though I couldn't fathom why. She was the one who got me into this predicament in the first place. I turned to Jaxon and noticed his jaw was clenched, a telltale sign of his agitation. Then I shifted my gaze to Cade, who remained surprisingly calm, smirking at the unfolding drama. "You can let me go now," I muttered, though my words seemed lost in the silent battle of their glares. "Let her go," Jaxon demanded through gritted teeth, his protective instincts flaring. Meanwhile, Cade merely tilted his head, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Then, without warning, he pulled me closer, yet it wasn't rough or bruising. It was more of a possessive gesture. He stepped back, allowing me to regain my footing. "Don't worry, I've got her." "Arden." "Oh, crap," I muttered under my breath when I noticed a notification from Silver Quill. It appeared that we had an activity scheduled for tomorrow, and I needed to buy a book from the local bookstore. Owen halted in his tracks and turned to me, one eyebrow arched inquisitively. "Do you know where this place is?" I asked, holding up my phone to show him the name of the bookstore. "Haven? It's that one," he replied, pointing towards a shop not far from us. It was only a few blocks away, which caused me to sigh in relief. "Why do you ask?" "I need to buy something from there," I explained. "You should go ahead first." I stepped back and noticed the hesitation in Owen's eyes. Confused by his expression, I tilted my head slightly. He glanced up at the skies for a moment before letting out a small sigh. "It looks like it's going to rain soon." "What do you mean?" I chuckled, following his gaze to the heavens. "The skies are dark, but they're perfectly clear, and the stars are shining bright." He pursed his lips. "I just have a knack for these kinds of things," he said defensively. A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth, and I nudged his shoulder playfully. "Why? Are you worried about your new friend?" "Don't worry. I won't take long," I teased, leaning into the banter. "If you'd like, I can text you once I'm home." He let out a deep breath and shook his head. "It's not like that," he grumbled, a hint of exasperation in his voice, which made me chuckle even louder. I had never had a younger sibling, but I imagined that this might be a slice of what it would feel like to have one to provoke and tease. Whatever, he muttered, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. I warned you. I'm going right ahead. With that, he turned around and started walking toward Elite. See you tomorrow, Owen, I called out, but he didn't look back, which caused another giggle to escape my lips. I walked over to Haven and quickly entered, a chime ringing above my head. As I stepped inside, I couldn't help but gape at the enchanting scene before me. From the outside, it seemed like such a modest store, but within, it felt utterly magical. The shop had only one floor, but the shelves reached all the way to the ceilings. An antique ladder wound its way around the place, and artful vines twisted around it, appearing as if they were free of dust despite the store's age. Along with that, the air was infused with the scent of both fresh and old pages, a combination that evoked a sense of nostalgia. I closed my eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply and relishing the fragrant atmosphere. When I opened my eyes, I nearly jumped back in surprise upon spotting a stunning woman with olive-toned skin and wild, curly hair pulled into a half-up, half-down style. She seemed just as astonished to see me. "Oh, hey there," she chuckled awkwardly, her cheeks tinting slightly. Right. I must have forgotten to flip the sign at the front. We're already closed," she said, scratching the back of her neck sheepishly. I bowed my head slightly in apology. "My apologies," I replied. "I didn't realize. I just needed to buy a book for Silver Quill, but I can come back tomorrow." Her expression softened when she saw how genuinely apologetic I was. A small smile crept onto her lips. "For Silver Quill? I guess it's all right then. The book for your club is already behind the counter. It's just a quick transaction." "Are you sure?" I asked, unsure if I should press my luck. She nodded, still smiling. Her light and carefree personality brightened the already lively atmosphere of the bookstore, and I found myself willingly following after her. "No worries," she chimed cheerfully. "Here you go. That will be $4.99. I handed her a $5 bill, and she quickly returned my change before presenting me with the packaged book. I smiled widely as I received it from her. "Thank you." "Alara," she answered with a glimmer of enthusiasm. "That's a pretty name," I muttered, finding myself captivated by her charm. "Not as pretty as you," she winked lightheartedly. I felt a warm flush creep across my cheeks at the compliment coming from someone so vibrant. "I'm Arden, by the way," I introduced myself, extending my hand. She took it and offered a gentle shake. "Nice to meet you, Arden. I believe this is your first time in Haven?" "Yes," I responded, glancing around the cozy shop. "It certainly won't be my last. If I had known there was a place like this near the school, I would have visited much sooner." "Right?" she chuckled, a sparkle in her eyes. "I'm glad I found this job too. I get to earn money for college while doing something I love." "Oh, do you go to Elite as well?" I inquired, curious to know more about her. Alara quickly shook her head, her expression animated. "Goodness, no. Aside from not meeting the academic standards required to pass, my brain just doesn't function on the same level as the ordinary student there. Plus, I definitely can't afford it." "You're selling yourself short," I replied, genuinely feeling that way. "I'm not," she insisted, maintaining her radiant smile. "I'm well aware of my limitations. You, on the other hand, must be very smart. Silver Quill, huh?" A playful warmth spread through my cheeks. "It's not that special, I guess." "Trust me, it is," she affirmed. Clearing my throat, I changed the topic. "So which school do you attend?" "A local college around half an hour from here," she replied. "Although my house is quite far from this store, I opted to work here anyway because the pay is excellent. Being situated near Elite is certainly a privilege." I nodded in agreement, as my pay from Evermore had also far exceeded a typical cafe wage. Realizing I had taken up too much of her time, I bowed my head slightly in apology. "Oh, sorry, I must have rambled on." She shook her head, her genuine smile still in place. "Not at all. I actually appreciate the conversation. It would be lovely to speak with you again." Excitement bubbled in my chest. I hadn't realized that making friends could be this easy. It had always seemed so difficult in the past, or perhaps that was just due to being stuck with Sienna. Regardless, I felt a sense of pride for having struck up this conversation. I'll see you around, Alara, I called out enthusiastically as I started to make my way to the door. She waved her hand at me, her wide smile making my heart flutter. Yes, see you, Arden. As I stepped outside, the door chime echoed behind me. A smile lingered on my face as I headed back to campus. Just then, as Owen had predicted, the skies began to rumble ominously. My eyes widened, and I glanced up instinctively. In that very moment, the downpour began. This was no gentle drizzle. It was a torrential rain. I cursed quietly under my breath, relieved that my backpack was waterproof. I ran toward campus, but soon discovered that the bookstore wasn't as close as I had initially thought. Pitter-patter, my feet splashed through small puddles that had rapidly accumulated on the uneven sidewalk. Suddenly, I felt an unsettling presence looming behind me. I didn't stop, but a gnawing feeling built at the back of my throat. I dared not turn around, aware that someone was there. I could faintly hear his footsteps and smell his scent. However, both sensations were largely overshadowed by the strong rain drumming around me. I began to walk faster, edging into a borderline sprint, but I could feel him closing the distance too. Crap. Maybe I should have asked Owen to wait for me. Relief washed over me when I finally spotted the campus gates in the distance. However, I must have underestimated the proximity of the stranger, because the next thing I knew, I felt his heavy body crash against my back. My breath caught in my throat, and I spun around, instinctively swinging my right fist, only to have my wrist caught in a vice-like grip. I closed my eyes, fear gripping me, and began to breathe heavily. Arden, what is wrong with you? He asked, his voice familiar yet startling. I opened my eyes, and there he was again. Cade, Arden. It's just you, I sighed. It's always you. I unconsciously leaned my forehead against his chest, exhaling a deep breath. His fresh scent mingled with the rain felt even more comforting after our startling encounter. Why were you acting like I was chasing you? He asked. I looked up at him, a slight glare crossing my face, though it lacked any real heat. Can you blame me? I muttered. You were running. That's because the rain is getting heavier. He retorted just as the sky opened up, the rain pouring down even more violently. He cursed under his breath. He grasped my wrist, making me gasp softly, and pulled me toward the gates of Elite and the bus stop, where a shade offered refuge. The forecast didn't mention anything about rain, he complained, his voice laced with annoyance as we stepped back into the cover. I couldn't help but admire his side profile, the way his hair clung to his forehead, dampened by the rain. Normally, his hair was perfectly styled, always looking pristine and put together. But in this slightly disheveled state, he appeared younger and more approachable, a side of him I didn't mind seeing. Before I could stop myself, I reached out and poked his cheek with my finger. He turned to me instantly, a slight furrow appearing between his brows. It was only then that I realized what I had done, and I quickly retracted my hand. Sorry, I muttered, glancing away, feeling my cheeks warm despite the chill that seeped into my bones. The night was growing colder, the rain intensifying all around us. The bus isn't for another 15 minutes, he said, stealing a glance at the schedule posted nearby. I nodded and settled onto the bench, wrapping my arms around myself in an effort to generate some warmth. Turning toward the direction of the Elite mansions, I hesitated before turning back to him. You should head out first, I suggested softly. Don't you live here? I was referring to the mansions sprawling behind us. He sighed, running his fingers through his hair in frustration, still not meeting my gaze. I'm drying off, he replied. I shrugged, scooting back on the bench until my legs dangled freely. I began swinging them back and forth in a bid to create more body heat. Can you stop that? He asked, his tone slightly exasperated as he clicked his tongue. I frowned at him in disbelief. How could he hear it? You're free to leave if you want, I shot back, a hint of defiance creeping into my voice. He sighed again, shaking his head, his silence a wall between us. You know, I really don't get you, I finally voiced the confusion that had lingered since our first meeting. His silence encouraged me to continue, and I found myself pressing on. You're the true alpha of the North. Respect is yours, even from the other alphas, because the North is truly a remarkable place. I feel like I understand you, but then I don't. You don't have to understand me, he muttered, though I caught his words. I've never asked anyone to try and understand me. It's just futile. A lull enveloped us, yet I was compelled to ask another question. Why did you come to Elite? He finally turned to look at me. You're seriously asking that? I pursed my lips, suppressing an instinctive response. Why don't you answer it first? He asked suddenly, his tone somber and darker than it had been a moment before. A chill ran down my spine, yet for reasons I couldn't decipher, I found myself speaking. To escape? I finally ventured, my voice quivering slightly. I want to prove myself and show that I'm worth something. Although, I added, it's more difficult than I had anticipated. A soft, almost bitter chuckle escaped my lips. It must be nice to live in those mansions and study comfortably, I continued, the words slipping out before I could stop myself. My mind raced to thoughts of my brother, those who had bullied Owen, and, of course, Sienna and Jaxon. In the end, they only worry about the points they have. Those at the top, they create a division among everyone else, simply because they have the privilege to do so. I intended it as a general statement, but as I glanced back at Cade, I noticed how his eyes darkened ominously. That's what you think, huh? He muttered, shaking his head. My brows softened and my spine unconsciously straightened. Yet before I could collect my thoughts, he was right in front of me, his hand pressed against the wall behind me. My eyes widened as his face moved closer, allowing me to see the rage simmering in his gaze. Our bodies were mere centimeters apart, and the coldness that enveloped me became even more tangible. It must be nice to think of escaping your reality when others are stuck here because they can't escape it, he said vaguely, furthering my confusion. Cade, what are? You act as if you understand me now just because we've crossed paths a couple of times. I didn't say that, I replied softly, my voice lacking the conviction I wished it held. His eye twitched, and I followed the movement as he bit his lip, drawing blood. I gasped instinctively, reaching out to stop him, but he turned away, as if I were a contagious disease to be avoided. My frown deepened, and I wondered where the conversation had derailed. I was about to speak again when I realized Cade's gaze had shifted to my neck. When he turned his head, the angle allowed him to see that sensitive spot, my scent gland. My breath caught in my throat as I noticed his dark eyes suddenly shifting to gold, intriguing yet alarming. I quickly tried to cover my mark, but I knew it was too late. There were no remnants of the concealer I had applied thickly to hide it. It had been washed away by the harsh pelting of the rain, and the friction from my hair had betrayed me, leaving my mark exposed for Cade to see. His eyes lingered there for a second too long, and we stood frozen in that moment, unable to move or utter a single word. Finally, he broke the silence, and every racing thought within me was suddenly confirmed. You're the virgin. Summoning every ounce of strength I possessed, I placed my hand against his chest and pushed him away with all my might. He moved back but remained steady, showing no signs of stumbling. Yet the force of my action made it seem as if I were far too fearful of his presence. And perhaps I was. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimmer of desire in his eyes, not of lust, but the fierce determination to win. That was when it hit me. In the end, my body was the prize, a possession that would elevate whoever claimed it to the top. He leaned in closer, and I instinctively shut my eyes tight, raising my hand defensively in front of me. At that instant, I felt a deep rumble emanate from him, a chuckle, but one devoid of humor, intensifying the already cold night around us. You're scared, he muttered, his voice oddly vulnerable, a tone I had never expected from him. I opened my eyes to meet his hard glare, one filled with an unsettling mixture of disdain and something unspoken. Then he stepped back, shaking his head as he ran his fingers through his hair. My heart skipped a dreaded beat as he slowly backed away. For a moment, I couldn't quite decipher the expression on his face. However, as he turned and left the bus stop without uttering another word, the realization finally hit me. Accusation. Why did Cade look as though I had disappointed him? Arden. What happened at the bus stop yesterday still lingered in my mind. The conversation had taken a downturn so suddenly, and even then, I couldn't help but wonder what I had said so wrong for Cade to react that way. It was strange how I was more fixated on his response than on the fact that he now knew I was a virgin. I didn't know what he would do with that information. Would he treat me differently? That was how I predicted things would go. However, much to my surprise, he seemed to ignore my presence altogether. "Earth to Arden," Tessa exclaimed, cheerfully nudging my shoulder. I turned to her, still somewhat lost in thought. "Yeah," she narrowed her eyes. "All right, something is definitely wrong," she finally said. "I thought you were just under the weather, but you've been in this absent-minded state since the first class." I smiled sheepishly. "Sorry about that. Yeah, there's a lot on my mind." Tessa sighed in concern. "You can tell me whenever you want to." Feeling grateful, I turned to her as we walked to our last class, which, unfortunately, also had Cade in it. I was about to head to the gym when I was suddenly pulled back by Tessa. "Where are you going?" "To the gym," I answered innocently. "Didn't you read Mr. Thompson's announcement?" I was too preoccupied with the encounter last night that I had failed to check the new announcement. "We're going to have a swimming class today." The moment she mentioned the sport, my body went rigid. Suddenly, I felt myself being transported back to a traumatic past of drowning, of being submerged, unable to breathe until the capillaries in my lungs felt like they were burning. "Whoever holds their breath the longest underwater is going to win," a small yet precociously large Kieran exclaimed as we played in our new bathtub. Lucian was outside, absorbed in another book. Kieran wanted to play with him, but the older brother refused, so in the end, he had coerced me into joining him. Little old me liked it, of course. It was rare for my brothers to ask me to play with them. "I don't want that," I remembered muttering in a small voice. "Pussy," Kieran exclaimed. I was taken aback by his choice of absurd words, especially since our parents valued respectful language. He wouldn't stop taunting me with such insults, so eventually I relented. I had always liked playing in the water, but that moment changed everything. My lungs could only endure so much deprivation of air, so when I needed to come up for air after a couple of seconds, I couldn't. I was trapped, not because of my own body, but because someone was holding me back. I felt Kieran's hands on my head, forcing me to inhale the water in the shallow tub. Before I knew it, I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I found myself in the General Hospital of the West, receiving treatment for a water inhalation injury. I thought I would be consoled the moment I woke up. Instead, I was met with harsh words. Kieran had twisted the narrative. He had blamed my competitiveness and desire to beat him as the reason I had drowned. No matter how much I explained, it was futile. The blame was already on me, even if I was the one who had nearly died. Since then, I had never attempted to swim again, despite my initial fondness for it. "Are you really all right?" Tessa asked, appearing more concerned now as she squeezed my arm. "Do you want to go to the clinic?" I gulped and shook my head. "I'm fine," I managed to squeeze out. "But I was wondering if it would be all right not to participate for this class?" Tessa fell silent for a moment before a look of realization appeared on her face. "I'll ask for you," she said. I shook my head. "I'll ask," I insisted. "Can you please accompany me?" "Of course," Tessa said supportively, leading me toward the swimming pool this time. As soon as we arrived, the first person I saw was Cade, getting dressed on the bleachers. He removed his shirt, revealing a toned and muscular body for everyone to see. Tessa and I had to stop in our tracks, and for a moment, the fear of having a swimming class completely escaped my mind. His body wasn't as muscular as Jackson's. However, it felt undeniably more defined. While Jaxon appeared more like a fighter, Cade emanated the essence of a Greek statue. Coupled with his striking handsomeness, it was quite the sight, and our classmates didn't hesitate to appreciate his visuals. I quickly snapped my gaze away from him when Mr. Thompson finally arrived. "Sir," I called out to him, hoping to grab his attention. He stopped in his tracks, raised an eyebrow, and turned to me. "Yes, Miss Stone?" he asked. "What can I assist you with today?" Tessa stood right by my side, serving as my silent anchor through this ordeal. "Is it all right if I don't participate in this activity?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He frowned, clearly confused, but before he could articulate a response, I interjected again. "I'm willing to handle any paperwork related to swimming or contribute in whatever way possible aside from participating in the water." "And why is that?" he asked, crossing his arms in front of his chest, a look of skepticism spreading across his face. I do not excuse students without a valid reason. I bit my lip, reluctant to reveal my phobia of swimming. Instead, I hastily concocted a different excuse. It's my time of the month, I stated with surprising confidence. The flow is very, very heavy, by the way. It's quite bad, I muttered, hoping my embarrassment didn't show too much. Mr. Thompson seemed taken aback by my candidness and momentarily turned away, clearing his throat as he collected himself. Well, he managed, regaining his composure, the previous quiz for all the classes. Could you check that for me instead? He added. A small sigh of relief escaped my lips as I nodded eagerly. I'll handle it really well, sir. Mr. Thompson pursed his lips before he finally nodded. However, I am awarding points to the fastest swimmers today, so you're missing out on that. It's all right, sir, I replied without hesitation. It wasn't as though I could earn the incentive even if I participated. Go to my office and get the papers, he instructed, handing me the keys. Then come back here to complete the task. I nodded, turning to Tessa, who offered me a subtle thumbs up. I'll get dressed, she whispered before joining the others. Meanwhile, I made my way to the teacher's office, a smile playing on my lips. I felt a wave of relief wash over me that Mr. Thompson hadn't asked any further questions. I arrived promptly, as the gym was only a short distance from theirs. The words "only faculty allowed" were plastered on the wall, and for a brief moment, I hesitated. However, empowered by the keys in my hand, I unlocked the door and stepped into the empty room. I stood still for a moment, gaping at the expansiveness of the space. It was even wider than the gym. Dozens of tables were laid out, meticulously organized in uniform. I quickly scanned the room for Mr. Thompson's table and grabbed the unchecked papers on it. Just as I was about to leave, something peculiar caught my attention. Amidst the modern tables, there was one that appeared quite old, worn out, and distinctly out of place in the contemporary interior. For a moment, I found myself entranced. There was something about it that drew me in, compelling me to take a closer look. So I did. As I approached, the intriguing nature of the table became even more pronounced. Just as I was about to touch the antique wood, a light yet startling voice interrupted my thoughts. "Student, what are you doing here?" I gasped and quickly stepped back, the stack of papers slipping from my grasp and tumbling to the floor. I turned to face the voice and felt my heart race with nervousness. "Headmaster Winters," I stammered. A slight frown adorned his brows, yet a small smile soon emerged on his lips. Somewhat disconcertingly, that contrast sent a shiver down my spine. However, his expression softened again, and he seemed kinder than before. I hurriedly picked up the papers from the floor, bowing slightly in his direction. "I was just getting some quiz papers from Mr. Thompson's table, sir." He tilted his head slightly and glanced toward the old table. "It doesn't seem that way," he mused. "You were about to inspect the old table, weren't you?" I quickly shook my head, my heart racing. "No, I was just trying to see it up close." Mr. Winters fell silent for a few seconds, his attention making me feel even more anxious than I already was. Then he suddenly chuckled, causing me to look up at him with wide eyes. He exuded an eccentric vibe that felt difficult to interpret. I had heard from Tessa that he was well loved and respected by the student body for his down-to-earth personality, but perhaps I was simply unaccustomed to such warmth. "No worries," he exclaimed cheerfully, stepping over to the old table. "It's just a table that holds a special place in my heart, so I kept it here." He opened the drawers and gestured for me to come closer. "See? There's nothing here," he remarked, his voice brightening the atmosphere. I quietly nodded and stepped back, my hands held in front of me, my neck at a subtle tilt to show my respect. "What's your name?" he asked suddenly, breaking the silence that hung in the air. I gulped, still with my head slightly bowed. "Arden, sir," I murmured. "Arden," he whispered, the name rolling off his tongue with a certain fondness. "That's a lovely name for a pretty girl. Somehow it rings a bell, too. Where have I heard it before?" He snapped his fingers, searching for the answer in the recesses of his mind, but ultimately fell short. "Ah, as expected, I'm not as sharp as I once was. I can't seem to recall such details. No need to worry, though. I'll be sure to remember your name." "Now, Arden," he continued, reverting back to his jolly self, "I truly appreciate your assistance with Mr. Thompson, but the sign on the door clearly states that this room is reserved for faculty members only. Keep that in mind, all right? I'll be lenient this time, but the next moment I catch you in here, I might not be as forgiving." He delivered the last words with a cheery tone, but beneath it, I could sense his seriousness. I quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "I apologize again, sir." Mr. Winters shook his head and waved me off, a gesture meant to reassure. "Of course, everyone makes mistakes. I completely understand. Now off you go. Mr. Thompson must be waiting for you." Arden. I arrived at the swimming pool and noticed that the class had already begun. The men were shirtless, clad only in their swim shorts, while the women sported tankinis in the school's colors. Spotting Tessa, I waved at her, and she smiled back. Mr. Thompson merely glanced in my direction before gesturing toward the bleachers, silently indicating that I should check the papers there. Nodding, I quickly got to work, stealing glances at my classmates from time to time. Surprisingly, the process of checking papers proved to be quite enjoyable, and I found myself breezing through them with ease. I was on the last set when Mr. Thompson's voice caught my attention. "All right, now we're going to hold a competition," he announced. "You'll have the chance to win 30 points for this, one winner from the boys and one from the girls." Excitement buzzed among the students, and I couldn't help but look more frequently at the unfolding scene than the papers I was meant to be checking. The boys were up first, divided into 4 batches, and by the last batch, I spotted Cade among them, standing in the first lane. My hands stilled mid-check as I focused my full attention on the scene before me. The swim shorts he wore were wet, clinging to his very toned thighs and buttocks. I felt my cheeks warm at the thought. I didn't even want to discuss the front part of his shorts. It already looked impressively large, even in its non-erect state. However, I already knew firsthand just how big he could get. The memory of our kiss during my unexpected heat made it all too vivid. I fanned myself, attempting to dispel such distracting thoughts. The whistle blew, and all the boys dove into the water. Right off the bat, there was a clear front-runner. Of course, it was Cade. His speed was simply unmatched. While the rest of the competitors seemed to share relatively similar speeds, he pulled ahead by at least a meter, further widening the gap at the turnaround. Cheers erupted for him, as everyone knew he had already secured his win, despite the final competition still pending. As he emerged from the water, the others were still making their way back, and at that moment, it felt like every single pair of eyes had locked onto him. He ran his fingers through his damp hair, and the droplets cascaded down his chiseled body. My breath hitched, and I once again found myself looking away. After that, the boys had a final competition with the winners from the previous batches, and unsurprisingly, Cade reigned supreme. I watched as Sienna handed him a towel, and the brief moment their gazes met, I felt something squeeze in my heart. Feeling flustered, I returned to my task of checking papers. Now it was the girls' turn, and I found myself rooting wholeheartedly for Tessa. She was quite the swimmer, triumphing in her batch and advancing to the finals. However, there was another formidable competitor to consider. Sienna. Unlike my fear of water, Sienna thrived in it. An athlete at our high school, she was often deemed the best among the ladies. Naturally, I didn't want her to triumph this time. Tessa was leading during the first lap. However, in a surprising turn of events, Sienna pushed herself to the limit and touched the wall first. Mr. Thompson blew the whistle, declaring her the winner, much to my disappointment. Tessa glanced over at me, and I gave her a thumbs up, mouthing, "Good job." In the meantime, I had finished checking the papers. "All right," Mr. Thompson exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. "For the rest of the period, you can clean up." Cheers erupted from the class as they flocked toward their respective friends. Meanwhile, I stood from the bleachers and approached Mr. Thompson, handing him the completed papers. "Did you finish everything?" he asked. "Yes, sir," I replied. He smiled to himself, likely pleased that his workload had been significantly reduced. "You can join them now if you'd like," he said before heading toward the locker room. I made my way over to where Tessa was standing and nudged her shoulder gently. "We have our very own Michael Phelps over here," I teased. She playfully rolled her eyes. "That's an exaggeration." "You were really good," I exclaimed, leaning closer. "You lost only because you were in the last batch, meaning you had to swim right after in the finals. Sienna had enough time to recover, I whispered. She chuckled lightly. That is a factor, but Cade was also in the last batch, and he still managed to win. I glanced over at Cade, who was once again being flocked by our classmates before letting out a small sigh. Well, he's a different breed. You're right about that, she chimed in. By the way, Tessa began cautiously, how long have you been afraid of? She trailed off, casting her gaze at the water. Since I was a kid, I muttered. Is it to the point where you can touch it? I chuckled lightly and shook my head. No, that's fine. I just don't like being submerged in it. That makes sense. I'm afraid of heights, by the way. Deathly afraid, to the point that I can't even ride the kid rides at amusement parks. I smiled at her attempt to lighten the atmosphere. Does Jaxon know? She asked. I froze for a moment before nodding. Yeah, I muttered. Aside from Jaxon, Sienna also knew about my phobia. The atmosphere turned a bit weird, so I quickly changed the subject with a smile. Aren't you going to get changed? She glanced down at her outfit and nodded. Yeah, now that you mention it. These things feel great in the water, but icky on land. Wait for me here. I'll be right back. I smiled and nodded, watching as she walked back to the locker room. There were still a handful of us inside the pool, since we had some time before dismissal. With that, I knelt near the water and began touching its surface, a small smile appearing on my lips. It must feel refreshing, but even then, I knew it would take a whole lot more for me to actually swim in it. However, my smile quickly fell as the familiar voices of Sienna's friends filled my ears. Why was she allowed not to participate? Isn't it unfair to the others? What a suck-up. Or maybe she's just afraid? I pursed my lips and was about to stand and walk away when suddenly I felt a hard nudge against my tailbone. My eyes widened, and I tumbled into the water. The sensation of drowning engulfed me, and in an instant I was overtaken by panic. Despite the muffling effect of the water, I could still hear their giggles and taunts. No way, you actually can't swim? Sienna, help her, one said sarcastically. How the hell can someone her age not know how to swim? I attempted to swim up, but I couldn't reach the surface. Someone help me, please. Hope swelled in my heart when I saw a figure diving into the water. However, dread filled my stomach when I recognized Sienna's cunning face beneath the surface. Just like Kieran had done before, she placed her hands on my shoulders while I struggled. She effectively used me as a buoy while continuing to giggle with her friends and the rest of our classmates. What do I do with her? She doesn't want to hold on, she mockingly exclaimed. I tried to hold on to her, but she pinned me in place, her hands even tugging at my hair and brushing against my neck in a slight chokehold. I couldn't speak, and I felt myself slowly losing the ability to breathe. Is this it? Is no one truly going to help me among all those who were here? Just then, before I felt I would lose consciousness, another figure jumped into the water, this time already dressed in his casual clothes. What are you doing? Cade? Cade, Sienna muttered, dumbfounded. The taunting fell silent as I felt his arms wrap around my waist and lift me to the surface. I took a large, deep breath, tears prickling my eyes as Cade carried me over to the concrete. I coughed out water from my throat, my vision still blurry with tears and fear. Just then, Tessa emerged from the locker room, her eyes widening when she saw my state. Arden! Arden, are you all right? I could hear Cade repeating my name. However, I found myself unable to answer, my hands trembling from fear. He then turned to face the culprits just as Tessa arrived by my side. What was that? He exclaimed. Sienna's eyes were wide with feigned innocence as she replied, I was just trying to help. She didn't want to be helped, she stammered. Cade clicked his tongue, then looked at me once more. At that moment, my vision began to clear and my hearing sharpened. However, a fresh feeling of dread filled my stomach when another one of our male classmates spoke up. Wait, he said, walking closer. Arden has the mark. Then in a much louder voice, she has the mark of purity. Arden, hey, are you really? I weaved through the crowd of people who kept quizzing me about my virginity once again. The moment it was revealed, people didn't take it lightly. I darted out of the swimming pool with Tessa hot on my heels, and as soon as we reached our dorm, the information was already plastered on echo for the entire student body to see. I genuinely dreaded coming to class this morning, and for good reason. Nearly everyone had their eyes on me, curious, disdainful, and worst of all, hungry. Can't they get the memo that you're not interested? Tessa muttered under her breath after I shooed away yet another man, someone I had never even talked to before, blatantly asking me for sex. They understand that, Owen chimed in, looking up from his lunch. That won't stop them from trying, though. Wow, that's the first time I've heard you speak, Tessa remarked casually before pivoting back to the topic at hand. If you think about it, the point system has always favored the privileged, whether that privilege comes from money, skill, or mere public perception. The more you possess these, the higher your chances of graduating at the top of the class, Owen continued. However, there is one outlier in all this, he continued, pausing mid-chew to lock eyes with me. You, my breath hitched in my throat. A virgin is worth 20,000 points. The highest points ever achieved in this institution since the system was implemented was 43,000, I believe, and that was by a graduating senior. Securing 20,000 points through just one easy transaction is finally their chance to ascend to the top. Tessa sighed, unable to argue against what Owen had just laid out. Deep down, I knew he was right too. So, Arden Stone, Owen concluded as he took a final bite of his food. You just became the most desirable woman in the entire school. There was a heavy silence for a moment before I slumped onto the table, my arm draped over my forehead. Just then, someone entered the common cafeteria, drawing the attention of everyone present. I was too lost in my thoughts to look at the newcomer. However, a few seconds later, I sensed that this person was walking in our direction. I finally lifted my head, and a soft gasp escaped my lips. It had been a few days since I last saw him. Rowan stood before our table, his eyes locked onto mine, appearing strangely breathless. It was at that moment I could hear whispers among the others, wondering what he was doing here. Has he ever come to the common cafeteria? Some asked. I think it's his first time here, and he came just for Arden. Straightening my back, I asked him, Can we help you? Owen stifled a laugh at my awkward attempt to initiate conversation. It seemed we all knew why he was really here in the first place. So it's you, he muttered, still gazing into my eyes. I pursed my lips and turned to my food, feeling increasingly uneasy. I really don't want to discuss this right now, I said through gritted teeth. I already had enough people asking about my virginity since the morning. However, he ignored my statement and sat next to Owen, so he was directly facing me. Gasps rippled across the room, and I felt my cheeks flush from all the unwanted attention. Seriously, what do you want? I asked while biting my lip. However, that seemed to be a misstep, as his attention immediately zeroed in on the soft tissue, his eyes darkening in the process. I grabbed my water and downed it in one go. I knew there was something special about you, Rowan smirked, leaning on the table with one elbow and slightly inclining toward me. His usual flirty bravado had returned, and my breath hitched again, mirrored by Tessa beside me. I hear you're not on good terms with Jaxon, he continued, and I also heard that the person who pushed you into that pool was someone from the West. It seems like you're not exactly on friendly terms with your faction. Therefore, I welcome you to the South, he said, his smirk transforming into a full-blown smile. You know, the moment I met you, I could tell we had great chemistry. I pursed my lips, giving him a steady gaze. Rowan, I said slowly, locking my eyes with his. For just a moment, the flirty facade slipped away, leaving me feeling even more confused. However, I pressed on with my conviction. You're just like everyone else. Just tell me if you're approaching me to increase your points. Rowan's smirk returned, but he shook his head in response. Then, to my surprise, he stood from his seat and moved closer to where I was sitting, my eyes widening as he trapped my body against the table. He leaned in so closely that I found myself intoxicated by his scent, leaving me with no choice but to hold my breath. You know I was interested in you before your purity came into light, he muttered, his hot breath against my lips. Then his smirk widened. Besides, I think the two of us will have great sexual chemistry, don't you think? I have a lot of experience, he continued, his hands suddenly inching toward my waist, staying there for a couple of seconds, teasing, before he finally let go. I'll make you scream in pleasure. With that, he pressed a light kiss on my neck, right where my mark resided. An electric shock jolted through my spine, and I bit my lip once more, struggling to compose myself. Tessa gasped behind me, while murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd. He leaned back, flashing a wink before sauntering away from the common cafeteria, leaving a whirlwind of chaos in his wake. Once he was out of sight, I finally exhaled, feeling as though I'd been holding my breath the entire time. Owen was now sipping his cola, looking utterly unfazed by the scene. "I almost forgot about the big guns," he remarked casually. "Not only will the general population of guys try to get with you, but the alphas will stop at nothing to claim you as well." Then he broke into the brightest smile I'd seen all day. "I have some insider information on who's the best in bed. Want me to spill the details?" I pushed myself away from the table, closing my eyes as I shook my head. "I need to think," I murmured, grabbing my belongings and casting one last apologetic glance at my friends before navigating my way out of the suffocating cafeteria. With still some time remaining before our next class, I walked swiftly toward the maze garden. Fortunately, it was empty, granting me the solitude I craved to sort through my thoughts. Or maybe I had spoken too soon. I halted in my tracks when I sensed a familiar presence and caught a whiff of that scent I desperately wanted to forget. He, too, paused, but I had no intention of turning around. "Jaxon, what are you doing here?" I called out. "Arden." I turned around and saw the only man I have ever loved standing before me. However, the safety I once felt in his presence had now been replaced by a twinge of fear, and the butterflies in my stomach that once soared with giddiness now felt more akin to dread. "Arden," he said my name in the same way he always had, yet his tone starkly contrasted with our last two encounters. We were alone in this maze-like garden, and I instinctively took a step back. To my relief, he made no move to close the distance between us. "Where's Sienna?" I finally asked, my voice taking on a slightly mocking tone that emerged unconsciously. He sighed deeply and ran his fingers through his hair. "Sienna and I, we're not together." My eyebrows shot up in disbelief. "Oh, so it was just a one-night stand? You were merely messing around?" He pressed his lips together, hesitating. Then he stepped forward, his gaze locked onto mine with a sincerity I never believed him capable of anymore. "You know how it is in my family. They've never been fond of you," he said. This had long been an understood issue within our pack, but we had never addressed it in our relationship. "My parents are questioning my capabilities as an alpha, so I needed to prove myself," he explained. "By sleeping with my best friend?" He ran a hand over his face in exasperation before sighing heavily. "I didn't want to, but I was blinded. You're the person who knows me best, my insecurities, my struggles with my identity within this family. Despite being their son, I feel like I have to prove myself time and again as a capable leader. When I slept with Sienna, it was one of the darkest moments of my life. I truly didn't know what I was doing. And yet, the two of you came to school together this morning," I recalled. His eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly deflected my accusation. "I talked to her. I said we needed a break. That was the only reason," he asserted. At this point, he had closed the gap between us, fingers entwining around my wrists. Despite the rejection of the mate bond, I couldn't deny the familiar sparks that ignited with our skin's brief contact. I closed my eyes, allowing frustration to course through my veins. "I don't understand you," I muttered, pulling my hands away. For a fleeting moment, I noticed the hurt flicker across his face, but I swiftly pushed it out of my mind. "You were the one who cheated on me. You rejected me right after, and now you're telling me you want me back? It doesn't make sense, Jaxon," I exclaimed, my voice rising louder than I had intended. "I know," he replied softly, his gaze dropping to the ground, "but I made a mistake." There was a newfound calm in his demeanor, a touch of maturity I hadn't seen before. "I loved you deeply when we were together, didn't I? So let's just bury the past and return to how we used to be, he said with a tentative smile. Yet, despite the calming aura he exuded, agitation brewed within me. He continued to look into my eyes with hope, but I crushed it beneath my resolve. "You're only saying this because you discovered I'm still a virgin," I spat. "Even now, you're just using me to achieve what you truly desire, power." Slowly, his expression fell, and I began to back away. "And what?" I pressed on. You want us to return to the way things were? Jaxon, you know that could never happen now. Jax, he interrupted, his jaw tightening with what appeared to be frustration. You can still call me by that name. I sighed and turned away. Not anymore. We cannot go back to the way we used to be because I am not the same person you once knew, and clearly you are no longer the person I have come to love. I watched as he stiffened, but I continued to speak. We will never return to the way we were because you ruined that. I'm not going back to you just because you broke up with Sienna. Quite frankly, I wish you a very happy relationship. His lips were pressed together so tightly that they appeared a shade of blue. So, don't come near me ever again. We're bound to live different lives from this point forward. With that, I stepped to the side, attempting to leave him behind. However, to my utter dismay, he gripped my wrist tightly. Let go, I spat. We were in a secluded area, and Jackson's sudden change in demeanor reminded me that he was capable of much more than I cared to consider. He didn't listen. Instead, he placed his hand on my waist, pulling me unnervingly close until I could smell the distinct scent of his breath. I pressed my arms against his chest, trying to create a barrier between us, but he leaned in closer, his nose almost brushing against mine. I, he began, his eyes trailing down to my lips, was the one who ever truly devoured your lips. I was the one you turned to when you needed to vent about your family, the one you cried to in moments of despair, the one you laughed with during good times. Your first date, your first kiss, your first flowers, your first taste of attention from a man, it all came from me. No matter how hard you try to deny it, we are mates, Arden. We are intertwined by an undeniable bond crafted by the moon goddess herself. So at the end of the day, you are mine, Arden, he declared through gritted teeth, the warmth of remorse in his eyes slowly morphing into a dangerous determination. You might deny me now, but mark my words, you will choose me soon. Just then, he placed his hand on my neck, his finger grazing over the mark on my gland. I couldn't help it. My body stiffened, and I bit my lip to suppress the sounds that threatened to spill forth. His smirk widened as he observed my reaction, and despite my best efforts to glare at him, it felt futile. I despised how my body still responded to him, even after everything I had done to resist. Let go, I commanded, this time with more conviction. Fortunately, he finally released me. I'm letting you go, for now, he said, stepping back. But just know, Arden, at the end of the day, you will be choosing me at the ivory solstice. I'll make sure of it. Arden. So we're going to have an assessment today, Miss Loveson announced, her gaze lingering on me from time to time. It seemed that the teachers were aware of the tension in the air as well. 2 weeks after the ivory solstice, we will hold a competition in our school, inviting every eligible university to participate in various contests ranging from sports to academics. This assessment will be focused on general knowledge. It's the main event of all the quiz bees. From both the freshman and senior levels, 4 representatives will be chosen for this category. Fort, Sienna, please help me distribute the papers, she instructed. The 2 of them stood, grabbed their stacks, and began handing them out to the members. I opted to sit alone at the very back. However, just then someone abruptly pulled the chair next to me. I initially ignored them, but the persistent glances forced me to acknowledge his presence. With a small sigh, I turned to him. Can I help you? I muttered, my patience already wearing thin. He smiled, revealing a set of straight teeth. I don't think I've properly introduced myself. The name's Kyle. I'm the 3rd best among all the seniors, and trust me, I could use an apprentice. He winked, his confidence radiating from him. No thanks, I replied, turning my gaze back to the front once more. If you need any help with this assessment, I'm more than willing to lend a hand. It would be fantastic for us to represent our respective year levels, he persisted. I let out a heavy sigh, choosing to ignore him completely. At that moment, Sienna arrived at our table and dropped the papers onto it with an unforgiving force. She shot me a glare before walking away, prompting yet another deep sigh from me. Whoa, what's her issue? Kyle chuckled as he reached for one of the test sheets. Beats me, I grumbled under my breath. She was the one who had exposed my virginity for the entire school to see, and now she was throwing a fit because Jaxon suddenly broke up with her? Shaking my head, I redirected my focus to the test in front of me instead. Kyle continued muttering under his breath while he worked through the questions, and I felt his hand brush against mine on several occasions. I simply ignored him and scooted to the very end of the table, hoping for peace. Minutes later, Elias stood from his seat and submitted his paper. I noticed the number of questions I still had left and sighed. Kyle proved to be a distraction, continually interrupting my train of thought and rhythm. One by one, the others began to submit their papers. Fortunately, I managed to hand mine in right before the time limit, being the last one to finish. As I returned to my seat, Kyle scooted closer once more and playfully nudged my shoulder. "It was pretty difficult, wasn't it?" he smirked. "I told you I was willing to help." "I don't need your help," I finally snapped, which prompted him to raise both hands in mock surrender. "Let me check these papers, and I'll announce the representatives in just a few minutes," Miss Loveson said, and the room erupted into quiet conversations. In the meantime, I stood from my seat and started walking to the bathroom just outside of the Silver Building. Once inside, I took care of my business and stepped out to wash my hands. To my surprise, the door swung open and there stood Kyle once more. I instinctively stepped back, narrowing my eyes at him. "What are you doing here?" Kyle chuckled and leaned casually against the sink. "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just wanted to talk to you." I sighed, running my fingers through my hair, trying to mask my annoyance. At that moment, Kyle froze, gazing at me with wide eyes. "What?" I snapped. He shook his head, lightly slapping his cheek as if trying to refocus. "You're actually very pretty." I was becoming more confused by the minute. Why on earth was he suddenly acting like this? "You don't have the flashy look, but the more I observe you, the more I realize how beautiful you truly are. It's appalling that I didn't notice it sooner," he said earnestly. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. "Let's be frank, you've only noticed me now because of my virginity." He scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. "Well, I won't argue with that point, but I genuinely mean it when I say you're beautiful." "Are you done?" I asked, growing impatient and crossing my arms protectively in front of my chest. Miss Loveson must be done by now. Kyle pursed his lips and, without warning, stepped closer. "Somehow you're even prettier when you're angry." I glared at him. "Step back," I warned, but it seemed he had completely lost his mind when he suddenly wrapped his arms around my waist. "Let go." Before I could finish my sentence, those very words came from someone else. Both of us turned toward the door to find Elias standing there, leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe with his arms crossed. Kyle quickly released me and darted glances between Elias and me. A look of understanding crossed his features, and then he bowed slightly. "Sorry, Alpha," he mumbled. "I didn't realize you had already claimed her." My frown deepened. "Nobody has claimed me," I insisted, but it seemed Kyle was already convinced otherwise. "I'm going back," he stated, leaving Elias and me alone. I sighed and shook my head, intending to leave when he unexpectedly seized my arm again. He leaned in, bowing his head slightly so our eyes met. I didn't back down this time. I held his gaze, offering him the same heated glare. "I knew it," he muttered. "It is you." He brushed my hair away from my neck and poked at the mark there, his finger lingering for a few seconds before finally withdrawing. "I saw it the first time we met," he said, smiling. "What?" I asked, frustration tightening my features into a deeper frown. "You didn't hide it back then, right?" He chuckled. My head was reeling with a million thoughts. Elias had known all this time and hadn't said a word. As if reading my mind, he spoke. "Well, I knew the truth was bound to come out eventually," he whispered. "I kept quiet because I knew you wouldn't appreciate me spreading the information around. Besides that, it was rather entertaining to have this kind of information all to myself," he added, his smile lacking warmth. Instead, it felt like he had just won a game that only he knew he was playing. My heart raced within my chest. "I'm not going to give in to you," I declared with determination. "Of course not," Elias replied, his tone casual. "You're quite stubborn, I've noticed. However, even the most stubborn people have their breaking points. The treatment you received from Kyle just moments ago will be a recurring theme," he continued, his hand returning to linger on my mark, touching it lightly. "You will be the center of attention for as long as you bear this mark." However, he said, his voice taking on a serious tone, not everyone will be as lenient as Kyle. Others will be far more relentless, persisting until you reach your breaking point. That's how it works in Elite. You either devour or become devoured. So, he trailed off, finally letting go of me. I may not possess Rowan's sex appeal or Jackson's strength, but I can assure you of one thing: your protection. I fell silent, internalizing his words. I'm the smartest of the group, you see. I wouldn't use you the way those three alphas would. Instead, with your intelligence, you could join me in the East. What do you say? I believe we would make a pretty good match. You'd be better off with me than with the rest of those alphas. Before I could get a word out, another person appeared from the bathroom door. Miss Loveson is looking for the two of you, Fort said, interrupting our conversation. I stepped away and nodded, following Fort back to the silver building, with Elias trailing closely behind. Though I couldn't see his expression, I had a strong feeling he was smirking. As we entered, we were greeted by Miss Loveson. There you are. I've finished reviewing the papers. Please take your seats. To my dismay, Elias had taken Kyle's previous spot. While I didn't appreciate Kyle's presence, I would have much preferred solitude over any of their company. The seniors' representatives will be Cicely and Fort. Congratulations, Miss Loveson announced. Muted applause echoed throughout the room, but it seemed they were not surprised anymore. These two must have been frequent representatives. And for the freshmen, she paused dramatically. Part of me hoped to be chosen as one of the representatives, but I also understood it wouldn't be the end of the world if I wasn't. We have Elias and Arden, she continued, lifting her head to offer me a smile. My eyes widened slightly as a rush of excitement surged through me. Once again, applause filled the room, though it sounded more forced this time. Elias leaned in with a proud smirk. I told you we'd make a good match. And is Arden. So, all of the alphas have approached you now? Tessa asked as we entered the assembly hall. For some inexplicable reason, Mr. Winters had called all students together for an important announcement, thereby canceling our first class of the day. At that moment, I spotted the true alphas sitting at the front, divided by their respective factions. It was as if they sensed my presence, for they all turned to me in unison. Rowan shot me a playful wink. Jackson narrowed his eyes, projecting an air of possessiveness. Elias wore a smirk that hinted at his amusement. Cade, however, swiftly averted his gaze, appearing completely uninterested. It doesn't matter, I replied to Tessa. They're no different from the other men in this school. Even me, Owen interjected. You're different. You just want to graduate without any hassle like me. Owen shrugged, a casual acceptance in his demeanor. That's true. With that, we navigated our way to the very back of the hall. The stares of other students were impossible to ignore. There were still subtle attempts to capture my attention, yet I maintained my focus. The noise gradually subsided when Mr. Winters arrived on stage, though it didn't completely vanish. Good morning, he exclaimed cheerfully, scanning the student body with an approving gaze. It's nice to see such handsome alphas seated here at the very front. A light ripple of chuckles spread across the room. Anyway, I canceled the first class for this important announcement. As you all know, this school has a unique rule that has been in place since I became the headmaster. In a world so tainted, the definition of purity has long been obscured. At that moment, I froze upon hearing the word purity. Tessa and Owen stiffened beside me, and I couldn't help but notice the furtive glances the others shot my way. However, there exists one definition that will remain objectively pure: one's virginity. My heart began to race with a sense of dread. The stares directed toward me grew more pointed, accompanied by whispers that dug deep into my heart. It has been many years since I took on this role, yet it has only been a few where I have placed great significance on one's purity. In that span of time, I have never encountered a truly pure woman. Do not misunderstand me. I am not shaming those who have sought physical pleasure. At the end of the day, we are all werewolves, and higher education generally commences at 20. It is in our nature to seek it. I find myself utterly fascinated by this concept of objective purity. I admire it, he continued. I felt as though my spine had been paralyzed. He was speaking of me with such high regard, but his words veered dangerously close to fetishization. Anyway, that's not the primary reason I'm here today. He laughed heartily, and for the first time since he began speaking, I felt I could finally breathe. This announcement concerns the current ranking, he said, a smirk playing on his lips. Once again, this is a monumental year. Though the semester is less than halfway finished, the scores have reached unprecedented heights. It truly is groundbreaking. Moreover, the competition for the top spot is extremely close. That much was undeniably accurate. The ranks refresh in real time, with the 4 true alphas intermittently claiming the top position, often with Cade holding on to it the longest. However, the difference in their scores was merely tenths, sometimes even mere single digits apart. You all know me, I am an advocate for healthy competition. Thus, after the preliminary examinations a month from now, I will be granting a grand incentive to the individual who secures first place in the overall category. The lingering noise that seemed to always be present finally stilled, and everyone turned their attention to Mr. Winters, who was smiling so broadly that his cheeks appeared ready to rip apart. So the day after the preliminary exam scores are revealed, the top student will have the chance to visit the headquarters of the United Factions and speak among those in positions of power. Gasps echoed across the hall, and students began animatedly discussing the incentive. However, I felt the familiar tightness coil in my stomach once more. At the end of the day, it all boiled down to points. And the reason Mr. Winters spoke about purity in the very beginning was because he knew the stakes. The points tied to my virginity still held the most value, and even the highest-ranked contenders in the preliminary examinations would not be able to reach the top without claiming my purity. That is all, Mr. Winters said, beaming with satisfaction. For the remainder of the first period, go ahead and rest. Our school, while prioritizing excellence, also values your mental health. Have a good day, everyone. With that, he descended the stage to the sound of students clapping in approval. Sensing my discomfort, Tessa grasped my wrist and pulled me out of the hall, disregarding the calls of my name. Owen trailed close behind, ready to protect me. I was grateful to have them there. Once outside, Tessa swiftly enveloped me in a hug. I used to admire Mr. Winters for this system, thinking it would be fairer than the previous one, but now I see it for what it really is. A cruel, cruel game. You are a person, not a prize. Owen bit his lip and nodded in agreement. Yeah, he muttered. Just as I thought the chaos had subsided, Owen was suddenly shoved to the side, causing him to fall hard onto the grass with a loud thud. Owen! My eyes widened in alarm, and I quickly helped him up before pivoting to confront the culprit, who turned out to be none other than Kieran. There you are, he smirked at Owen, his expression self-satisfied. It's been a while since I last saw you. So, it turns out you're hanging out with this virgin, huh? I bit my lip, running my fingers through my hair in frustration. Kieran, haven't I beaten some sense into that thick skull of yours already? What mind? Kieran shot back, raising an eyebrow. I don't have one, according to your words. He then turned his attention back to Owen, who had directed his gaze to the ground in embarrassment. Are you hoping to get lucky too? Is that why you're hanging around this bunch? Well, of course, he chuckled darkly. Why else would you be friends with them? Kieran, stop it, a voice chimed from behind. We all turned to see Jaxon striding toward us with a slight frown. However, right behind him was another person I was not eager to see. Arden, Elias said, bypassing Jaxon, who scowled at the sight of him approaching me. Let's study before the next class. I don't think so, another voice interjected from my right. Rowan, accompanied by some of his friends from the south, arrived, declaring their claim to my attention. Arden needs to check my cafe's inventory with me. What is happening? Some began to whisper, glancing between us. It has started. I would give up everything to be in her shoes, being fought over by the alphas. If I were in her place, I'd surrender to all of them. It was official. The peaceful, quiet life I had longed to maintain had gone down the drain. Rowan was the first to touch me, his hand curling around my wrist with a boyish grin. We need to talk, he said, his voice deceptively light. Just the two of us. I have something important. She has something important with me. Elias cut in smoothly, yanking my other wrist in the opposite direction. We're representing the school together, remember? Oh, Come off it, Rowan scoffed. You're just trying to keep her to yourself. You're literally doing the same thing. I'm the one she needs to speak with. Jackson's voice cut through, adding more to the chaos. Jackson's hand slid firmly around the small of my back. This isn't how we settle things. You, he looked pointedly at the others, are making a scene. I could barely understand what was happening. Everything was too loud, voices blending together, people watching, whispering, judging behind their hands. Tessa tried to step in, positioning herself protectively in front of me. Back off, she snapped. Let her breathe. I couldn't breathe. It was all pressing in on me. I closed my eyes, trying to retreat inward, but even that small haven felt like it was collapsing under everyone's attention. And then everything stopped. A hand closed around mine. I didn't have to look to know who it was. Cade. He pulled me gently out of the circle of noise, away from the grabbing hands and venomous stares. No one said a word. Even the alphas fell silent, stunned that he had stepped in. I didn't say anything as he guided me behind the admin building, grasping at the calm he offered, however fleeting it was. We stopped beneath the trees, the leaves rustling in the breeze. For the first time that morning, I could hear myself think. Why are you talking to me? I finally asked, sounding confused. After everything you said to me last week, he didn't meet my eyes. He gave me a little bit of time to calm my breathing before he asked a question. Can you sleep with me? I froze. It was like ice water poured over my entire body. I stared at him, disbelief washing through every limb, every nerve ending. What? His jaw clenched, but he didn't look away. It would benefit the two of us. I let out a soft laugh, then another, and another, until it turned into something hollow. I shook my head slowly. I thought you'd be different. He finally looked up, eyes shadowed. But you're all the same, I whispered, stepping back from him. You all want my body as a prize, Arden. It was here. The ivory solstice. The day I had dreaded from the moment Tessa first introduced the concept to me. The day when the fantasy of neutrality ended and everyone had to make a decision, alight with a faction or be left to the mercy of chaos. I hadn't left my dorm much the past week, slipping in and out of classes like a shadow, working shifts in near silence at the Evermore Cafe. Rowan stopped by every shift with his sunny charm and flowery words. Elias made his presence known with a smirk and a riddle I never asked for. Jaxon hovered, tense and growling at anyone who so much as looked my way. And Cade remained distant. Except for that day when he shattered my walls, only to ask for something that hollowed me out. Do you think if I break my leg, I won't have to go? I muttered as I sat on the edge of my bed, tugging a comb through my hair. Tessa glanced at me from the mirror, already in her gown, sleek, navy, and far more glamorous than mine. You could try, but I think Mr. Winters would just have the med team wheel you in with a bow tied around your cast. I gave a weak laugh, placing the comb down and staring at the dress on the hanger. It was simple. Ivory chiffon, sleeveless with a modest neckline and a hem that brushed just above my knees. I bought it months ago on a whim and left it in the back of my closet. You look very pretty, Tessa said, suddenly behind me. Her hands rested on my shoulders as I stood. You too, I murmured, offering a faint smile. Are you ready? Do you already have a faction in mind? No, she admitted, but I'll be with you. You're my only friend here. She touched my hand lightly. Owen will probably choose where the two of us will go too. You are both going before me, remember? I muttered. It's in alphabetical order. You'll have to choose first. I know, she whispered. Then, she took a breath and her eyes grew firm with resolve. I'll pick the safest faction. When we arrived at the hall, everything felt too much. Extravagant chandeliers hung from carved ceilings. Strings of moonlight shimmered through crystal panes. The floor sparkled beneath our feet like freshly fallen snow, and nearly everyone turned toward me the moment I stepped through the grand doors. Like prey entering the den, whispers rose like wind through reeds. She still hasn't chosen, right? Who do you think she'll pick? I heard she's been avoiding them all. She's playing the hard game. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run back into the night and rip this dress apart. But instead, I smiled at no one. I kept my head held high and walked forward with Tessa's arm looped around mine. Every corner of the ballroom glistened like something out of a fairy tale. But I wasn't the princess. I was the dragon's hoard, a coveted prize sitting atop the tallest tower. The factions were already stationed in their designated corners: north, south, east, and west, each one with their banners raised and their alpha figureheads standing proud. Rowan near the south, fingers tapping his glass of champagne. Elias lounged against the east table, casual and amused. Jaxon stood rigid in the west, his gaze a storm locked on me. And Cade was barely visible, half-shadowed in the north corner, arms folded, silent. And I needed air. "I'm going to step outside," I told Tessa. "I'll come with—" "No," I interrupted gently. "I just need a moment." She nodded, worry in her eyes, but didn't stop me. I stepped past the velvet curtains and onto the terrace, where the night was cool and the stars dared to blink. My breath came easier out here. I leaned against the railing, gripping it with trembling fingers. I wasn't ready. Not for this. Not for what it meant to be claimed or aligned or chosen. Before I could complete the thought, a hand closed gently around my wrist. I stiffened, spinning around, only to come face to face with Jaxon. His eyes were dark, burning, and hungry. "You're choosing me," he said. It wasn't a question, but a command. I opened my mouth to tell him off that out of any of the alphas, he was the one I was least likely to choose. But he didn't give me the chance. He took 2 steps forward, closing the space between us, and placed his rough, blunt, possessive hands on either side of my face. Then he began kissing me against the stone wall of the academy. I hated it, not because it was harsh or rough or even surprising, but because he kissed me like he had the right, like I was already his. And the worst part was I felt a whisper of warmth bloom inside me. Stupid bond. When he pulled back, his lips brushed against my cheek, and I could still feel the ghost of his smirk as he said softly, "This is how I make you feel, Arden." I turned my face away, ashamed of the heat in my skin. He tilted his head. "Remember, I'm your first love. No matter how much you fight it, it's still me." He pressed a final kiss to my temple, then walked off, back toward the hall, leaving me standing there like I was made of leftover pieces. I wiped my face with the back of my hand and forced myself back into the hall just as the headmaster raised his voice over the gathering crowd. Mr. Winters stood at the grand podium in his silver-trimmed robes, arms open like a benevolent god presiding over Judgment Day. "Welcome, students, to this year's Ivory Solstice," he began, his voice booming across the ballroom. "The night you all officially enter the factions of our system. The foundation of our future governance, of peace and structure, begins with you." Behind him stood 4 towering columns, each carved with a different emblem representing the factions. In front of them sat 4 glass boxes, crystal clear and glowing faintly from within. "The factions are here not to divide," he continued, "but to connect. Unity in diversity, collaboration through structure. We believe that by choosing the alpha that resonates with your values, your strengths, and your instincts, we create balance and peace." He gestured to the boxes. "You must place your original badge, your neutral crest, inside one of these. When you do, you will be handed your new badge, marked with the symbol of your faction. Choose wisely, for this decision determines the shape of your next 2 years, how you live, who you learn beside, and who will protect you." My fingers curled around the neutral badge pinned to my chest. The small gold emblem with no mark. Names began to be called. Owen Alvaro. He stepped forward, running his fingers through his dark hair before approaching the boxes. His eyes darted to the east, his home. I held my breath. He bit his lip before he dropped his badge into the north box. A murmur rippled through the crow. Owen simply accepted his new badge, gave a short nod, and walked back, sitting next to Tessa and me without saying anything. Names continued to be called out until it was Tessa's turn. "Tessa Faye." My heart caught in my throat. She looked back at me. For a moment, I thought she'd choose South. It was her faction, after all. However, she didn't move toward it. She walked to the north as well, just like Owen, and dropped in her badge. Why? I turned to where Rowan was and saw him appearing bored out of his mind and completely uninterested. She looked at me as she returned, her eyes soft but determined. "Tessa," I whispered. She just smiled, reassuring me about a decision I haven't even made yet. More names followed. The majority chose their original factions, with some strays here and there. When Sienna's name was called, I was so sure she'd follow Jaxon in the west. But to everyone's shock, she walked right past the west and straight to the north. What the hell is going on? I whispered to myself, fingers shaking slightly. I stood still as more names echoed through the room, none of them mine. I wished it would never come, but to my dismay, my name was still called. Arden Stone. Silence fell. Every head turned, and every gaze landed on me. I took one step forward, then another. The hush that fell across the room was deafening. I could feel their eyes, the 100 silent judgments with expectations thick in the air. This was the moment they'd all been waiting for. The girl who hadn't chosen. The girl, they said, was still pure. Whispers had floated all week, that I was holding out, that I was playing hard to get. For what? For whom? That whoever I chose tonight would claim more than just my faction. They'd claim me. My heartbeat slammed against my ribs, but I kept walking. I passed rows of students with their fresh faction emblems glowing on their collars. I passed Owen, who looked at me with concern. I passed Tessa, whose brows furrowed gently. I passed Jaxon, arms folded, lips curled with confidence like he already knew what I was about to do. The 4 true alphas sat at the front like kings, waiting for their queen, waiting to see which kingdom I'd hand myself to. I reached the boxes, my neutral badge burning against my chest. This choice would seal my fate. But I didn't come here to be sealed. I came here to prove I didn't need a protector to have worth. I came here to prove I could do it alone. My fingers gripped the badge. The murmurs started again, and I took a deep breath. Then, slowly, I pulled the badge from my collar. I held it up for everyone to see, and dropped it, not into a box, but onto the polished marble floor. It clattered like thunder. I will not be choosing, I said, my voice clear. Arden. After I uttered those fateful words, the world around me froze. The first person I noticed was Mr. Winters. I couldn't help but notice how his pleasant, polished smile faltered, giving way to confusion. The other teachers exchanged stiff, silent glances, each one a reflection of the disbelief coursing through the room. In an instant, whispers ignited like wildfire. She didn't choose? Can she do that? She's mad. What on earth is she doing? The crowd began to shift nervously, faces turning toward one another and then toward me. Some appeared confused, others curious, but most looked wide-eyed with shock, as if I had just torn the sacred fabric of this place in two. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted the true alphas. Each one stood still, yet none appeared the same. Jaxon looked stunned, one hand slightly lifted, his mouth agape in disbelief. Elias narrowed his eyes not in anger, but in genuine curiosity. Rowan wore that irritating, flirty smirk of his, but this time it seemed he had been patiently waiting for me to take this exact step. Cade remained as unreadable as ever, wrapped in his usual enigmatic demeanor. Before I fully comprehended my actions, I made my way down the stage, ready to flee without a badge in hand. Arden, Jaxon growled. He was already ascending the steps before my instincts kicked in, prompting me to escape, but he was faster. His hand clamped around my wrist, yanking me toward him. Are you out of your mind? He hissed. Do you even understand what you've done? I did. I understood perfectly the enormity of my defiance. Let me go, I replied through gritted teeth. Not until you choose someone, and that someone has to be... He pulled harder, dragging me toward the front again, toward the boxes with their gleaming faction insignias. No, my voice shook with conviction. Let me go. You don't get to do this, he whispered. You don't get to turn your back on the system. On me. That was the final insult. The last match struck against kindling. Without a moment to think, my fist swung. A clean, sickening crack rang through the hall. I punched him. I punched Alpha Jaxon Trevane. Gasps sliced through the crowd like lightning. Jaxon staggered backward, one hand pressed against his jaw, more surprised than hurt. I stared down at my hand, burning with adrenaline, trembling, my breath coming in quick bursts as if I'd sprinted 10 miles. Then instinct kicked in and I ran. I bolted from the grand hall, not stopping even when someone shouted my name, Mr. Winters, or maybe one of the alphas. But in that moment, I didn't care. I ducked into the back hallway, then slipped into the hidden passage behind the West Wing stairs, finally emerging onto the gravel path that led to our dorms. I didn't even pause to consider taking the bus. I just ran, hoping that the act of sprinting the kilometers would help me escape the chaos swirling in my mind. My key shook violently in my hand as I jammed it into the lock, flung the door open, and slammed it shut behind me. I leaned against the door, chest heaving, swallowing hard as I felt the silence close in around me. I should be terrified. What I had done wasn't just reckless, it was utterly unforgivable. I had disrespected the order, defied years of tradition, and struck an alpha. But for the first time in years, maybe in my entire life, I felt free. They had made me a pawn to be passed around, claimed, whispered about behind my back while smiling to my face. They saw me as a trophy, a prize to be won. But I wasn't a prize. I was the storm they never saw coming. And I didn't regret it. Not one bit. I sank down onto the edge of my bed, staring at my trembling hands. The knuckles were slightly red, a reminder of my defiance, and I knew the consequences would come. They'd come knocking on this door, hell, maybe even break it down and drag me back to answer for what I had done. But until then, I was standing firm in my decision. "You don't have to go to class today," Owen said by my side, sounding concerned. Tessa nodded in understanding. It was only yesterday. I remained silent, aware that their worry came from a place of care. Before I could gather my thoughts or express my feelings, Mr. Rock Thompson approached, biting his lip. "Arden," he began, "Mr. Winters would like to see you." Tessa gasped beside me. Although I was prepared for this, my hands trembled slightly. "Arden," she whispered, concern etched on her face. I turned toward them, summoning a small smile to assure them that I would be okay, despite my own uncertainty. "I'll see you at the first class," I said before trailing after Mr. Thompson, who maintained a heavy silence as he led me to Mr. Winters' office. "We're here," Mr. Thompson announced once we reached the door. He opened it for me, allowing me to step inside. Upon entering, I noted that Mr. Winters' office mirrored the rest of the school, prestigious and cold. "Ah, Miss Stone," he said without lifting his gaze, flipping through a folder. His voice was smooth, polished as always, but that smile never quite reached his eyes. "Please, do take a seat." I stepped forward and settled into a chair, maintaining a respectful distance from him. Finally, he looked up, his smile still firmly in place. "You made quite the impression last night." I clenched my jaw. He gestured casually with his pen. "Punching a fellow student, especially an alpha, is not a trivial matter, you know. It's precisely the kind of offense that could lead to expulsion if this were any other school." I squared my shoulders, holding my head high. Before the ivory solstice, Alpha Jaxon Trevane kissed me of his own volition. Mr. Winters paused, arching an eyebrow. "Did he?" He grabbed me, pulled me back, and kissed me. "That constitutes sexual offense." He tilted his head, the corners of his lips curling slightly. "Do you have proof?" That was an odd question to pose. Mr. Winters' smile deepened. "I thought not," he said gently. "However, we do have proof that you punched him." My hands curled into fists again. Yet this time, I resisted the urge to act on the fire igniting in my veins. He placed his pen down, aligning it carefully with the edge of his desk. "As your punishment, you will assist in cleaning up after the Ivory Solstice after party this weekend. This includes all decorations, discarded food, and party debris. You'll be joined by other students who have accumulated punishments this term. Consider it character building." I remained silent, my heart pounding in my chest. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of finality. "Now, let's try this again. Which faction do you choose?" I lifted my chin defiantly. "I've made it clear. I'm not choosing." Mr. Winters' smile shifted. It didn't vanish, but it evolved into something more sinister. "Then you understand what that means," he said softly. "You are factionless. You have no allies. You have nowhere to turn. You sit where there's space. You train alone. You're exposed to everyone. And the school," he paused, his piercing gaze locking onto mine, "will not be responsible for what happens to you." My heart skipped a beat. "And I'm sure your parents wouldn't care enough to complain," he added, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Would they?" My breath hitched in my throat. How did he? No. A sudden realization chilled me to the core. Kieran. Mr. Winters leaned forward, placing his elbows on the desk. "This academy isn't built for martyrs, Miss Stone. It's constructed for survivors. Those who know when to stand firm and when to yield. I suggest you make a choice before it's too late." Arden. That kind of man was placed in power in the United Factions? I couldn't believe it. All the stories I had heard about him being an advocate for students' rights slipped through my fingers like water. It was clear he was just another man in a position of power. As I stepped out of his office, I suddenly understood what I had become. Fodder, a factionless freak. Still, I held my head high as eyes landed on me. The badges on everyone's collars glimmered like silent warnings, signaling that I was an outsider in a world where conformity ruled. By the time I reached our first class, the atmosphere hadn't improved. "Hey," Rowan greeted, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. I sighed, turning to meet his gaze, trying to muster as much sincerity as I could. His eyes showed something, concern. With that, he slowly withdrew his arm. "Thanks," I muttered, redirecting my attention to the board. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was an unwanted presence. By the first break, I found myself all alone. Tessa had another class, leaving me with little choice but to grab a drink from the vending machine before escaping to the gardens. However, before I could even reach the door, a cold splash hit my back first, soaking my button-up and the white tank top underneath. The sticky scent of fruit juice filled my nostrils, and laughter echoed in the halls. I turned slowly, my heart racing, to see Sienna and her friends giggling. "Sienna," I muttered. "You're factionless," she said sweetly. "Who are you going to tell?" "What's the matter?" Another girl chimed in, striking a pose indicative of exaggerated pity. "You think you're better than us now? Just because the alphas want you?" "They don't want her," Sienna sneered, her eyes narrowing. "They want her body, that's all. That's what you're good for, isn't it, Arden?" I met her gaze head-on, swallowing the bitterness rising in my throat. "Then maybe you should be glad to take my place." Her smile faltered, the tiniest crack in her facade, and that was enough for me to turn and walk away before things turned for the worse. My clothes clung uncomfortably to my skin. I pushed open the heavy bathroom door, relief flooding through me as I found myself alone. For a brief moment, the silence felt like oxygen, lifting the weight off my shoulders. I stood under the harsh lights, staring at my reflection in the mirror. I sighed, removed my button-up, and ran it under the cold water. The coldness sent a shiver down my spine, but I scrubbed every last drop of the pink drink they had flung onto my back. Then I leaned forward, using the hand dryer to try and dry my tank top. The hot air blasted the damp fabric, intensifying the way it clung to my skin. "She's in here." I froze, the cotton clinging to my fingers forgotten, as the voices of two guys grew closer. Panic surged through me as I walked to the door, leaning slightly to listen. "She is?" one asked. "Yeah, Sienna said she went inside and hasn't come out." No. Their scents were approaching, so I quickly locked the door and backed away, covering my mouth with my hands to stifle any sound. The doorknob jiggled, and I shut my eyes tightly for a moment, bracing myself against the wall as their teasing voices filtered through. "You're filming, right?" Go live on the aftersound already. My heart raced as I desperately hoped for their laughter to fade away. "Come on, Arden," a low voice said outside. "You don't have to throw yourself at alphas. I've got a decent score too. I'll make you feel good." My blood went ice cold. I opened my eyes as adrenaline coursed through my veins. The doorknob continued to jiggle, persistent as a dog barking for attention. "She locked it!" Bang! A loud slam reverberated through the room, making my heartbeat quicken. "Don't worry, I'll break it down." Panic clawed at my throat like a desperate animal. I backed away instinctively, my eyes darting around. I spun in place, frantically searching for anything that might help me escape. Then, in the corner of my eye, I spotted a glimmer of hope, an air vent. It wasn't particularly wide, but I could squeeze through. With urgency surging through me, I yanked off the cover and scrambled up, wincing as I scraped my arm in the process. Just as the door creaked behind me, I slithered into the duct, pulling the grate half shut in an attempt to shield myself from the impending intruders. Their voices echoed faintly below, a cruel reminder of the danger I was in. But I was already crawling away from them, pushing myself deeper into the darkness of the vent. The metal felt cold against my hands and knees, a contrast to the heat ignited by fear. I crawled forward, breath by shallow breath, whispering curses under my breath to keep my mind occupied. The stench of dust and regret was suffocating. My elbow throbbed from the scrape, and every tiny shift in the duct sent creaks reverberating back into the stillness, making me hold my breath. Suddenly, I passed an open grate, and my eyes widened in shock at the sight below. In a dimly lit classroom, two students were caught in a heated moment. I recoiled instinctively, shoving myself forward. It took what felt like an eternity to find another opening, but I pressed on. A few moments later, relief surged through me as I spotted a vent that opened into a shadowy room. I kicked it open, my heart racing, and dropped down, landing softly on my feet with a muted thud. The room was lined with computers, though these looked nothing like the ones we worked with in our PC rooms. They were different, custom-built with multiple CPUs and cables sprawled across the floor. "What the hell is this place?" I murmured, stepping cautiously deeper into the dimness. Just as I turned toward the glowing monitors, a hand shot out and yanked me back. My breath caught in my throat, and a second hand clamped down over my mouth, silencing my scream before I could even articulate it. Don't tell me I escaped only to land in another trap. I thrashed futilely, my elbow hitting a solid body. Nothing worked. Whoever had me was strong, far stronger than I was. I couldn't make a sound, the pressure of his hand muffling even the slightest whimper of protest. My back hit a solid chest, and I was pushed gently, yet firmly, against the wall behind a cluster of desks. My breath stuttered in my throat. The dim blue lights cast shadows on the floor, but he remained hidden within the dark. "Be quiet," he whispered. That voice. My eyes gradually adjusted to the gloom, capturing the outline of a familiar face. A sharp jawline, tousled hair, a scent that sent a thrill through my veins. "Cade?" I managed to whisper, my voice muffled against his palm, but he must have heard me. Slowly, he removed his hand, his warmth lingering against my skin. Turning to face him, I felt my mouth part in disbelief, my heart still hammering away. "What are you doing here?" I asked. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, in that cramped, narrow space between desk and wall, he drew me into him. My body stiffened instinctively, but I didn't pull away. His lips brushed against the shell of my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. "Someone's coming," he murmured. Suddenly, I heard it too. Footsteps, heavy, ominous ones. The door creaked open, and I felt my heart skip a beat as I squeezed my eyes shut. Arden. The room dimmed even further as the door closed quietly behind the newcomer. Cade stiffened beside me, his eyes narrowing in the direction of the sound. "Mr. Winters?" I recognized that silhouette even before the overhead glow from a monitor illuminated the sharp angles of his face. He moved calmly, exuding the confidence of someone who had all the time in the world and nothing to fear. Striding directly to the computer, he began typing a password. Click, 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 enter. And then the screen came to life. A curious impulse overtook me. I leaned ever so slightly to peek through the narrow gap between the desks. My eyes widened in horror when I caught sight of a slew of thumbnails featuring naked bodies. Just then, a series of moans echoed from the speakers. Cade stiffened beside me, clutching my body instinctively. The moans crescendoed further, forcing a gasp from deep within me, a sound I could not hold back, born not of fear, but of sheer disgust. At that moment, the reality settled heavily around me. These were the students of elite, in classrooms, bathrooms, dorm rooms. I let out a deep, trembling breath before I could catch myself. But the sound was enough to make Mr. Winters pause. His shoulders shifted slightly, and his head turned slowly, scanning the space like a predator who had caught wind of blood. Crap. Without hesitation, Cade seized my wrist and tugged me away from the meager opening beneath the desks, maneuvering us around a column of shelves. We squeezed into a tight crevice behind a server rack, barely wide enough for one person. My back thudded against cool metal. Cade pressed flush against me, chest to chest, hips aligned, no space to breathe. His hand instinctively covered my mouth, silencing the sharp breath that had escaped me from the unexpected heat radiating off his body. His skin felt warm against mine, which was still chilled from wearing only a semi-soaked tank top from earlier. Now every inch of my chest was in contact with his. I could feel everything. The tension coiling in his muscles, the steady thump of his heartbeat synchronizing with mine. My breath caught in my throat, not from the fear of being discovered, but from the way his thumb grazed my cheek. A mere accident, but potent enough to send shivers down my spine. His eyes locked with mine, a silent warning in their depths. Don't move. After a few more tense moments of repositioning by Mr. Winters, his action of inserting a flash drive into the computer, he finally exhaled with a weary sigh. "Did the rats get in here again?" he muttered, shaking his head in annoyance. He moved slowly outside the door. "Better get this cleaned again," he added. I hadn't realized just how shallow my breathing had become. Cade's hand remained gently sealing my lips, allowing only the slightest whisper of air to escape. His face was so close that I could count the delicate lashes brushing along his cheekbones. Then the doors clicked shut behind Mr. Winters. Cade's hand gradually lowered from my mouth, yet he didn't step back immediately. We remained in the intimate proximity, still too close for comfort. My lips parted, my breath finally freed, and it brushed against his cheek accidentally. My heart raced so fast I felt lightheaded. The feel of him, the warmth of his breath so deliciously close to mine, was intoxicating. When our eyes met again, the heat between us was something I couldn't quite explain. Our lips parted just slightly, and for one fleeting, foolish second, I forgot we were hiding at all. Then Cade turned away first. He stood without uttering a single word, the space between us evaporating like it had never existed. His shadow drifted toward the computer tower, and I was left sitting there, still trying to catch my breath. What just happened? My fingers twitched at my sides as I sat up slowly, the cold of the floor grounding me to reality. I blinked, struggling to snap myself back to the present. Cade hadn't looked back. I stood, brushing dust off my knees just as he reached the monitor. His fingers flew across the keyboard, pausing only to input something into the login field. "How do you know?" I asked, my voice hoarse from everything that had just transpired. "The password, I mean." "I saw," Cade muttered, not turning to face me. My brows shot up in surprise. He actually managed to glimpse the password in that brief moment? "You saw too, right?" "The videos?" he asked, pulling me away from my swirling thoughts. I nodded slowly, taking cautious steps toward him, but hesitated, unsure if I wanted to get too close again. He tapped again, this time on a second screen. Another password field appeared, and once more he typed with confidence. A soft beep echoed in the room, and the folder opened. What spilled across the screen made my breath hitch in my throat. Hundreds, no thousands of files. 15 years worth of data, over 2 terabytes. "Oh my goodness," I breathed. This is from the aftersound, isn't it?" Cade didn't answer. "It says the footage from the aftersound is deleted right after the live stream," I continued, my voice cracking with disbelief. "That it can't be saved or duplicated. That anyone who tries to distribute it is punished." I turned to him with urgency in my eyes. "Isn't that what they say?" Cade bit his lower lip, his fingers hovering uncertainly over the trackpad. "It's supposed to be," he replied quietly. He didn't look at me at all, simply staring blankly at the screen. My stomach twisted with unease. I reached over hesitantly, scrolling through years of footage. Everything was there. My hand froze when I spotted a file marked differently than the rest. Just a single red heart emoji. Without thinking, I clicked. A video loaded, and suddenly there was a woman, not older than me, with a pale face. Her eyes trembled, and her voice was small, nearly drowning in the static that filled the room. "Please," she implored. "I have a mate. I don't want to do this." My heart raced as I shut the window immediately, the pounding echoing in my ears. "What the hell is this place?" I choked out. Cade's expression darkened completely, his jaw clenched, hands curling into fists at his sides. The same man who had held me moments before now looked like he was barely holding himself together. "Cade," I said softly, reaching toward him. "Hey, breathe. Are you all right?" A loud creak from the far wall sliced through the tension. We both froze once more. There were footsteps, but it was the familiar whistling that made me relax a bit. It was the school's janitor. Cade snapped back into motion, grabbing my wrist. "Come on." He led me away from the computers, weaving quickly through the towering structures. We ducked through a narrow gap, slipped past a metal shelf, and hurried toward the opposite wall, where a small access door was concealed behind a tangle of wires. He pushed it open, and a rush of cold air hit my face. It led to the back edge of the campus, where the maze garden sprawled in all its glory. He helped me climb out first, then followed, silently slamming the door behind him to keep our escape concealed. The skies had darkened, threatening rain. I looked up for a moment when Cade suddenly pulled me by the hand into the maze. "Wait, Cade." We weaved left, then right, plunging deeper into the dark hedges. Finally, he stopped at the center, a circular clearing surrounded by twisting vines and blooming roses. It was quiet here, hidden. Without a word, he turned to face me, and then he hugged me, wrapping his arms around my shoulders tight, like he needed something solid to hold on to. His face nestled into my neck, and the scent of old leaves mingled with faint roses, embracing me like a warm cocoon. "What's happening?" I murmured, bewildered. "Let me hold you," he said, "just for a moment." Arden. His arms didn't feel like the arms of someone trying to claim me. They didn't set my skin on fire. Instead, it felt like Cade was trying not to fall apart. Without thinking, my body moved on its own. I hugged him back. I was very careful. My arms slid around his waist, tightening when I felt his breath hitch against my neck. In that moment, I realized he wasn't the fearless figure people imagined him to be. "What are you?" I whispered against his shoulder, feeling the steady beat of his heart. He sighed deeply, able to understand my question despite its incompleteness. Then he pulled back just enough to look into my eyes. "What were you doing there?" he asked. Meeting his gaze, I couldn't find it within me to bluff. "I stumbled upon it," I admitted honestly, holding his stare even as my heart fluttered. "I was just trying to get away from a group of boys who were attempting to break into the bathroom while I was all alone." His eyes searched mine, looking for something to catch me on. However, I knew there was nothing to hide. "You're not lying," he said slowly. "Why would I lie about it?" His jaw tensed again, though this time it was driven by something else. Perhaps wonder. "You're really," he began, "innocent." A bemused smile tugged at my lips. "What does that mean?" "It means you're prone to trusting people," he replied. "And trusting people makes you prone to getting hurt and exploited." I crossed my arms over my chest. Trust is the foundation of life. Without it, love and happiness would cease to exist. Something in him cracked at that. His lips twitched slightly and a small, ghostly smile emerged. "And what are you doing there?" I asked, narrowing my eyes playfully. Just like that, the smile vanished. His shoulders stiffened again, the weight returning to him tenfold. He didn't answer. I sighed, turning away. "So I'm the only one who gets interrogated? You can ask questions, but I can't?" He looked at me with eyes sharp and fiery. "Are you not going to tell anyone?" he asked. I turned to face him again, my heart racing inside my chest. "I trust because I want to be trusted." He dragged a hand through his hair, exhaling a heavy breath. "You came here to escape," he stated firmly. I heard a ding inside my mind. He remembered what I'd told him back then. I nodded slowly, and he continued speaking. "Meanwhile, I came here because I can't escape my reality. I thought I could, but now I know something deeper is going on in this school. What we saw in there is just the surface." We stood in the garden, completely forgetting that we had another class to attend. No, it definitely crossed my mind at that moment, but even then, I couldn't bring myself to walk away. Cade sighed and turned to the side, his fingers curling into fists. Contrary to what everyone thinks, I didn't come here to establish the reputation of our faction. I tilted my head, watching him closely, my curiosity piqued. "I didn't come for power, for a title, or to make myself known," he said. "I came because someone important to me." He paused, his breath catching in his throat. For the first time since meeting him, I saw a painful expression ripple across his features. My heart squeezed at the sight. "Was taken away because of this system," he finished, his voice heavy with emotion. "This broken, manipulative machine of a school, of a society." My lips parted slightly. This person, was it someone he loved dearly? I couldn't bring myself to ask such a sensitive question. However, I understood that he lost this someone in a profound way. "That's why you saw me there. I was trying to find the truth," he said, his intense gaze locking onto mine. Cade turned to me again, the fire returning to his eyes. "Now tell me," he demanded, "can you really be trusted?" I met his stare, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, watching him. This boy who had just peeled himself open like a wound, exposing his vulnerabilities to me. Before I knew what I was doing, my arms were around him again. I moved more gently this time. He tensed the moment I wrapped myself around him. His breath brushed against my hair, and I could feel every tremor in his chest. His arms didn't lift. However, I could sense how his body slowly relaxed beneath my embrace. Then, after a long beat, reality struck me. I realized what I was doing, and more importantly, how close I was to him. I broke the hug immediately, clearing my throat as I stepped back. My face flushed hot, and I couldn't bring myself to look at him properly. He didn't say anything either. The silence stretched long between us, and I didn't dare to break it. I still considered whether I should apologize or pretend it had never happened when he spoke first. "Sorry," Cade said suddenly, catching me off guard. I turned my head, blinking up at him in confusion. "Huh?" "I'm sorry about what I said," he murmured. "About asking you to sleep with me." I blinked again, caught off guard. What was I supposed to say to that? He let out a frustrated sigh and looked away. "I didn't ask because I wanted your body or because I saw you as a prize." "Well," I said awkwardly, "that wasn't not the nicest way to phrase it. I mean," he rubbed the back of his neck, "it wasn't just because of that. I asked because of the incentive." I frowned, trying to piece it together. "The points," he said quietly. "It would help secure the first spot, and the top rank gets a chance to visit the United Factions." Realization dawned slowly, like the sun breaking through the clouds. "And you wanted to go there," I completed his thought, "to confirm if something strange is happening there too." He nodded. "Because Elite has always maintained a spotless record, perfect on paper, and no one believes me when I say something's not right." "Your parents are part of the United Factions, right?" I asked carefully, treading cautiously on this delicate ground. "Yes," he replied without hesitation, "but they don't want me to meddle in such matters." I found myself nodding along as his words sank in. Cade looked down, guilt flickering across his features. "Still, that's not a valid excuse. I was desperate, I wanted progress, and I saw you as a way to get closer to that." "It's all right," I said quietly after a moment of contemplation. Cade looked up, surprise etched on his face. A flash of something passed over his expression. But then he said it. "The offer still stands." My brows furrowed in confusion. "Huh?" He cleared his throat and quickly cast his gaze aside, but I didn't miss the faint boyish flush that crept along his cheekbones. "I meant it when I said I could offer you my protection. You must have already spoken to Mr. Winters. He probably told you what it means to be factionless, right? And you mentioned running," Cade added thoughtfully, "trying to escape those men. That's how you ended up in that hidden room." My mouth went dry at his insight. He wasn't wrong. "I can help you," he continued. "I have the rank. I possess enough influence within my faction to keep you safe, even if we're not." He trailed off, his gaze slipping toward my exposed shoulder, still slightly damp from earlier. I crossed my arms, suddenly hyper-aware of how thin my tank top felt against my skin. "I'm not offering this because I want to claim you," he finished. "I just don't want you to be alone in this, and in the process, you'll also be helping me." Arden. I sat on my bed, knees tucked to my chest, mulling over the conversation Cade and I had in the garden. He had offered to sleep with me again, but this time it didn't sound offensive. Instead, it felt as though he had thrown an anchor into the stormy waters of my mind. With a groan, I sank backward, pressing a pillow to my face with a muffled whine. Why am I even thinking about this? Tessa, just emerging from the shower, the scent of her honey body wash wafting through the room, leaned against the doorframe. "You all right?" she asked, her tired smile doing little to mask her curiosity. I slid the pillow away from my face and turned to her. I simply sighed and sat up. "I'm just thinking." Tessa gently closed the door behind her. "About Cade? I saw him walk you to our third class this morning. You also smelled like him during class." My face flushed at the memory of how he had silently guided me to class after our conversation. "What? No. I caught her playful smirk. "Okay, maybe. Just a little." She settled cross-legged on the bed, tilting her head. "Why does it bother you?" I shrugged. He offered protection again. And this time, it didn't feel so bad. He explained himself. I know, in a way, he would still be using me, but I feel like it's for a good reason. Am I making sense? I picked at the edge of my blanket, lost in thought. Tessa nodded, giving me more time to think. I added quickly, I'm not saying I'm agreeing. I don't know. Sounds like you're considering it. I groaned again, throwing my head back. Why am I like this? Tessa chuckled softly to herself. Because you have feelings. We sat in silence for a moment, my thoughts racing until I finally turned my head toward her. Why did you choose the north? Her expression faltered slightly. Then she exhaled, long and slow. The south isn't really my place, at least not anymore. I waited, sensing she was choosing her words carefully. I'm not well liked there, she finally admitted, because of something I'm not ready to discuss. I gave her a small nod, respecting her desire to keep that part to herself. We all had our secrets. I didn't want to choose the West because of Jaxon, she continued after a pause. I'm aware of his past with you, and frankly, he's an asshole. I snorted with agreement. Yeah, that he is. And Cade, she hesitated, looking thoughtful. He's exactly what I said the first time. He's the safest option. I frowned, incredulous. Cade? Safe? Tessa shrugged, her expression earnest. Relatively, yes. He minds his own business. He keeps his faction disciplined. He doesn't get involved in drama. And Owen trusts him. And Owen's from the East, but he still chose him. I added, intrigued. She nodded in agreement. If someone like Owen, who rarely trusts anyone, felt secure enough to switch factions and follow Cade, then Cade must be doing something right. I leaned back on my palms, letting that realization permeate my thoughts. He also has the highest points, I muttered, my brow furrowing. Probably because he's slept with a bunch of people already. Tessa raised an eyebrow, her expression turning serious. I don't think so. Huh? I turned to her, surprised. She met my gaze with a knowing look. I don't think Cade sleeps around. At least, not in the aftersound. That made me sit up straighter. What do you mean by that? I've frequently gone on the aftersound, and the videos get deleted right after the live stream since it's only for proof. I often see the other alphas there, with Jaxon being the most active. However, I never see Cade. Not even on a weekend night or during a party? I asked, curiosity piqued. I wanted to ask why Tessa was monitoring the aftersound in the first place, but my mind was stuck on her initial insinuation that Cade might not be sleeping around. But he has so many points. Is it really possible to accumulate all of those just from the school? I think so, Tessa muttered, now drying her hair with a towel. But I can't be 100% sure. Just take my word with a grain of salt, she added lightly, and we both fell into a thoughtful silence. Thank goodness the after-party for the Ivory Solstice wasn't mandatory. I didn't have to go. Wrong. It was mandatory for me. And here I was, wielding a trash bag, attempting to dodge red cups, clouds of cigarette smoke, and the occasional drunken confession. The Grand Elite Mansion, how redundant. It wasn't even officially named that, but students referred to it as such because it resembled a mall. Apparently, it was owned by none other than Mr. Winters himself, who graciously lent it out to the student body every year after the monumental Ivory Solstice. Gracious, my ass. Ugh, I muttered as someone dry heaved beside the potted fig tree. Without a second thought, I quickly offered him a barf bag. He grabbed it with desperation before staggering away. I wore a plain black mask over my nose and mouth, not only for sanitary reasons, but also because I wanted to remain unrecognized. The fewer interactions, the better. The faster I got this done, the sooner I could leave. Tessa had promised to return after grabbing drinks with Owen. She insisted that I shouldn't be alone for too long. But with the direction this party was heading, I doubted she'd make it back anytime soon. I glanced around and, of course, spotted Rowan. He was surrounded by his usual entourage of girls, clustering around him like petals on a rose, all of them laughing at something he had said. One girl leaned in too close, whispering in his ear while her fingers traced down his chest. A few feet away, Elias lounged on a plush leather couch, drink in hand, enveloped by students eager to impress him. His signature half-smirk never left his face, and he observed the entire spectacle with the bored amusement of someone watching a mundane television show. I slipped through the tall glass doors onto the balcony. The night air was cold against my skin, and I shivered slightly. Leaning against the railing, I finally took a deep breath for what felt like the first time tonight. But before I could fully savor the tranquility, voices emerged from the shadows. I jerked back and ducked behind a decorative plant. Great. Why couldn't I have just 5 minutes of peace? To make matters worse, it was Sienna and Jaxon who had appeared, closing the balcony doors behind them. "You're really doing this?" Sienna's voice echoed through the night. "You're not going to take me back?" Jaxon sighed, running his fingers through his hair. "You chose the north." "That's because you broke up with me," she snapped, her voice rising with agitation. "We were never together, Sienna. You know that." Silence hung in the air for a brief moment. "Oh, I see. It's because of Arden again, isn't it?" She spat, her tone dripping with venom. I internally groaned. Was it too much to ask for one day without Sienna dragging my name into something I wanted no part in? "Do you still love her? Is that it?" Sienna pushed, relentless in her probing. Jaxon remained silent. I shrugged, fully expecting him to remain tight-lipped. In fact, all my expectations of him had long since gone down the drain, so this wasn't a surprise. "Whatever," Sienna huffed, frustration radiating off her. "Just go with Cade," Jaxon continued, his tone surprisingly calm. "That's what you want, right?" With that, Jaxon turned and walked away, dismissing her whines and protest as if they were nothing more than background noise. I waited a few extra seconds to ensure they were both truly gone. Finally, when I felt safe enough, I stood up, brushing the dust from my pants and stepping out of the shadows. "Good grief," I muttered under my breath. "Why do I have to be everyone's scapegoat?" With that, I pushed open the balcony doors and was about to leave to tend to my other duties. However, before I could take another step forward, a sharp pain shot through my scalp. Someone yanked my hair from behind. Arden. This woman, really. I thought she'd screamed her last, stomped her foot, and left the balcony in a huff, just like she always did when things didn't go her way. However, it seemed she sensed my presence, because she stayed. "What the heck?" I gasped as she yanked me backward, hard enough that my feet stumbled over themselves. "You're not satisfied being an attention whore and now you're eavesdropping on Jaxon and me?" I sighed and gripped her wrist. "I was on the balcony first. If you don't want anyone overhearing your fights, maybe you shouldn't do it in public." She bit her lip in frustration and seized me by the hair, dragging me across the hall like a rag doll. "Let go of me," I yelled, clawing at her hand, but she was stronger than I had anticipated, powered by something far more nefarious than mere rage, pure obsession, perhaps. I tried to dig my heels in, but she was already shoving open a door near the bathroom wing. The room smelled like barf and sweat, mixed with a chemical cleaner that didn't quite do the job. Sienna finally let me go, shooting me a glare that could have melted steel. "You really think you're the best now, huh?" she snapped, cornering me against the wall. I straightened my posture and casually brushed my hair back with my fingers. "What is your problem?" "You're my problem," she hissed. I was done with this woman. "What have I ever done to you, Sienna?" "You were the better one between the two of us. Back in high school, you were popular. You had followers, friends other than me. Meanwhile, you were the only friend I had. Your parents actually cared about you. And now you have Jaxon. You're with my mate, and I don't give a damn about what you do with him. So what the heck do you want from me?" "You think I have him?" Her voice cracked, brittle and ugly. "I don't. You do. Even now." I stepped forward, challenging her stance. "No, Sienna, what you really want is someone to blame for your own emptiness. I want you to leave," she growled through gritted teeth. "What?" "I want you gone," she spat. "Removed, forgotten, treated like a piece of disposable trash. Until that happens, I'm not going to shut up. And now that you're factionless," she leaned in, eyes filled with rage, "I will exploit that. I'll make sure every last person here knows you're nothing." I stared at her in disbelief. This wasn't just anger. She was downright insane. She wasn't thinking straight, or maybe she was, and that was the scarier part. I slowly scanned the room, trying to conceal my plan to escape. That was when I spotted a familiar item sitting on the edge of a utility sink. A barf bag. I glanced at it once, and then back to her. This is what she deserves. "You really think you can scare me?" I whispered, a daring smile creeping onto my face. She smirked, confident. "I already have." I smiled sweetly back at her. "Good. Then this won't come as a surprise." I grabbed the barf bag and, without a second thought, hurled it straight at her face. "What the hell?" Sienna shrieked. It splattered all over her hair, down her neck, and onto her silk top. She screamed again, a high-pitched, throat-shredding wail. I didn't stick around for anything worse to occur. I shoved the door open and bolted, nearly tripping on the uneven tile. My breath burned in my throat, but I didn't stop. The moment I burst into the chaos of the party, Sienna's shriek faded into the background. And with that, I couldn't help but giggle at her reaction. She definitely deserved that. The mansion's corridors had emptied. The music and laughter slowly receded into silence. Broken beer bottles and bits of confetti littered the floor, surrounded by the students tasked with cleaning up the aftermath. Most students had migrated to their own homes, and the after sound was in full swing again, with people filming their sexual endeavors and amassing points like it was a game. With cleaning nearly completed, I had told Tessa and Owen to head home, insisting I'd nearly finished the cleanup myself. I was working alongside a few others, mostly those caught cutting in line or skipping classes. One guy I vaguely recognized, Trevor, Kieran's friend, kept casting glances my way. Well, that was my cue to go home. I gathered the last bits of trash from my area into a bag before attempting to locate my belongings. However, just as I was about to leave, a hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. "Seriously," I hissed, yanking it back. "Let go." He tightened his grip. "Trevor," he smiled, a predator's smile. He leaned in closer under the dim light. "Your brother, Kieran's friend, remember? I used to come to your house all the time. You were pretty even back then." Cold dread shot through me. This was not going to be a casual chat. I tried to pull away, but suddenly more figures emerged. Kieran, Sienna, and a couple of others from the west. Sienna had changed into a new set of clothes, but the murderous look in her eyes was unmistakably familiar. I spun around, trying to bolt, but Sienna coldly grabbed me from the other side. "Not so fast," she hissed. My mouth opened to scream, but I didn't get a sound out. Kieran stepped forward, brandishing a tiny bottle, something clear with a silver cap. "Don't fight it," he said. "Trust us. You want to be good for something, right? Then be good to Trevor." He pried open my jaw and tipped something clear on my tongue. I fought, spitting it out. "No," my voice cracked. Trevor laughed. "You're not going anywhere." They forced my mouth open again and dumped it down my throat. Warm, bitter fluid coated my tongue. The world instantaneously spun and terrors flared in my mind. Kieran and Trevor forced me upright and began marching me down the hall toward one of the large bedrooms. "No, please," I choked, fighting their grip. Sienna whispered in my ear, "You'll thank us." "Mr. Winters won't be coming back until tomorrow," Kieran chimed. "Make it quick, Trevor." Trevor licked his lips as he gazed at my body. "Don't worry, we're not going to get caught." I fought against them, but the drug kick-started agony in my head. My vision blurred, fingers losing grip on consciousness. Heat surged through me like molten fire. They shoved me onto a mattress, pinned me down. "No, stop it," I cried, tears burning my eyes. I tasted something sweet and horrifying as another pill was forced inside my mouth. The drug hit fast. My throat closed around panic. They closed in, euphoria blooming in my limbs, heat squeezing through my veins, thoughts spiraling in every direction. A heat inducer. I thrashed my limbs around, but with the four of them there, holding me with Sienna ready to film everything, I felt myself slowly losing hope. I turned to Kieran once, and there wasn't an ounce of regret in his gaze. How could he do this to his own sister? Did he hate me that much? I began to cry, tears streaming down my face. Trevor began unbuttoning my blouse while the other two held my arms, waiting for the full effect of the heat inducer pill to push through. However, just before I was about to lose hope, the door slammed open. "What the fuck are you doing?" "Arden." I felt the grip on my wrist loosen as Cade's voice resonated throughout the expansive room. Instead of the disgusting, clammy body of Trevor pressing against mine, Cade enveloped me in his warmth, removing his jacket and wrapping it around my shoulders. Safe. I felt safe again. "Alpha Cade?" Sienna stammered, hastily putting her phone down and shoving it into her pocket. I asked, "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded. Kieran was the first to respond, his tone lacking any hint of seriousness. It felt like what he had done was just a casual affair, which only made me want to hurl in disgust. "Calm down, Alpha. We came here and it was like this already," he said nonchalantly. "We were just trying to help him film because proof is needed in the aftersound. We're being very good friends." Cade's frown deepened, and my heart quickened as I felt his body tense against mine. Is that so? Yes, Kieran replied shamelessly, appearing proud of his actions. Pathetic, Cade muttered under his breath, evoking a frown from Kieran. You can't even attract a woman without resorting to such vile methods, yet you take pride in what you've done. And you, he continued, turning his piercing gaze towards Sienna, didn't you choose the north? Sienna was at a loss for words. She stuttered incessantly before finally managing to whisper a yes. Just then, an intense wave of heat surged through my body. It was overwhelming, so much so that it hurt, and I instinctively sought more warmth from Cade. He glanced at me for a moment, concern seen in his eyes. Then, a smirk crept across Cade's face as he shook his head before looking back at Sienna. I have plenty to discuss with you, but I'll hold off until tomorrow. With that, he slid his arm beneath my leg and the other around my waist, lifting me effortlessly into his embrace. I stifled a moan as I wrapped my arms around his neck, burying my face against him and inhaling his fresh yet musky scent. Hey, Trevor called just before we exited. I know you're an alpha, but that doesn't give you the right to barge into our space. I had her first. If you want, you can have her after I'm done with her. Cade remained silent for a moment. However, Trevor then placed a hand on his shoulder, attempting to pull him back. Let's all play fair here, Alpha. Hold on for a second, Cade whispered into my ear. I had no idea what he was planning, but I followed his lead diligently. He removed his arm from my waist and turned around, only for me to feel a sudden force coming from him. But it wasn't directed at me. It was aimed squarely at Trevor. A loud crack echoed through the room before Trevor yelled out. My vision blurred momentarily, but as I peeked over Cade's shoulder, I caught a glimpse of blood streaming down Trevor's nose. Cade quickly placed his arm back on my waist and began walking out of the room. After that, everything became a blur. However, I could feel we were moving farther away from the mansions, so I mustered the strength to tap his shoulder. He hummed, his voice softer than I was accustomed to hearing from him. Where are we going? I managed to say despite the debilitating heat coursing through me. My house, he replied simply. I froze, silently shaking my head. I don't want to be in the mansions of the north, I murmured, fully aware that some of his faction members would be there. I didn't want anyone else to see me in this vulnerable state. Not even Tessa. I didn't want to worry her more. Don't worry, he reassured me gently. We're headed to my apartment outside the school. My body relaxed slightly at his words, yet the uncertainty of what lay ahead lingered. A few minutes later, we finally arrived at a condominium. Cade stepped inside the elevator and pressed the button for the highest floor. We were enveloped in silence, and the heat I was feeling showed no signs of easing. Once we reached the top, he opened the door. Can you walk now? I nodded, despite the uncertainty swirling in my mind. Cade let me down slowly, but it seemed the drug they had given me was potent because my legs betrayed me before they even touched the ground. He clicked his tongue in frustration and scooped me up once more. Don't push yourself, he sighed, a hint of annoyance threading his voice. My cheeks reddened further as he carried me toward what I presumed to be his room. How did I know? The room smelled overwhelmingly of him, which wasn't helping with the heat. It had become unbearable to the point I struggled to breathe. Cade paused, about to leave, but I instinctively grasped his wrist. At that moment, thoughts of his earlier offer flooded back into my mind. Out of every alpha, no, out of every man in the school, only Cade could make me feel this safe. So, even though the other alphas had offered protection, I sensed he was the only one capable of truly providing that for me. I didn't know if it was the drug clouding my judgment, but I found myself contemplating his offer. Despite knowing he had come to this school with someone significant in mind, those concerns were overshadowed by my burning desires. Cade turned to face me. I bit my lip in desperation, struggling to articulate the thoughts racing through my mind. In the end, I settled on a single word: please. Despite the dimness of the room, I could see the way his eyes darkened with intensity. Please, what, Arden? I closed my eyes, feeling a warm tear slip down my cheek. Please, make the pain stop. In an instant, I felt myself caged by his presence. He was on top of me, his arms positioned next to my face, gazing into my eyes as if he were holding back every fiber of his being. What do you want? Use your words, he urged. His lips were so close to mine that when he spoke, our mouths brushed together ever so slightly. It was like a dangerous drug, more intoxicating than anything I had ever ingested, because I found myself craving more. I swallowed hard, searching his gaze. Though this wasn't our first encounter in such close proximity, I still couldn't acclimate to his striking handsomeness. It seemed he, too, was taking the time to explore my features, his gaze lingering. "Tell me, Arden," he whispered, his lips grazing against mine once more, igniting a fire within me. "I want you." Those 3 words was all it took. He engulfed my lips just enough to make me feel like he was the antidote I needed to reverse the effects of the drug. I moaned against his lips, and I felt himself losing control, biting the soft tissue. "Fuck," he whispered. "Why are you making me feel this way?" My mind was still hazy, unable to process his words, yet that made me happy, a small smile appearing on my lips. We continued kissing, exchanging saliva, biting each other's lips without the pain that came with it. I found myself craving for more despite being in the moment. This was bad. This was really bad. Dazed, I looked up at him with a disappointed expression. "We're not doing it?" I vaguely asked. His pupils were as dark as ever, almost taking over his entire eye. He bit his lip to the point it drew blood before turning to the side. He leaned down and encased me in his arms, making me feel confused, yet still desiring him at the same time. "Your mind isn't clear," he muttered, releasing his scent into the air to calm me down. I closed my eyes and breathed him in, wrapping my arm around his neck. "I'm not going to take this as your answer to my offer," he continued. He lifted himself a bit and looked into my eyes. "Rest, Arden," he whispered. "You've had a long day.